This is Devil in Ruin, written by Trisha Wolfe, narrated by Ava Lucas and Grayson Owens. Chapter 1. Thus Let Me Avow. Dominic, 2 years ago. My father was fucking insane. Eccentric was how other crime lords described him. The eccentric Raul Erasto, the great Mafia Veneta Don. Otherwise known as the Poet, a nickname imparted on him during his early criminal career, due to his mad poetry ravings while he flayed the skin from his victims and left a trail of their eviscerated entrails as a token. The lunatic father and the callous husband, whose lawless reign built an empire of domination and brutality, and a dungeon of bones under his sprawling Italianate mansion. My father was a monster. I was raised on blood and carnage, nurtured by violence and madness, cultivated to rule an empire with a crazed malice even the most vile and wicked fear. His voice is the monster inside my head. Born in Erasto right from the start, I had an extreme reputation to live up to. Mafia legend has it that during my father's exclusive masquerade balls, the mad Venetian Don would lure his enemies down to his wine cellar and inflict torture before burying them alive. After many years, rumors circulated. Then, soon other crime lords wanted in on the game, and the Cask Masquerade was born, aptly named after one of my father's most beloved tales, The Cask of Amontillado. My father had an affinity, or more so an obsession, with Edgar Allan Poe, and being as the Don hailed from Venice, his love of the Venetian Carnival was central to his event. The grim tale about a man who, amid the Carnival, lured his enemy to his wine vault and then entombed him alive, spoke to my father's sadistic nature. In truth, I didn't realize how bizarre it was until I was much older. By then, the masquerade had become a staple in the city of Darkwater, and its hub of underground criminals, the Ruin. During my father's reign, just like in Poe's story of Fortunato, the wine cellar under our home became a crypt for enemies of the collective crime syndicates. When I was a boy, I'd hear the screams echoing through the marble house, men slowly and painfully dying from their wounds and starvation down below. Something like that leaves an imprint, a stain. I think it's the reason why my mother often looks at me with banked worry in her sharp gaze. She thinks I don't notice, but I've glimpsed that wariness in her pale eyes, the fear that my father's eccentricity has been passed down to her only child through his bloodline. I fear it too. When the bloodlust claws at the walls of my mind, talons raking and demanding I feed the ravenous hunger before the dark walls close in. That bloodlust craves the screams when the silence gets too loud. There is a crypt under my feet, and an enemy roaming my house, and the vicious bloodlust demands those screams now. The current state of my home is a bustling commotion of noise and chaos, creating just the right amount of distraction for my purpose. With deliberate steps, I move down the stairs toward the expansive foyer, where disorder teems, and people swarm like worker bees under the Queen's command. Fresh bouquets of white calla lilies and pink peonies are replaced with light blue hydrangeas. Flower petals flutter to the imported Italian floor, trampled and dirtied to litter the porcelain like shrapnel confetti. Decorations and last-minute details are frantically handled before the Queen herself returns. It's been a year since the accident that claimed my father's life, and Ellie Erasto is finally free to remarry, her wedding only hours away. I could state how insulting it is for my mother to marry another man in the home my father built, but honestly, this is the least insulting thing Ellie has done. As I am now the Don of the Mafia Veneta, I should have say over whom my mother marries. But since burying the brutal bastard that was her husband for over 2.5 decades, Ellie no longer takes orders from any man. A point made clear when she went behind my back to negotiate her marriage contract to Ernesto Cassatto, El Padrino of the New York Drangheta Syndicate. My boots hit the landing with determination, and I turned toward Primo. My most malicious soldier hovers in a shadowed corner of the entryway, keeping guard. Nodding once, I give him the command, and he immediately heads in the direction of my father's study. Adrenaline surges the hollow cavities of my heart, flooding my nervous system with anxious energy that crawls beneath my skin until I'm forced to ball my hands into fists. My pulse slams my veins as I feel the weight of the Glock tucked in my waistband. I stalk to the kitchen and nearly collide into one of the workers. She ducks her head.
Sorry, sir.
Ignoring her rushed apology, I locate Seb, my soldier awaiting his command at the end of the dining hall. Once issued, he moves swiftly, not far behind Primo. Luca is the only man I have doing rounds outside of the guest room. For the past 2 hours, he's sent updates that Cassatto's guards are still stationed outside of the room. I pull out my phone and shoot him a text with one word, his order to go straight to my mother and take her to the catacombs. Despite her betrayal, I will protect her. She's my mother, after all. A woman who commanded an empire after my father's death and raised a son in her own merciless image. She was born to this life and forged in the same hellfire I was. In time, she will appreciate what I now have to do. After checking the time, I round the corner toward the study. Primo and Seb should be in place. By utilizing only a few of my men, I'm likely issuing my own death sentence. But having my home full of soldiers would look suspicious, and I'd be watched much more closely. I wouldn't make it anywhere near Cassatto before I was taken out. Most marriage discrepancies take place during the actual wedding event. Given Cassatto reigns over the most powerful organization on the East Coast, he's no fool. He knows I have a huge fucking discrepancy with his arrangement. What boss would simply hand over their whole empire without a fight? That empire might be broken, but it's mine to rebuild. If I die fighting to restore my honor. Since Cassatto has made himself my enemy, he will spend his afterlife buried in the crypt below my boots with the rest of the Arasto enemies. With a quick sweep around the hall, I roll my shirt sleeves up, then slip through the study door. I stalk to the oak bookcase and pull it forward. The Murphy door swings in, revealing the narrow passageway. This corridor is a straight shot to the guest room, where Cassatto has retired on the eve of his wedding. I grasp the handle of my gun and wrench the piece from behind my back as I storm down the dark hallway, my heart pounding in time with each quickening step. I pull the Glock slide back and chamber around. The door has been opened up ahead. A threadbare tapestry obstructs the view of the interior of the room, but allows pinholes of light to bleed through. Before I reach my destination, a cold sensation prickles the back of my neck. Something is off. I rest my finger on the side of the trigger as I haul the tapestry aside. The muffled sounds of a struggle tap my veins with ice. I enter the room with the barrel of my gun aimed. My gaze falls on the bare legs of a girl pinned beneath Primo on the king-sized bed. Where the fuck is Cassatto? Primo's hand is clamped over the girl's mouth. In the time it takes him to cut her nightshirt and for Seb to trap her wrists to the mattress, I've gauged the situation, and I make a snap decision for what needs to happen next. This girl must die. I have no idea who the fuck she is, but she's not supposed to be here. There's no way she can be allowed to leave this room and report what she's seen. 3 men with weapons sneaking into the room where Cassatto should be sleeping before his wedding day. I approach the struggle with fire blistering my viscera, furious over the lost chance to take down my enemy. Seb's large, inked hands restrain the girl's slender wrists. "The daughter," he says to me, with a wicked blaze in his eyes. "Taking our spoils first, boss." The floor beneath my booted feet shifts, knocking me off balance when his words penetrate the adrenaline choking my brain. Cassatto's daughter. Fuck. I drag a hand down my face, releasing a string of curses under my heated breath. Shit just went from bad to fucked. And yet, it doesn't change the outcome. This girl will run to her father and rat us out. Then a bullet will be put in my head. Primo has her top torn open, exposing a lacy cream bra and the small swell of her breasts. A red cut mars the skin beneath her clavicle, where his blade slashed through her shirt. He pinches her nipple through the thin material.
Let's see if the Drangheta sluts taste as filthy as they look.
I take a step closer, my decision cemented. I'll grant this girl a mercy killing before my men savagely tear her virgin pussy apart. I twist the sound suppressor into place on my gun before lowering the long barrel to take aim. And my eyes lock with hers. The air is punched from my lungs. Gravity fails to hold my feet to the floor. In one suspended second, my soul is flayed, the demon haunting the shadowy corners of my mind exposed in light, the monster silenced for one fleeting heartbeat. I am a devil, gazing on what the angels envy. Verses from my childhood claw up from the bowels of a disturbed past to rattle my soul. And this girl, this angel, is the closest thing to heaven I've ever seen. As her amber eyes clash with mine, pleading for help, my mind fractures. I can't let her slip from my grasp like a grain of sand battling a stormy wave. Too young, too innocent, like the poem she hails from, this little Lenore will not die. Goddamn. Maybe I am just as fucking insane as my father. Because in a blink, I jerk the barrel of my gun to the left and pull the trigger. The sharp whistle of the bullet sounds before blood mists the air. Primo's head flops forward. His lifeless body drops on top of the girl, and I ruthlessly kick him off. Her eyes haven't left mine. It takes the length of 3 wild heartbeats for Seb to realize what's happened. Confusion twists the hard planes of his face before his reflexes kick in. He releases the girl's arms and springs forward. Gun knocked from my hand, I catch him by the shoulder and unsheathe the canted knife from the inside of my waistband, sending the sharp blade across the strained sinew of his throat. The hooked tip tears the jugular from his neck, and a tide of red washes the girl's bare skin as he gurgles his final breath. I fling him to the side, away from her, and his body hits with a loud thud. A knock sounds at the door.
Miss Cassatto? Is everything all right?
Her large, tawny eyes are still locked on me. Chest heaving, her bra and tan skin coated in blood, she refuses to release me from the intensity of her gaze. She doesn't scream. She doesn't run. Whether from shock, I'm not sure. But as the doorknob jiggles and the guard on the other side gears up to break through, I have a small window to dart through the open door and escape. Neither one of us move. The bang of a shoulder ramming into the door, then the wood splinters. The door bursts open and 3 men rush the room, weapons drawn. They take in the sight of the blood-soaked girl, the 2 dead men on the floor, then me. Shouts erupt, furious demands for an explanation, threats to my life. Then a thick silence infuses the room as Cassatto enters. For the first time since I looked at her, I drag my eyes away from the girl and face the man. I expect fear, or worry, or anger to crease his weathered face, some flicker of emotion which reveals his concern for his daughter. But the only thing I witness in his callously drawn features is satisfaction. Instant realization hits me with a thunderous crash. His daughter, in this room. His room. The fucking filthy Drangheta used his own flesh and blood as a shield. He suspected an attack before the wedding, and he was willing to sacrifice his daughter to protect himself. The guard closest to Cassatto raises his gun higher and steps toward me. Cassatto lifts his hand to halt him.
Did you do this to your men?
He questions me. He hasn't spared a look at the girl. I look at her now. my gaze drawn to her long eyelashes that sweep high cheekbones when she blinks. Light freckles, the same color as her whiskey eyes, spatter the bridge of her nose. She pulls her torn shirt closed, her body trembling. She's as innocent as a fawn, despite the layer of blood bathing her skin. My gaze lowers to the deep cut that marks her flesh beneath her collarbone. She hasn't touched it, or shed one tear. She's so beautiful, the muscle caged in my ribs beats at a furious tempo and threatens to crack the bone walling my chest. Accepting my fate, I let the knife drop from my hand and fall to my knees. I killed my men, I say, my tone as sure as it is lethal. And I would do it again. Cassatto walks slow and measured steps around me. Killing a member of your set is like killing family. Sometimes this is necessary. In clan law, it is considered an honor killing to purify blood. The Drangheta are notorious for warring among their own families. Fuck their clan law. I didn't kill Primo and Seb to blot out a stain in my set, to purify my fucking tarred bloodline. In the Cosa Nostra, what I've done is considered a betrayal. I betrayed my men who trusted me with their lives. For her. Cassatto notches his chin high as he stares down on me. You swear fealty to me, Dominic Arasto? Without hesitation, I say, yes. From this day forward, I pledge my life to the servitude of the Drangheta, to the Cassatto clan. I revoke my birthright, my legacy, and I become one of them. Yet the whole time I take the oath, damning my soul to the flames of hell, my eyes are on her. She is the cello, the sole, Angioletta, my little angel. And one day, she would be my death. My obsession has a name. Brianna Cassatto. Chapter 2. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. Dominic. Present. To feed the monster, I have to draw blood. My fist cracks against the hard outline of a jaw. The tight skin over my knuckles splits with stinging satisfaction. The dark red blood welling from Gino's busted mouth fuels my next strike. The wet smack of my fist connecting to his bloody flesh echoes around the veranda. Boss! Luca attempts to reach me past the red haze misting my vision. His voice is muted as the violent pulse of my heartbeat thuds chaotically in my ears. He still calls me that, even though I lost that title 2 years ago, falling from grace like a wingless angel. Hell, I have the scars on my back to prove the demon I've become. When the crunch of Gino's nose sounds above the raining blood spatter, my once devoted soldier backs off. There's no reaching me. Not tonight. Not when I can't put my fist through the face I truly want to mangle. Instead, Gino here is taking my wrath as proxy. The arms dealer was stupid enough to try to pass off defective ordinances in a recent trade. He's a greedy, solo mercenary. No one will miss him or come seeking retribution. I should just put the barrel of my gun in his mouth and pull the trigger. But that would be far too quick, and not inflict near enough pain. After what my mother confided in me tonight, I sought out a punching bag to alleviate the pent-up aggression. 2 fucking years worth. And Gino just happened to be stupid enough to show his face. I drop another blow to that swollen face now, barely able to distinguish his smashed nose from his mutilated mouth. He's a literal bloody pulp. With taxed effort, Gino holds up a shaky hand to halt my next strike. Nick, please, I'll make it right. Tell Cassatto I'll make it right. His weak plea irritates me almost as much as his use of my name, like I'm just Cassatto's lackey, like I've never held the highest rank, like I'm just Nick, not Dominic Arasto, the Don of the Mafia Veneta. a birthright stolen from me by my own blood. Friends call me Nick, I say, glowering down at him. Double-crossing pieces of shit don't get that privilege. I follow through with a bone-shattering kick to his face. And this has nothing to do with Cassatto. It's for my own fucking pleasure. This deviant bloodlust was instilled in me at the tender age of 5. With sheer wrath and brutality, my father beat one of his capos to death with a baseball bat while I watched from my seat at the breakfast table. Blood coated my scrambled eggs like ketchup, and my father forced me to eat every bite. My tiny hand gripped around a toy dump truck. I decided right then I'd never eat ketchup again, or play baseball. Didn't really matter, though. By the age of 12, I had already killed a man at my father's command, and I was then a made man. Mafia life is its own form of sport. Since that moment, I found I have a knack for anatomy. I studied every medical journal I could sneak past my father, learning the most lethal places to wound a man. I could take mercy on Gino now and crush his trachea. But like I told him, this isn't business. This is catharsis.
"Boss," Lucas says louder, "your tux is getting blood on it."
I release the collar of Gino's blazer and let him fall to the freshly trimmed grass. Eleanor would have my head if I stained the Italian pavers. Hands still fisted, I shake the excess blood from my inked knuckles as one of my crew hands me a handkerchief. Once I've cleaned the traitor's blood from my hands, I drop the used rag over Gino's ruined face. When he regains consciousness, he's going to wish I'd put a bullet in his head. Despite my fierce desire to spray a clip of bullets into the throng of guests, I did promise my mother no guns tonight. No dead men on Eleanor's precious imported pavers or newly shined marble floors. It's the one night a year I'll keep this promise. I glance down at the dark blood gleaming on the grass. Get a hose and spray down the lawn, I command.
"You got it, boss."
Luca is quick to order another guy to handle the mess. Don't call me that, I seethe, rolling my head to work out the strained muscles gathered in my shoulders. Quickly looking over my tux, I smooth out the wrinkles and use the rough pad of my thumb to rub at the blood splatter.
"Do you need a change, boss? Nick?"
Luca asks, quickly correcting. Blood was its avatar and its seal. The redness and the horror, I mutter beneath my breath. The verse from the Mask of the Red Death feels ominously suited for this evening. Luca glances at Lenny, a skeptical furrow between his brows. Out of respect, he'll never say it to my face, but I've heard the rumors. How I'm as psychotic as my father was. How I lost my empire and went mad and killed my own men. It's a very real possibility, and what feels like the only logical explanation for why I devote myself to a fiend like Cassatto. Only her face rises up from a forbidden channel of my mind to mock me. Just get him out of my sight, I say, motioning to Gino. Lucas snaps to and summons one of the guards standing at the veranda door. They gather the bloody heap into their arms and haul Gino's near-lifeless body toward the guest house at the far back of the grounds. With one last glance over my tux, I decide to go as I am. Tonight, I'm wearing the evidence of my family's bloody legacy right on my pristinely pressed shirt for all to see. After the night I swore fealty to Cassatto, he appreciated the way I spilled blood for him so much that he stripped me of my title and demoted me to an enforcer in the Drangheta Cassatto clan. The insult should have been met with my blade to his stomach. But on that night, just as this one, I found myself drawing blood and surrendering, accepting the 5 lashes to my back which marked me as a member of the clan, and, I suspect, done for Cassatto's amusement. His punishment to me for daring to think I could overthrow him. He should have just killed me. Bloodlust momentarily sated, I approach the guard at the front entrance of my home. He nods once in respect, what little I still command, and opens one of the high double doors of the mansion. The walls of the long hallway are swathed in black satin. Dim candlelight flickers to illuminate the passage toward the ballroom, a cocooning effect meant to heighten the senses before guests enter into the main room and are exposed to the opulence. My mother is dramatic. As I enter the crowded ballroom, my senses are overburdened by the aroma of heady wine and sparkling lights from gaudy chandeliers. A sensory prompt that triggers every past memory of this event since I was a boy. Tonight is the annual cask masquerade. Despite the tarnished reputation of the departed Venetian mob boss, for one night a year, the different crime syndicates still congregate under one roof to don masks and drink expensive Amontillado from flowing casks amid a Poe-themed celebration emulating the carnival. Since the unfortunate accident that claimed my father's life, my mother has taken over hosting the masquerade. She's kept the overall theme, but has made some changes to the main attraction. No longer are enemies lured to the wine cellar to be chained and tortured and buried alive. Now, an invite-only exclusivity allows members to lure an honored guest of their choosing into the dungeon and inflict torture of a different nature. I believe my mother's intention was a deliberate fuck you to my father, but that's a topic I avoid with her for obvious reasons. What Eleanor does in her playroom is her business. As if she senses my thoughts, like a bird of prey, my mother's light blue eyes home in on me from across the ballroom. She lowers the gold mask and arches a heavily lined eyebrow. Her expression conveys how unimpressed she is with my less-than-stellar appearance at her grand ball. Correction. My father's ball, where Eleanor has made her second husband the guest of honor. I may have hated the bastard, but I'd never dare insult my father's memory in such a way. Respect is given. Always. But that's my mother's specialty, to insult the men in her life. Her perfectionist fingerprint is everywhere. Surfaces are glossed to a high sheen. Casks of wine decorate the middle of the ballroom as fountains, and ornate masks adorn the cathedral-like walls. The theatrical clash of gold and black is meant to denote the festive Carnival of Venice. This whole masquerade is one big ironic deception. A mask wearing a mask. Near the end of my father's days, it became evident his mental deterioration had escalated. A man steeped in the old ways such as he was would never consent to any kind of evaluation. Our family was approaching complete ruination before my father took a drunken fall down the stairs, where his gun discharged, shooting off his face. I remember staring at the seared flesh, blown open to expose bone. The accident was never investigated. The right pockets had been lined for years, and as long as those pockets kept getting lined after my father was 6 feet under, there would be no questions. Besides, where would authorities start? Take your fucking pick. The unified loathing of my father by every major crime faction was calling for his head. The only saving grace that spared my mother and I was my mother's pristine and lethal reputation. But that only kept the wolves at bay for a short time. After my father's funeral, as I became the youngest Don in this city, the other syndicates sensed blood in the water, and it wouldn't be long before they'd strike. An ember of rage smolders beneath my skin, and I swipe a flute from a passing tray. I down the champagne in one swallow, nose wrinkling at the fizz. I need something harder. From over the glass rim, I glimpse the sight of my bruised and blood-stained knuckles. Eleanor makes a subtle motion, instructing me to mingle with the guests. I catch sight of Marquez, the consigliere of the Mexican syndicate, approaching with his wife. His wife's friendly smile falls when she's close enough to recognize the stains on my shirt as blood. Her grip on her husband's arm tightens, and with a curt nod from him, he directs their path in the opposite direction. A crooked smile hikes my mouth as I nod to him in return. I'm the son of the eccentric Don who allowed his empire to fall to ruin, or so the rumors boast. I'm simply dressed for the occasion. My mother sends me a disappointed scowl. Albeit, to avoid her inevitable displeasure, I should have cleaned up. But I'm not here to impress the other syndicates, my mother, or Cassatto. Especially not after the announcement that sent me on the warpath to draw blood. I'm here to keep the last tattered remains of my territory marked. Just a few years ago, when Eleanor announced my succession to the throne of the Arasto Empire as the Veneta Don, I was barely 18, so it was in title only. By using the sole male heir to the Veneta organization as a front, my mother was able to maintain control over my father's dealings from behind the scenes. She's a very lucrative businesswoman, one who doesn't mind others assuming she's weak while she sticks a knife in their back. Sometimes literally. But even the cunning Ellie Arasto couldn't foresee how vastly her husband had fucked us. My father was in debt to everyone. And as a young Don, the other crime syndicates watched me like a hawk watches its prey, a weak rodent just waiting to be picked off. If not for my mother's long-standing alliance with the ruin that afforded me a level of protection, I probably never would have made it to see my 19th birthday. But even then, my father's debts were too great, and when a Don's head is the mark, all the eager, power-hungry players sharpen their knives with greedy anticipation. In an effort to form an alliance with another outlier like myself, I took a stand against Carlos Carpella, a Cosa Nostra Don who numbered his days when he defected from the ruin, the organized crime hub made up of every major crime faction in the city. With that thought, I spot Lucian Cross, the madman of the Irish syndicate, and his wife Violet as they waltz on the dance floor. Like the predator he is, Lucian senses my stare, and his gaze seeks out mine through the throng of the softly lit ballroom. I nod to him in recognition, and his wife sends me a warm smile, briefly lowering her hand from her husband's shoulder to touch her pregnant belly. I'm not sure how far along she is, but by the size of her swollen belly, it looks like Lucian could be a father any day now. I make a mental note to congratulate them in person before I escape the ball. It's because of my alliance with Lucian and his syndicate that I maintained a measure of clout for my brief reign. By assisting him in the removal of his wife's treacherous uncle, Carlos Carpella, during their red wedding, I was able to negotiate deals again, proving myself to the other organizations. I had planned to start settling my father's debts in good faith right away. But fuck if there isn't always another fucker waiting for their chance to steal your power. The thing about crime is this. It's all about territory. And like someone once said, they're not making any more land. The warring to claim territory will never end. It's a constant battle to climb to the top. Then once you're there, you have to fight even harder to keep your throne. My father made a lot of bad deals and accrued even more bad debt. He fucked over bosses of organizations and gambled away half his amassed fortune. The biggest debt of all was owed to the Drangheta Cassatto clan, the most powerful crime family on the eastern seaboard. Cassatto didn't come for me directly. That's not the swine's style. He wanted our family to pay my father's debt in a steady drip of blood. Death by a million morbid paper cuts. Over the course of my short seat in power, Cassatto picked off my family one by one, starting with my cousin Luigi, who was the closest thing I had to a brother. Cassatto promised to take a life until the debt was either paid or every member of the Arasto family was 6 feet under to join my father. This was a ploy, of course. Cassatto didn't want my empire destroyed. He wanted it for himself. Just more territory for him to claim. To end the bloodshed, I vowed to go after Cassatto myself, stop the hemorrhaging. I'd sacrifice my life to put an end to my father's legacy of ruin and pay the debt with my blood. My mother may be fierce, but she's still a mother. And instead of losing her only child, she took it upon herself to go behind my back and make a deal with Cassatto. Because there was one thing that bastard wanted even more than my empire. The widow of his enemy. The beautiful and fearless Ellie Arasto. a coveted mafia mistress. By signing a marriage contract, Ellie became Eleanor Cassatto, and her family came under the protection of the 'Ndrangheta. Cassatto took control of my empire, and our debt to his clan was paid in full. The trail of bloodshed ceased. My mother believed she bought peace, but what she did was more than undermine me. It was an insult that stripped me of any and all power and dignity. She didn't save a son. A boy still died that day. His reputation doused in gasoline and set aflame, burned to ash. The death of my reputation was worse than if I'd just fallen on my own blade. And the moment I swore fealty to Cassatto instead of taking my revenge, a monster was born from the ruin. As I've now served under Cassatto for 2 years, I've been at the front lines drawing the blood of his enemies. My body is inked with every kill. Every wound that didn't end my life is a scar marking me for the 'Ndrangheta. The fire of indignation brims beneath the surface of my skin as I hunt down a real drink to smother the flames. I make my way to the bar, avoiding any further interaction with the other syndicates. It's not difficult. The tarnished son of the poet is easily avoided, even at his own event. I give the bartender my order, and soon a crystal tumbler is slid along the marble surface before me. Tossing the whiskey back, I let the satisfying burn linger at the base of my throat before I swallow the bourbon down. When my mother became Eleanor Cassatto, she became the most powerful mob wife along the East Coast, and I became a lowly clan enforcer. A man with nothing to lose is the most dangerous. Regardless of my oath, after the wedding, Cassatto systematically dismantled my empire, making it damn impossible for me to regain a faction strong enough to overthrow him. My bloody reach for the throne may have failed the first time, but letting me live would be a threat. I doubt any loyalty to my mother has been what's kept me alive. It's all too easy to make me disappear on a job. To be honest, I'm surprised Cassatto didn't take me out the moment his marriage to Eleanor was sealed. There was a constant current of distrust between us. So how has 2 years gone by, and both Cassatto and I are still breathing? The harmonic rise of violins from the string orchestra pulls at my awareness like a summons, and I turn to face the ballroom of masked dancing guests. The waltzing slows as heads turn to acknowledge the man entering the room. Draped in expensive Italian threads, Cassatto stands in the doorway, formidable but accepting greetings as he welcomes his guests. My jaw clenches as I watch him play the role my father once played at his own fucking event. I can feel my mother's observant gaze on me, anticipating my reaction. Fixated on my target, I don't look her way. My sole attention isn't even on that gray and decrepit bastard Cassatto. Like a sucker punch to the gut, her presence hits me harder than any fist, knocking the air right from my lungs. Adorned in a flowing gown of sheer red layers, she looks like she's been dipped in blood. The perfect color for a mafia princess with fire in her veins. Shoulders bare, tanned skin soft as silk. Wisps of her dark hair escape the updo that binds her unruly locks at the crown of her head. Brianna. The only goddamn reason I still draw breath. She dons a black mask with swirls of red to match her dress, but I don't need to see her face to know what beauty is hidden beneath. The features of an angel that can slaughter a man with one unforgiving look. Her dainty arm is hooked through her father's elbow as he guides my stepsister through the throng of guests. My chest is on fire. Sinew cords my bones like barbed wire, my muscles strung too painfully tight. I don't know what I want more. To stalk to the guest house and splash the stucco walls with Gino's blood, or wrap my hands around Bria's slender neck to make the pain stop. I push the tumbler toward the bartender. Another. A double. When I feel my mother's presence draw near, I turn a hard gaze on the extravagant hostess. Eleanor coasts up beside me and lowers her mask, her dyed platinum hair a shade lighter than the white gold of the mask. Her stony eyes soften as she studies me.
"You know, Nick, you could have married that pretty Cassatto girl," she says,
a hint of mischief in her throaty voice. I huff an amused breath.
"Exactly,"
she says with a forced sigh.
"You wouldn't hear of marrying Ernesto's niece, so what choice did you leave us? The alliance fell on my head. It's not as if I had another child to marry off. And with the way you're going—"
She makes a show of waving to one of her guests before she returns her attention to me, head canted in disapproval as she glowers at the rusty dots on my shirt. My mother likes to remind me about this often, as if any other marriage contract would have voided my father's debt to Cassatto. It wouldn't have, and there was no way I could marry Cassatto's niece. She was a child, 16 for fuck's sake. Yet even as I think this, my inner devil taunts with a perfectly clear image of Bria at that same age. Her nightshirt slashed open, blood drenching her skin and soaking her cream bra, where I could make out the shape of her oval nipples. I shut down the memory with a slam of the tumbler. Whiskey sloshes over the rim and splashes my blood-stained knuckles. My mother takes the hint to get off this subject. I have no plans to marry to appease Eleanor. At 24, I have a few years left before I'm required to ally myself with a wife. Besides, no marriage contract then or now will change my fate. Cassatto had his sights set on my mother and our empire. He was going to take what he wanted one way or the other. Marriage or war. Two favorite pastimes of the Mafia.
"Oh, Nick."
My mother frowns and swipes her hand down the blood-splattered placket of my tuck shirt.
"Just be cordial. It's not as if you have to fuck Ernesto."
"Que cazzo," I curse before I drain the remaining whiskey. She laughs, her raspy voice sounding over the string orchestra.
"Ah, there's my son's lovely baritone."
Her genuine, endearing smile makes a rare appearance. My jaw tightens. But soon I cave under her even rarer vulnerability. My mother protected me when the vipers of the underworld were vying for my head before I came of age. She's done unspeakable things for the love of her family. And that is why I will always defend her. There is nothing in this world thicker than blood. But my mother became too comfortable in her temporary role as mistress of my empire, and she stepped way out of bounds when she negotiated an alliance with Cassatto. A grave mistake I will be forever paying the price for. I expel a heavy breath, releasing the tension from my lungs. "I've served under the bastard all this time," I say, my hands throbbing with the fresh bruises. "I've been more than cordial. I've been a loyal fucking dog. A pet stepson the fucker can wield as a weapon with no blood ties to his vast kingdom." My gaze darts to the area of the ballroom where the guest of honor is flanked by his junior clan members and guards. I try to avoid the red dress vying to steal my attention and finally turn toward my mother. "You know my feelings," I say to her. "My voice is best left out of tonight's festivities. I'm not disrespecting Eleanor. Real respect comes with a healthy dose of fear and moderate loathing. We have to be cruel to protect those closest to us. No one understands this better than the woman before me. My father was a sadistic bastard, and my mother suffered his abuse longer and far worse than I ever did. She did what she had to in order to protect us."
"Your voice is needed, figlio mio amato, because you are the Vendetta Dawn."
My molars gnash together. "What lies you tell yourself, Mother." Impressive. She clears a lock of my dark hair from my forehead affectionately.
"That is your future, Nick. You will be the Dawn again of a greater empire than your father could have ever conceived. Ernesto won't live forever."
I cock an eyebrow. Knowing my mother, that vague statement could be taken as a threat.
"Your word carries just as much weight,"
She continues, leveling me with a serious look.
When Ernesto officially announces Brianna's engagement...
A growl works its way from the depths of my chest, effectively silencing her. Like I said before, that's none of my concern. The fine wrinkles around her mouth deepen as her features draw together in a stern glare.
Your sister's engagement is absolutely our concern, Dominic Raul Arasto.
Her nostrils flare with her severe inhale.
Who Brianna marries will determine everything, my dear son.
I'm not sure what drives the red-hot poker farther under my skin. Eleanor's use of my father's name to call me out, or her use of sister. My next act after this fucking ball is to head straight to the guest house and disembowel Gino. It's a far wiser choice than interrogating the guests in search of the man Bria has been promised to and running a blade through him. I choke back the anger and straighten my spine, pulling myself up to my full height. And why hasn't he yet? I demand, turning to face Eleanor. Why hasn't Cassatto officially announced it? My mother smooths a hand down her black sequined gown before casting her predatory gaze out over the dancing and mingling guests.
All I could ascertain from Ernesto was that there's a delay with the contract. You know how these things go. The fine details to iron out.
Her gaze touches mine briefly.
But I felt you should know it's coming.
The flash of concern in my mother's creased features says too much. The ever-observant Eleanor was worried I'd fly into a jealous rage and stab Bria's suitor through the eye. My mother would never accuse me of harboring a forbidden lust for my stepsister. She's too cautious for that. But she would do everything in her power to dissuade it in her own covert way. Since, 1, it would hinder her plans, and 2, she's not yet ready to bury her only son. When I don't deny her veiled remark, she presses on.
You have so much of my stubbornness in you, Nick, and God forbid so much of your father's impatience. A terrible combination. Don't be so nearsighted and focus only on the short term. You've been able to swallow your pride and devote your allegiance to Ernesto.
A mocking laugh slips free. I was forced to, I say, baring my teeth in a leering smile. You gave me no other option, dear mother. My words are the truth, and yet a tiny thorn of guilt festers around my stone heart. That's not the sole reason I swore allegiance to Cassatto. With a frown, my mother says,
You did so regardless in order to keep your life. So you can play along for a short while longer until it's finally our time, Nick.
Her mask slips back into place, not the gold one she carries in her hand, but the cold and callous mask of a mafia mistress who has been conditioned by the harshest elements. I drop my gaze to the empty crystal tumbler on the bar and tip the glass. The last dregs of amber liquid slosh at the bottom, the same beautiful color of her eyes. I have no reason to be here tonight other than to inflict torture on myself. As if reading my thoughts, Eleanor says,
When the engagement is made public, your approval of your sister's marriage contract must be observed by all, especially Ernesto. Whoever she's been promised to will rise when Ernesto falls, and you cannot appear like a threat to Brianna's husband before then. This is how we play to win.
The word sister burrows deep beneath my flesh. I have the sudden urge to unsheathe my knife and carve it out. My hand tightens around the glass. The cuts on my knuckles pulse with white-hot heat. Whatever you say, Mother.
You will be done, filio mio amato.
She touches my arm reassuringly, her tone certain.
I made sure of that once, and I promise.
Her words stop short, forcing me to cast a glance over my shoulder.
Here comes our lovely family now,
she mutters under her breath. My mother inhales a fortifying breath and perks up, fixing her practiced smile into place.
Do make sure to wish your sister a happy birthday, Nick.
The reminder spears me right in the middle of my sternum. Bria turned 18 this week. 2 years of censoring my thoughts, forcing my roving gaze away from her body, and now one of the barriers that has kept me in line has suddenly been torn down. Cassatto heads this way, towing his daughter along. His guards form a wide arc behind him. Close, if needed, but giving the illusion that Cassatto is a strong don who stands on his own. Never mind his feeble gait that gives his growing physical weakness away. The young woman on his arm is not there to show his treasured esteem for his daughter. She's a crutch, placed there to help keep him steady. I reach into my tux jacket inseam and produce a black mask. Placing the string over my head, I situate the mask over my eyes, then kiss my mother's cheek. Don't worry, Mother. If your husband becomes too much of a burden, you can always have Cross pay him a visit. Although, with Cassatto's reputation, you'll both have to be more creative than a flight of stairs this time. She turns flared eyes on me in warning, but quickly composes her expression before our family closes in. Though I've known the truth all this time, we've never openly spoken of how Eleanor hired Lucian Cross to make my father's death look like an accident. There's no affair more ironically appropriate than a masquerade to start removing our masks. As Cassatto approaches, I lower my head to give a respectful greeting. He extends his weathered hand, and I accept the handshake. We've conducted ourselves civilly for observers ever since he placed a ring on my mother's finger, and the scars on my back. I turn toward Bria, my shoulders tense. I instantly regret not beating Gino to death as I lock eyes with her past our masks. I could fall into the depths of those amber eyes, and I want to savagely murder the man who will look into them daily. I lean in and place a kiss to her cheek. Her scent of gardenias in the evening fires through my receptors with molten destructive force. Hand balled into a fist, I clench my jaw as I pull away. It's like I've been cursed. The moment she's near, every torturous story I was able to escape when I put my father on the ground whispers in my ear. Of haunting eyes and vengeful angels and tragic, immortal love. My father may be the voice of my monster, but she is my madness. Hello, Brianna. My voice comes out a deep rasp as I throttle the emotion from my tone.
Dominic?
She replies in kind. Just one word. My name issued in her sexy lilt pours liquid fire into my veins. Crossing my wrists before me, I stand composed, shoulders rolled back as I look between father and daughter. Happy birthday, by the way. I hope you did something fun. Her desirable red lips pull into a smile, but the action doesn't meet her whiskey-hued eyes.
I did, thank you. My family in Calabria planned a birthday dinner. It was nice.
I hold her gaze a moment longer, hungry to remove the mask that prevents me from seeing the freckles that lightly dust the bridge of her nose. Then I force my gaze to break away. Cassatto has lost interest in the formal and uncomfortable conversation. He moves away from his daughter and wraps a possessive arm around my mother's waist. I don't push Bria for any further details. Instead, we turn to watch the dancing couples on the ballroom floor. Her nearness is like an electric current lashing at my body. I can't focus on anything other than her presence so close, like a black hole consuming every particle of my being. I take a purposeful step to the side, seeking air not infused with her intoxicating scent so I can fucking breathe. Her frame noticeably stiffens. She's uneasy around me. She has been since the moment I ruthlessly slaughtered 2 men before her eyes. Since that first encounter, I have given her no reason to be anything but fearful of me. While I've kept my physical distance, I threatened every man in her vicinity to keep their eyes off her, to not even speak to her, or else their spinal cords would be ripped out through their mouths. As such, her 2 bodyguards answer to me. I've made it clear my stepsister is my responsibility to protect. During those moments when we've been forced into the same room, and I can't temper the deviant thoughts, and the need to touch her becomes too great, and threatens to unhinge me. Anger is the emotion I summon. Bria has seen no other side of me these past 2 years. I'm the sullen, distant man who ignores her. I'm the feral killer who takes life without remorse. I seal my eyes closed as the violins swell to an unearthly crescendo, piercing the acoustics of the room. The shrill octave chills me, just as her imploring gaze did that night. From the fringe of my vision, I make out the white scar beneath her clavicle. An ache burrows beneath my ribs, the anger still alive and stirring my blood. I have killed for her. I have killed my own men for her. Every command from Cassatto to take a life, I have taken that life in vow to her. Loving a woman I can never have is goddamn hell. But I will spend eternity in this hell willingly, as long as I make sure no other man can have her either. Whoever has been contracted to be her husband better pray to the motherfucking saints I kill him quickly, because right now, with Bria's scent torturing me, her beauty flaying my last tether to sanity, I want to glut the monster on the marrow from his bones.
Chapter 3. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Brianna. The lingering feel of Nick's mouth on my cheek flushes my body with heat, and my whole being vibrates with an intense awareness of him. I inhale a cooling breath of his classic scent, clean ocean and dark notes of a storm, the merciless waves beating the shore. After all these months apart, he hasn't changed, not even his cologne. 9 months, spent at a private school in Reggio Calabria for my senior year, has done little to douse the torrid emotions that tear through me whenever he's near. I had hoped the distance would sever the hold he has over me. The way he consumes my thoughts, the way my body feels suspended, waiting for even the smallest command from him so I can move, can breathe. I train my gaze ahead, unfocused on the ballroom of motion as my periphery tracks his strong silhouette, outlined by leanly carved muscle. Beneath his tailored tux, his skin is a mosaic of ink. Beautiful black work art in contrasting shades that took hours to perfect. Script merges with a dark rose on his neck, and a graphic skull covers the back of one hand. The simple black mask shields the top half of his face, but I can still make out his eyes. Those coal orbs darker than the shadows which frame them. His features are in a constant state of broody. When he doesn't realize I'm looking, however, and I catch a flash of his smile, the arresting beauty of it seizes my heart. I used to think that, if Nick ever smiled at me fully, I would combust on the spot and burn to ash. He is that brutally striking. But it's the glimpses I catch of him when he believes he's alone, the small window into his mind, that clenches my heart. Nick reading an old dusty book in the corner of his father's study, the intense inward stare he gets when he's deep in thought, the way he commands action with one carefully chosen word rather than a generic threat. And when he disappears inside himself, the lines of softly uttered poetry that sometimes slip past his lips. Some say he's mad like his father was. The poet, they called him. And that may be so. There's a furious blaze behind his eyes that used to make me wilt beneath his pitch-black gaze. Nick harbors a thirsty bloodlust for pain that intimidates the most feared killers. He's intelligent, almost to a frightening degree. He's not like either of my bodyguards or any of the clan. Nothing like the men I've grown up around in this dark underworld. There's something deeper, darker, buried within Dominic that the Mafia can't touch. Yet he shields that piece of himself behind an impenetrable mask he refuses to remove. Especially for me, the loathed daughter of the man he set out to kill when he stormed my room. No matter what has been told to me about that night, I know that's the truth. I was simply in the way. "Nick, why don't you escort Brianna in a dance?" Eleanor suggests, startling me from my thoughts. On reflex, our gazes clash. Tightness rims Nick's mouth before he directs a glare at his mother. "Your sister has just returned to us after so long," Eleanor continues. "It would be lovely for our guests to witness the two of you together on the dance floor. You're both so stunning tonight." I notice how Eleanor's stone blue gaze first hardens on Nick's chest before she pans over to me with a vibrant smile. My stepmother often says one thing while thinking another. She's always thinking, always cunning. Tension thickens the air around us, and I open my mouth to alleviate Nick of the obligation, but my papa flashes me a stern look.
"Brianna, go. Entertain my guests."
His tone and words are clipped to disguise the wobble in his voice. I lower my head in obedience. Nick is quick to deliver them both a curt nod before he rolls his shoulders and extends his arm out to me in offer. A tangle of anticipation and unease knots my stomach. I expel a breath to loosen the tightness in my chest as I lift my chin and force a smile. I try not to let him feel me shake as I slip my arm through the crook of his elbow. Rigidness cords his body, and that somehow makes me feel even smaller next to him, like a delicate figurine, one he can crack at the slightest touch. Bolstering my resolve, I lift the hem of my gown and allow Nick to walk me into the dense flow of lavish gowns and tuxedos. The women are draped in custom designer dresses, as if they stepped right off the Milan runway. The men are an eclectic blend of gaudy wealth meets mafia chic, their masks making them appear even more nefarious, some with elongated beaks, others with horns. While the carnival masks are frightening to a degree, it's the faces beneath which drive terror into the hearts of their victims. Decorations glitter with precious stones and gems beneath the delicate lighting, the chandeliers above strung like diamonds across the cathedral ceiling. The decorative casks of wine give off a soft glow as red wine flows from one golden barrel to the next in a cascading waterfall of fountains. The whole atmosphere of the masquerade is timeless and romantic, and as Nick spins me into his arms, I could pretend we're sheltered by this dark and enthralling realm, hidden by our masks, free to touch and taste and feel. But the enchantment is broken almost immediately when his fierce eyes meet mine. This is not a lover's waltz. As he takes my hand in his, I feel the fresh cuts on his knuckles, the dried blood, the brutality that always encases him. Just below his mask, the planes of his face harden into a grave expression. He selects a location close to the string orchestra, where the music is loud enough to drown out the erratic beat of my heart. His frame is unyielding as he moves me into position. We've danced before at events. At Christmas and New Year's Eve, I long ago memorized the touch of his rough hands on my body. He always places his palms center, right above my lower back, the proper placement. He follows suit now, holding me at an even more respectable distance from his body. He looks down and spares me one glance before he steps forward to lead me in the waltz. I follow his commanding steps, our movements in time and synced, choreographed, mechanical. The uncomfortable silence between us strings my nerves tight, and I blurt, "How's your year?" Nick's gaze stays aimed ahead. He barely makes an effort to respond.
"Fine."
Heat flushes my cheeks. I'm annoyed at the way his indifference still affects me. The bruised ego of a little girl with a secret crush on her stepbrother. It's not like I didn't know how wrong it was to feel an attraction to him. Oh, I knew. And yet that didn't stop me from pining after him and trying to get his attention, wanting him to touch me or simply just talk to me. I push those wounded feelings down beneath the disgust that has now taken up residency in the pit of my stomach and try to ignore the way my heart batters my chest. betraying me as the haunting moan of the cello further heightens my emotions. Gaze aimed at his broad chest, I noticed the specks of blood along his white shirt. What Eleanor must have seen. I wonder who was at the receiving end of Nick's wrath tonight, and if Nick left them alive. The sight should disturb me, should make me fear my stepbrother even more, but I'm strangely relieved. Selfishly, I hope Nick killed the person. He's always calm after he returns from a job, like the momentary peace within the eye of a storm. With the dexterous moves of a man who takes life with skilled hands, he turns me around the room, every dip and sway sharp, precise. He's always exact in every move he makes. But I have one memory of Nick, where, for a fleeting moment, I saw something untamed and feral. When he stood over me, the hilt of his knife gripped in his hand, chest heaving and dark eyes pooled with fury. 3 heartbeats. The length of time it took for his eyes to soften after he slit a man's throat, and they softened on me, driving my fear and pain of the attack far from my mind, my body aching with heat I'd never felt before. He has never looked at me like that since. Yet that single memory of him has been what's kept me longing, hopeful, obsessed that every time I glimpsed a flicker of burning embers in his eyes, that it was for me, no matter how prohibited. That memory was the root of my deception, and I angrily shut it down now, banishing it from my thoughts. I'm no longer that naive girl. With boldness I barely manage, I tilt my head upward and arch my back, feeling reckless and forcing Nick to look down at his dance partner. His mouth is bracketed in hard lines, nostrils flared. Irritation etches the sharp curve of his jawline. This is the truth of how Nick sees me. Like the daughter of Cassatto, like I'm simply a mafia princess waiting to be married off. Like I'm an obstacle in his way. As my papa has no sons, my only purpose in this life is to marry a powerful man and make a profitable alliance for the clan, for my father. I drag in a breath, Nick's cologne clawing my lungs as I desperately seek to escape the searing ache. He doesn't release me from his penetrating gaze, making me feel trapped. As the music builds, Nick dips me, lowering my body to hold me at an angle beneath him. I ready myself to be lifted, only he keeps me dipped a beat too long. Cool air touches my cleavage as the bodice descends an inch too low, exposing the tops of my breasts. Tipping my head upward, I catch the sight of his gaze as it wanders over my chest. My nipples tighten under his intense perusal. Then I follow his line of sight to the scar along my collarbone. The scar inflicted on me the night of the attack by one of his own men. Before his stare becomes obvious, he effortlessly draws me upright, immediately commencing the dance. A weight bears heavily on my chest, the scar aflame and pulsing with renewed pain as if his eyes have sliced me with a fresh wound. What I see banked behind his mask isn't shame or guilt or, God, even lust. It's regret. I'm seconds away from abruptly ending the dance when I feel Nick's hand graze lower, below the proper location on the small of my back. Heat curls in my belly, and I chance a look up into his shadowed face.
I should congratulate you on your engagement,
he says around his locked jaw. Shocked by the sudden sound of his voice, it takes me a moment to process his words. The gravelly tenor is a flame licked over my skin, and I can't help the tremble that follows in its wake. How did you find out? The question slips out before I can stop it. His chuckle is mocking and gruff.
Nothing stays secret within these walls,
he says, spinning me in the opposite direction of the orchestra. His statement feels more like an accusation, as if I was daring to keep my engagement from him. The gold ring that bears the Cassatto crest weighs heavily on my finger, and I try not to look at it, knowing soon an engagement ring will replace the heirloom. I flew home the day after my birthday, and I wasn't inside the house 5 minutes before my father ordered me into his office where he told me there was a marriage contract in place. I've known for less than 24 hours that my future has been decided. I was just made aware yesterday, I say, the words falling free on an unstable breath. His brow furrows, but I'm not sure if his expression conveys confusion or annoyance. His hand grips mine more securely, his clutch almost painful, and the fierce, destructive desire rises within me to lace my fingers through his and cling even tighter.
You don't seem bothered by the arrangement.
A bite of anger gnashes at my patience. I was trying not to think about it tonight. I admit to him. 2 weeks isn't much time, so I wanted to...
2 weeks?
The growl pitched below his incensed words is unmistakable. I pull my bottom lip between my teeth, giving myself a second to collect my thoughts before I spit them out. Yes, 2 weeks. In a very short time, I will be given to Salvatore Carpella, and I'm barely even 18. That's my future. He slows our movements, the dance near stalling, as his gaze narrows into a lethal glare. His chest rises with a quick intake of air, and his tux rubs abrasively against my gown. His eyes drop to my neck, where I feel the pulse in my vein quicken under his predatory stare. I fear making any sudden move. Nick all but tears down the invisible barrier between us as he grasps the fabric of my gown at my lower back. His body tenses, the sinew of his neck cords tight, and those eyes behind the mask darken to pitch black with dangerous intent. A muscle ticks along his tight jaw. His hand deliberately travels up my back, his fingers mapping the column of my spine before he grasps the nape of my neck. He draws me against his chest, placing his mouth next to my ear.
Salvatore Carpella?
He seethes the name, the question implied in his deadly tone.
That is who you've been promised to?
My heart knocks frantically against his hard chest, as if trying to beat free. My breasts ache from the pressure. Yes, I whisper in confirmation. The music heightens into a crescendo. The rising whine of violins pebble my flesh with an aesthetic chill. A warning shot fires through me, but I'm already filling the silence between us before my brain receives the signal. Regardless of his age, I swallow the hot ache. He's a powerful don in the Cosa Nostra. Of course my papa would arrange the most beneficial... Nick's fingers curl into my hair and tug my head back, effectively silencing me. He stares down into my face, all fire and wrath and feral beast barely concealed behind his stone-cold facade. My breath climbs to match the furious tempo of his, our chests burning with friction against each other. I'm scared to look away, scared to blink. Frightened, the intensity I see in him will disappear. It's clear now Nick was not made aware of all the details of the marriage contract. I search his face, trying to determine what he's feeling, wondering if he's thinking about that night, questioning how different his life would be right now had he just sank that bullet into my head. Because that's exactly what should have happened 2 years ago. After all this time, the pining, naive girl finally realized that this is where all his anger and hatred for me stems. That is the regret I see carved in his features when he looks at the scar on my chest. I lick my lips, and his heated gaze falls to my mouth. I shiver as his hand tightens in my hair, the empty ache between my thighs building with the violent beat of my heart. You look like you want to either kiss me or kill me, I say, a light whisper that traces his lips. Which is it, Fratello? My daring words catch him off guard. He's quick to mask it, but I see the brutal truth in the split second where my accusation lowers his defenses. That night, when he stood over me, the barrel of his gun aimed down, that chambered bullet was intended for my head. Only something stopped him. It could have been that even a cold-hearted, ruthless killer like Nick couldn't bring himself to kill a young girl. Or that Eleanor would be furious if Nick allowed her fiancé's daughter to be savagely murdered on the eve of her wedding. Yet for so long, I had allowed myself to believe that maybe, whenever I'd catch him watching me, his hardened gaze tracking my movements like a predator waiting for its prey to step out of the brush. He was fighting the same intense attraction I was. I had secretly hoped that whatever stopped him from pulling the trigger would also be the thing that, once I turned 18, would help him see past our parents' arrangement and no longer view me as just a girl, his stepsister, and choose me, choose us.
Bria?
He says my name like a warning. He's never used my nickname before, and it collars my throat in a tight grip. I raise my chin higher. Nick? I fire back, refusing to let him see the tremble of my lips. Is there something you want to say to me? Our waltz has slowed to a crawl on the dance floor. He stares down at me like I'm some strange, foreign creature, and this is the first time he's laid eyes on me. And maybe it is. Maybe Nick is just now seeing the real Bria, the woman who has taken her life into her own hands. My father revealed something else to me in his office, the reason for the rushed engagement, why it's so imperative I marry Salvatore quickly. My papa is dying. In the underworld, a weakened Don is prey for the wolves. The syndicates will descend on his territory and take it over piece by bloody piece. Without an heir in place, his own men will greedily make deals and forge alliances with organizations to earn protection, tearing the Cassatto clan apart from the inside. And I am staring at the man who will be among the first to make the move. In 2 weeks, the Carpella Dawn will have a claim to what is rightfully Nick's throne. My father might despise that I'm a girl, but that is only because he has always seen me as weak. A tiny, fragile thing in need of constant protection. Allying me with the Carpellas is a move to protect not only his legacy, but his only child. Fathers governed by this ruthless world are ruthless in their love. With forced effort, Nick releases me, leaving my body a trembling mess. His next words are uttered with precision, demanding only obedience.
Go to your room. Now.
Backing away, he straightens his tuck's lapels and cautiously glances around the ballroom, making sure he hasn't drawn any attention. Then, with one last furious look directed my way, he pins me with the silent order to do as told before he stalks off through the throng of dancing couples toward the glass doors of the terrace garden. A kaleidoscope of emotions swarm me, the mounting feelings all verging into one blaring warning. Run! But I can't cower under Nick's wrath. Not tonight. I've made my own vow, and I'm here to see it through. As I take a step off the ballroom floor, I'm thankful for the clarity he's afforded me in finally seeing the truth of us. It's what I needed in order to accept the second half of our story. Once upon a time, there was a girl who worshipped the gallant knight, who stormed the tower room and defended her from the bad men, who, even while facing off against the dragon of her father, did not take his eyes off her. She believed he was there to save her, that he would always protect her. Only he looks at me not with desire but hatred, not with tender adoration but resentment. I have to accept the man who I thought I once loved, despite how wrong and prohibited, has always been my enemy. An enemy who would carve out my heart before he would ever covet it. Truthfully, I'm thankful to Nick for finally lowering his mask and showing me his true face, that of a monster. It will make killing the man who once spared me that much easier.
Chapter 4. Once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Dominic. A black, moonless sky hangs above the terrace garden like a reflection of my soul, or whatever remains of it. Any piece of my humanity not tainted by the blood I've spilled is buried too deeply to excavate tonight. As soon as Bria revealed a name and put a face to the fucker who will soon take possession of her, I couldn't see past the flames searing my vision. The violent urge to wrap my hand around her neck and strangle her silent rose up so fiercely. I had no choice but to leave her. Kiss me or kill me. Fucking Christ. I scrape a hand on my face, her words still tormenting me. I almost lost control. She got a glimpse of the demon lurking in my depths. She didn't run. She should have. The snick of the glass door closing comes from behind. I drag a deep breath into my constricted lungs and turn to face Lucian Cross. When I stormed toward the terrace, I made eye contact with him, a subtle signal that we need to talk. The sounds of the ball bleed through the stained glass, the garden insulated with enough muffled noise to give the illusion of privacy, but I still lower my voice to keep the conversation between us. I tug my bow tie loose to alleviate the restriction around my throat. We have a problem with Salvatore Carpella. Lucian's eyebrows draw together. What problem? He asks bluntly, his Irish accent bleeding into his short tone. His confusion is warranted. Since Lucian and Violet's wedding, where our syndicates joined forces to take down Carlos Carpella, any disagreements surrounding the Cosa Nostra have been settled swiftly and without incident. Lucian made sure of that by burning the Carpella mansion to the ground with Renz, Carlos's son, inside its walls. The only Carpella left to take over the family organization was Salvatore, Violet's own father. A slimy and weak mob boss, to say the least, but Cross has been able to maintain a level of control over Salvatore to keep the alliance strong. Did you know about Salvatore's marriage contract? I demand of my friend. Sharp features strained, Lucian sends a glance over his shoulder into the lighted ballroom before he meets my gaze. His shoulders retain a measure of tension as he drops his hands in his pockets. Cassatto arranged the contract for his daughter, he says, putting the pieces together. My jaw clenches as impatience grips my nerves. That's right, I confirm. No, I wasn't aware of the marriage contract, he says, but he doesn't seem bothered by this information. Impatience singes my already short fuse. I figured you'd be a little more concerned about Violet's father forming an alliance without your knowledge. Lucian takes a step forward. I don't see how this is a bad thing, Nick. Before I can disagree, he removes a hand from his pocket and holds up a finger. Hear me out. Both Salvatore and Cassatto are ancient, practically dinosaurs in their organizations. They're a dying breed. In a few short years, maybe less, you'll look to inherit the Veneta territory again. And you'll have an alliance already in place through your stepsister and Salvatore. Rage threatens to sear the muscle from my bones. I want my empire back now. Lucian cocks his head, studying me. Why now? You've been patient for the past 2 years under Cassatto's reign. What's changed? His sentence trails off as he tosses another glance through the glass doors. He locates Bria in the crowd, her dress signaling like a red flag. Ah, I see. Then his gaze flicks over my ruined tux. That explains your choice of blood as a fashion statement tonight. That remark drives the fire deeper beneath my skin. It's not what you think. Then the thought of Salvatore fucking Brianna on her wedding night doesn't make you go feral with jealous rage? The smug curl of his mouth begs to be punched. The unwanted image of Salvatore claiming Bria in just 2 short weeks tears through my mind with destructive force. I fist my hands, my knuckles splitting the healed-over cuts wide open. Don't patronize me, Lucian. As if you didn't try to burn the whole Cosa Nostra to the ground for a woman. His eyebrows wing up. You're right. But there was also bad blood in place, a revenge debt that needed to be settled. Cassatto owes me a debt for the lives he's taken from my family, I say, my tone dropping to a lethal decibel. And again, Lucian says, drawing closer until he's able to look me directly in the eyes. You've waited all this time to exact that revenge. You knew this day would come, that Brianna would be contracted for marriage. What was your plan, Nick? To simply kill every man she's promised to, one by one? My back teeth grind, and I look away, out over the illuminated garden. If you're going to use logic, motherfucker, His laugh is a deep boom. Anyone else, I'd have unsheathed my knife and eviscerated him by now. But I have bled with Lucian. We've taken lives together. There should be bad blood between us, as he's the man who took my father from this world. But as the job was commissioned by my mother, I can't hold any grudge against him. Rather, he saved me the unpleasant task of having to kill my father myself. In truth, Lucian's guidance has replaced the man who taught me the rules of this world with a fist and baseball bat. I respect his opinion, even if it's not what my wrath seeks to hear. Lucian walks up and places an inked hand on my shoulder. I won't let my friend get himself killed by acting on impulse if I can help it. Wait it out, Nick. Claim your spoils in the end and spare the war. Don't repeat his mistakes. He has the decency not to use my father's name. I force down the jagged lump in my throat. I can't do that, I confess. Lowering his hand, he sighs. All is not fair in love and war. Remember that. You risk losing her either way. Desperation is a serrated slash between my ribcage, slow and painful as it splits me apart. I will kill mercilessly to stop any man from taking what I've vowed to protect, what I have already claimed as mine. Even if that makes me the villain, it's a risk I have no choice but to take. I'm not asking Lucian's permission. I'm warning him what's to come. Kill the contract and stop the wedding, I say, my tone unyielding. Violet can make that happen. She has sway over her father. He rubs the back of his neck, as if dreading taking this request to his wife. I'll see what can be done in that regard. But you know it's not Salvatore who arranged this contract. You know that. I do. Cassatto is the one who wants this alliance in place. His daughter, his only heir and chess piece, is all he has to further his empire. Salvatore is a weak, feeble Don. This is a fact. Cassatto aims to dominate his organization, and the marriage is just one of his moves on the board. Cassatto has proven that when he wants to take over a syndicate and its territory, he will do so by marriage or war. To him, love and war are the same. He won't stop with a simple alliance. Lucian has to see the war on the horizon. This doesn't only affect me, Lucian. It's only a matter of time before Cassatto takes complete claim over Salvatore's territory. Peace between the 'Ndrangheta and Cosa Nostra is tentative. It won't last. He nods slowly, weighing this potential reality in earnest. And if that day comes, we'll be prepared. We can't incite a war on an assumption, Nick. Not even for your Helen of Troy, as we both know how that ended in tragedy. You need to be patient. I nod, but say nothing. My mind is made up. Cassatto has known for longer than the past 2 days of his plans to unite his empire with the Carpella organization, and he's failed each and every time in my presence to make me aware. I may only be a lowly clan enforcer, but I still hold claim to the Veneta territory. Cassatto's disrespect is a figurative knife to my back. It would be less disrespectful if he actually stabbed me and watched me bleed out on my mother's treasured Italian pavers. My thoughts volley back and forth over his intentions. Either he planned to keep me in the dark as long as possible to avoid conflict, or he thought he'd never have to tell me. Suddenly, I'm very aware of my surroundings, picking up on every noticeable sound around the terrace. A night where every syndicate is housed under one roof would be a prime opportunity to have me removed. 1 week, I say to Lucian. I'll give you a week to have Salvatore cancel the marriage contract. After that, I have no choice but to act. Then I'll have your back. You know I will. But I hope you'll use this time to think it through. I have a son on the way. I want peace, Nick. And I really don't relish the idea of upsetting my pregnant wife. Lucian may believe this discrepancy can be settled without incident. He may crave peaceful days, but that's not the bloodthirsty world of greed and power where we reside. I nod once in agreement, Lucian holds no loyalty to Salvatore, would just as soon be the one to sever his head from his body for the wrongs the Carpellas committed against his family, so he won't stop me from removing the Don from this world. But despite the wrath burning to do just that, I have no desire to cause Violet harm by murdering her father. Christ, Nick. You're in for a long, grueling game of whack-a-don, Lucian says, a devilish smile tipping his mouth. If I have to kill every Don on the East Coast, I shrug shamelessly. That's what I'll do. Lucian shakes his head, but I see a glint of respect in his pale blue eyes. Maybe my friend isn't truly craving peaceful days just yet. Stay out of trouble, Lucian says as he claps my shoulder. We'll talk again soon. As Lucian retreats to the ballroom to join his wife, I seek out Bria, her blood-red dress tempting me like a siren in a dark and violent sea. There is another option to kill the marriage contract, one the monster inside my head growls in response to, rattling the bars of its cage. I could ruin her. One single act would void the contract. One single act would postpone any marriage to Bria indefinitely. Bria would suffer. Her reputation would be destroyed. I lick my lips as I hungrily watch her. The thought of taking her festers into an obsessive infection, taking root in my deviant soul. I have fought my nature all this time in order to never cause her pain, but now every fiber of my damned being demands that I storm into the ballroom and throw her over my shoulder, haul her down to the wine cellar, and expose her to the terrors of my world, to let the monster feast and bathe myself in her virgin blood.
Chapter 5. Oh, craving heart for the lost flowers. Brianna. At 5 years old, I was told I wouldn't attend school. Taught at home by tutors and my mother, the first half of my life was painfully sheltered, but my education advanced. At 9 years old, my father ended all my extracurricular activities. He was concerned horseback riding and dance would tear my hymen, and I'd therefore be considered damaged and ineligible for a good marriage match. Never mind my humiliation. I realized right away that being a girl was a bad thing. When it was accepted, the Cassatto padrino would father no sons to carry on his legacy. At the age of 12, I was guarded like a rare treasure. Well, rare isn't quite accurate. More like a cursed treasure. One that was derided for being a woman instead of a man, because at that age, the age where boys were becoming men in our clan, I was becoming a woman in my own right. But my change was not celebrated. They drew blood and were praised. I bled and was shamed. I haven't lived a day without the constant reminder that I failed my father by simply being born the wrong gender. The only thing that kept me from hating him completely was the fear I once witnessed in his eyes, the fear of losing me. That fear was nearly greater than his worry over my mother's failing health. Then, at the age of 16, after my mother passed away from a stroke, I was told I'd have a stepmother and a stepbrother, and I'd attend school in Italy. While my father furthered his vast empire, I was merely a burden in the way. His constant worry over my safety was a hindrance. He was taking possession of the Mafia Veneta, and after the attack that proved I was at risk during his conquest, I was thrust out of my sheltered cocoon and jettisoned in a foreign country. Unskilled, unaware, clumsily stumbling through a strange world. And I was in love with Dominic Arasto. After my father entrusted me to our extended Calabrian family, his sister, my Aunt Margot, took me in, where I attended a private school with my cousins. At 17, I suffered my first heartbreaking betrayal. And being born of the underworld where men breathe this vice-like air, that's significant. All it took was one of my father's junior clan members delivering one debasing remark toward me, and I watched Nick plant a bullet in his forehead. Oddly enough, his violence had no effect on my emotions. Nick was my protector. I trusted him with my life. The crushing blow came later, when I overheard Luca make a veiled comment about Nick's feelings for me being more than those for a sister. At that, Nick turned dangerous eyes on him and declared,
"She's still just a child. I'll remove the little bitch and take back my empire when it's time. Until then, no one fucking touches her."
My safe world and my heart shattered. I went back to Calabria with opened eyes, my newfound clarity a painful, gaping wound. Nick was never my guardian angel. He wasn't my protector. He was the beast guarding the tower to his prisoner. I spent months combing over every moment and interaction with him, correcting how I first misinterpreted his behavior toward me as affection, reshaping my delusional infatuation, and finally accepted the truth. My stepbrother was my enemy. Now, at the age of 18 and finally of value to my father, I'm like a ripened peach, ready for the razor-sharp teeth of the mafia to sink its teeth into my plump flesh. I have a purpose. I've been promised to Salvatore Carpella, a powerful don in the Cosa Nostra. Next to my father's, Salvatore's syndicate is the second most powerful crime organization in our city. In less than 2 weeks, I will be traded from one cage to another. A marriage contract binds me to a man I've met once, and only so he could appraise me in person, valuing me like cattle at an auction. Which is fitting, since I feel like I'm just waiting to be sent to the slaughter. Despite my father's neglect these past couple of years, I suppose I should be grateful to him for doing the one thing that truly benefited me, unintentional though it may have been. For the past 2 school terms since he married Eleanor, where I was shipped off to my aunt, I returned a little more independent, a little more aware and savvy. Lethal. I've had the privilege to master some very specific skill sets. As a woman bound to a crime organization, the art of seduction can not only keep you alive, it's vital to manipulate the seemingly strong-willed men around you. My cousin Elena taught me this. Her and my Aunt Margot made me understand the dire necessity to wield my body as a weapon. And then, of course, there was my actual weapon training. No matter what room I'm in, I make sure there is always an object in my vicinity I can employ as a weapon. I never give anyone, not even my bodyguards, the chance to back me into a corner or isolate me. My Calabrian family operates a shade differently. After hundreds of years of abuse and oppression, the Calabrian women of the 'Ndrangheta have formed a secret alliance amongst themselves. The wives and daughters of the clans no longer suffer in silence. They found ways to protect each other, to hide when necessary, and strike undetected when there is no other choice. This whole new world shifted my perspective, and at first, I was terrified. I wanted nothing more than to jet home to my sheltered cocoon where my father's toxic mix of love and hatred had kept me safe. Only, had it? The night Nick tore into my room to rescue me, it wasn't really my room. My father had placed me there, trading rooms with me the night before his wedding. His action was deliberate, intentional. He used me as a pawn. And Nick didn't rescue me from his men. His stealth attack on my father was botched. As his own words revealed, from that night forward, he was simply biding his time until his prey was fattened up for the kill. When the veil was lifted, and I saw my world for the very first time through clear eyes, it was impossible to unsee. Every man in my life was a threat. This thought strengthens my resolve now as I ascend the stairs toward the bedroom I claim as my own while at the Erasto mansion. My bodyguards, Dante and Vito, trail me a few steps behind. Before I'm allowed to enter the bedroom, they thoroughly sweep the area. Dante checks under the bed, while Vito goes directly to the bookcase Murphy door, the same door 2 men once used to issue an attack on me. A lock has since been installed on the interior of the frame to bar entrance into the room. I mean, Why would anyone unlock it from this side after what happened that night? Why would I, the innocent, naive daughter of the Don who was attacked, the victim, ever conceive of doing so? Dante pans the room one last time and nods.
It's safe. Will you be leaving again tonight, Miss Cassatto?
I feign a yawn, looking bored. I hadn't planned on it. The masquerade really wasn't that eventful when you've just spent months in Italy. I add a touch of snobbery for good measure. Dante trades a look with Vito. Then they leave and resume their post outside my bedroom. Night, guys, I say as I enter the room and close the door. The soft snick of the lock sliding into place unwinds my tense muscles. With the sounds of the ballroom muffled behind the thick oak, I remove my phone from my clutch. With a heavy exhale, I drop the pretense I've held all night and relax my shoulders. Then I pace the room as I fire off a text to my cousin Elena. Me. This was a mistake. When my father told me of the marriage contract, my cousin was the person I called. We both knew it wouldn't be long before I was contracted, but the day after my birthday was still a harsh shock. I wasn't prepared. I'm still not fully prepared, but desperation hones my focus. I close my eyes and picture Nick's scathing features as he ordered me to my room like a child. A tendril of fury curls in my belly, and I have to stifle the sudden urge to throw my phone. Neither my cousin nor my aunt know of my plan for Nick. They believe I'm here to say my final goodbye to my father, to make my peace. Then my aunt has her own scheme in place to use her resources to help me escape into a new life. At first, this was exactly what I wanted. After I returned to Calabria, nursing the heart sickness of Nick's ruthless confession, I desired nothing more than to run away and stay hidden, to disappear into another world. But over time, hurt has a way of morphing into anger. Wounds heal and harden, thickening the scar tissue. And betrayal of the heart is the deepest wound, forming the toughest shell. I no longer want to run from my life. I no longer want to hide from Nick. I want him to see me as a woman for fucking once, to see the real me before I drive a blade through his heart. With one purposeful act, I can remove him as my greatest threat and prove to my dying father that I'm capable, thereby earning his respect and the freedom to make my own choice for whom I'm to marry, or not. The most powerful crime organization is not in need of an alliance. That's a farce on my father's part. What it will soon need is a leader, one who can issue change. I continue to pace the room until I see 3 dots bubble up on the message screen. Elena. Your father is a deranged bastard. Don't let him get to you. Me. I'm talking about him. Elena. Oh, him. You're stronger than him, B. Don't let him get to you either. Phone gripped tight, I punch out a reply. It's harder than I thought. Being in the same room as him, being so close to him, I don't feel strong. I'm referring to a conversation we had before I left, the one where I admitted to my cousin that I feared Nick could still wield power over me. Only I had no idea how true that statement was until I was standing before him tonight. I haven't seen him in months, and let's be honest, having studied the art of seduction and actually employing it are 2 very different things. A silent, broody Nick who avoids eye contact with me, that's who I was ready to challenge tonight. That is the Nick I see every Christmas vacation. That is the man I spied on from the pool while trying desperately to get him to notice me in a bikini. That's not the man I was confronted with tonight. Despite my preparation, I was ill-equipped for Nick's intensity, for the daunting sight of him in a tux, for the way he pressed his strong body against mine while we danced, leaving my skin tight and feverish, for the way his coal eyes seared through me, branding my soul. Most of all, I wasn't prepared for his heated reaction to my marriage contract. Neither Nick nor his mother were supposed to be aware of my engagement to Salvatore. My father promised not to make it public for another week. I suppose that doesn't include keeping it from his wife, however. Shit. I rake my manicured nails through my hair. Nick knowing about the contract means I don't have near as much time as I thought. After he's waited all this time to finally reclaim his territory, he won't yield to another organization. And since he doesn't have the resources to challenge Salvatore, he'll take out the weakest rung in the ladder to his ascent. If Nick is half as cunning as Eleanor, they'll make me disappear well before the wedding date. Everyone can see how sickly my father has become. He doesn't have much time. Hence the rush to marry me off and grant Salvatore the keys to the kingdom, preventing Dominic Arasto, the son of his enemy, from making any move to resurrect the Veneta syndicate. I'd like to believe my father was more concerned for my safety, that the rushed engagement to Salvatore is his way of protecting me, as he claims, and maybe some part of him does want to protect his only child. But here's the harsh truth. A Drangheta grudge outlives the life it's attached to, loyally carried on by the next heir in line. My father has no son to uphold his grudge. The deal with Salvatore ensures that Nick will never inherit his empire, even from my father's grave. Thoughts running rampant, I seat myself on the edge of the bed, kick off my Chanel pumps, and stare down at the flowing red layers of my gown. Telling my father about Nick's threat is the smartest course of action. He could find a way to dispose of Nick. It wouldn't be difficult. Our world is violent and dangerous. Doubt tangles my nerves, and suddenly I'm unsure of my whole plan as fear clutches a tight fist around my lungs. My phone vibrates with a message, and I bring the device to my lap, desperate for Elena to give me the answer. Elena. There is only one thing a made man cares for, and that's his pride. You're just an obstacle to him. I'm worried about you. You should get on a plane and get back here. I lower the phone and drag in a breath so deep, the cavity of my chest aches from the pressure. My cousin is right. I know she is. But if I run now, I'll never stop. Despite what others see, I'm not that different from the men I've been raised around. My pride is just as easily wounded. If I attack Nick for this reason, out of pride, revenge, even rejection, then I will be absolutely no different. I touched the scar beneath my collarbone, tracing my fingers over the smooth, beveled skin. I was left with less feeling in the damaged tissue. This is how the men have ruled their dark kingdoms, by toughening their skin, becoming unfeeling. If change is to ever take place, then it needs to come from a place of vulnerability, not vengeance. This is what I learned during the months I devoted to weapon training and studying the history of the Drangheta. That the heartache of one little girl vastly pales in comparison to the very real pain and suffering I witnessed of the women in the organization. I have a bigger mission now. Which means I can't run to my father. I can't live in fear of the day Nick decides to carry out his threat. I won't be trapped inside a world dominated by ruthless men, fearful, hiding behind a husband who can't actually protect me. Moving to stand before the full-length mirror, I slip off the mask. Tonight, I selected a gown I thought would make my deranged stepbrother finally see me as more than a little girl. Because when I confront him, I don't want him to hold back. As I touch the delicate fabric, I feel the heated press of Nick's coal eyes dragging over my chest, his intense gaze on my skin. For a moment, I felt seen by him. Then I was nothing to him once again. If a gown won't work, maybe no gown will. I tear the sleeve off my shoulder. The satisfying sound of shredding material sends a thrilling shiver over my skin. Nick's weakness was never the sexy seductress. I reach behind my back and unlace the cords of the gown. I tug the satin slip down the length of my body and step out of the pool of red on the floor. Then I go to the bed and drag out the suitcase from underneath. After I enter the combination on the lock, I unzip the top of the case. Once I lift the panel to reveal the hidden compartment beneath the clothes, I touch the sheathed blade of the dagger. The one thing I have to my advantage is every man's assumption of me. No one troubled themselves to check my luggage before I boarded my father's jet. Why would they? I'm his princess, his sweet, little, innocent Brianna, a girl so easily dismissed. The black metal hilt of the weapon fits perfectly in the palm of my hand. The 3-inch blade makes the knife easily concealed, but the edges are razor-sharp and lethal. I remove the dagger and the glass vial next to it before I close the panel. Then I select a nightshirt from the folded clothes. I can admit it's my own vanity that wants Nick to see me differently before I sink a dagger into his heart. An eye for an eye. Or rather, a wounded heart for a wounded heart. Only, that vanity will get me killed. A flash of Nick's strong physique surfaces to heat my face. He can overpower me. This is a fact. He's a brute with muscles who's been trained to kill since he was able to crawl. I felt that power in him tonight as we danced. As his arms banded around my waist, his hand tightened on the fabric of my gown. He's the cruel and vicious man who has fought at the front lines as one of my father's enforcers, collecting lives and tallying them on his body like a serial killer collects trophies. I've more than studied Nick. I've been obsessive in my research of him. His intelligence, his lethal ability to take life, his ruthless disregard, his maddening emotions and passion that make him a fierce opponent. All the things which made me fall for him, admire him, feel protected by him, I now have to use against him. And there's one area where he's most vulnerable. The way he sees me is his weakness, the little girl in need of saving. I strip off my strapless bra and pull on the oversized nightshirt, donning the clothes of an innocent girl. With a fortifying breath, I send Elena a text. I miss you. I'll be home soon. After I delete the text messages from my phone, I place the device on the bed and bury the dagger between the mattresses. In order to level the playing field between us, I had to figure out a way to make Nick's physical strength less of a challenge. There are a number of options, like a taser or a gun, or even poison. But not only did those choices feel impersonal, there would still be a way for Nick to turn each of those attacks around on me. Taking the glass vial in hand, I steady my nerves, my blood a roar in my ears as I shift my gaze to the gold ring on my finger. Carefully, I spin the crest around toward my palm and slide it aside, and a micro needle springs out. While in Italy, I commissioned a jeweler to design a replica of the family heirloom I wear daily. The custom ring has a tube inserted in the hollow shank, and I fill the band with the contents of the vial. It's amazing how easy it is to turn an everyday object into a weapon. One no one will question, as it's always on my person. I place the vial of sedative in my dresser drawer next to the actual ring. As I turn to face the mirror, I remove the clips from my hair and let the dark locks tumble loose around my shoulders. Not only do Nick and I have a history, we have unfinished business. And I'm going to finish what he started in this very room 2 years ago. If I'm going to rule a kingdom of men, I have to first know I can take down the one man who still has a claim to my heart. The masquerade was just the dress rehearsal. It's finally time for the production. But first, I have to set the stage. Gauging my reflection in the mirror, I shove the collar of my nightshirt off my shoulder to expose the scar. Then I slip into the cool depths of the secret corridor.
Chapter 6. Darkness there, and nothing more. Dominic. The ballroom is an empty, used-up husk. The lights of the chandeliers are toggled down to the dimmest setting, casting the interior in an unearthly glow. Masks lay abandoned on the floor. Confetti from the final waltz litters fine linen tablecloth and Italian marble. For the past few hours, I've been a shadow haunting the corners, making sure every guest exited my home. The few trusted men I have in my crew are walking the perimeter of the mansion to confirm every single crime lord and henchman has vacated the premises. It's a futile attempt on my part, as I don't have the numbers to defend myself against an attack when Cassatto decides to remove me permanently. All I have is my fight. I won't go down easily with a sneak attack or a bullet to the back of my head. Reclined in a chair on the terrace, I stare into the darkened hall of the ballroom, wary of any movement. I spin the half-empty bottle of bourbon on the stone table before I decide to pour another shot. After I savor the burn of a generous swallow, I release the pressure from my chest with a lengthy exhale. My tux jacket lies discarded across a stone bench. The sleeves of my ruined dress shirt are rolled up my forearms. The bow tie hangs open around my unbuttoned collar. My hair is in disarray from raking my fingers through it repeatedly. Each time I'm assaulted by the thought of Salvatore touching Bria, I shove my hand into my hair, as if I can drive the maddening thought from my skull. With a low groan, I drop my head into my palms and stare at the blocked stones through the slats of my fingers. I'm seconds from dragging myself to bed when a distinct clink sounds from inside the ballroom. Tension gathers my muscles, and I slowly raise my head to peer through the glass doors. My heart slams against the wall of bone at the sight. Bent over a table, her arm reaching across the center of the round surface, Bria wiggles her fingers in an attempt to catch the lip of a glass wine bucket. My entire body goes deathly still. An electric current builds in my veins, heating my blood and locking me in place as my gaze tracks over her, slow and deliberate. Her wavy dark hair draped in a silky curtain over one shoulder, her thin white nightshirt, the hem just hitting her upper thighs. As she stretches to grasp the bucket, to gain better leverage, she lifts her leg and props one knee on the edge of the table, giving me the sinfully full, unobstructed view of her ass and the trim patch of her pink panties between her thighs. Oh, goddamn. My cock jerks inside my boxers, growing rock hard at the erotic sight. Bria finally achieves her goal and snags the rim of the bucket. Drawing the wine bottle toward her side of the table, she lowers her bare foot to the floor. Hand clasped around the bottleneck, she presses the rim to her mouth and tips her head back to pull a hard sip. I push the heel of my hand against my raging erection to situate myself as I continue to watch her, lost in a haze of lurid, deviant thoughts, not alert enough to move until she starts to walk away, her steps sloppy. Cazzo. A rush of blood surges to my head to restore abandoned brain cells, and I leap out of the chair and storm through the glass doors. Bria doesn't notice the hard drop of my footfalls until I'm right up on her. Where are your guards? She flinches and brings a hand to her chest.
Shit, Nick. You scared me.
Her voice is a breathy rasp as she wobbles slightly off balance, but she manages to prevent the wine bottle from slipping out of her dainty fingers. The hand held to her chest flattens between the valley of her shapely breasts to reveal the fact she's not wearing a bra. My gaze roams over her erect nipples peaked against the flimsy material before I rein in my deviating thoughts and meet her glassy eyes. Where the fuck are your bodyguards? She lets her hand drift to her side and glances around, then shrugs, uncaring. My nostrils flare as a furious whip of anger lashes my insides. How did you get down here by yourself?
I have legs, Nick.
At my narrowed gaze, one of her sculpted eyebrows arches defiantly.
And you know how I got down here.
With a blatant dismissal, she grips the wine bottle with both hands and brings it to her mouth. The secret passage. The one that was revealed to her the night of her attack. The one I put a fucking lock on to keep anyone from entering her room again. Even myself. Especially myself. It never crossed my mind Bria would unlock it from the inside. Now I wonder how often she uses the passage to sneak off on her own. And that thought sears my blood. Jaw clenched, I lower my gaze to her bare legs. You think it's smart to evade your guards and traipse around half naked and drunk? She huffs a sardonic breath.
I'm not drunk.
She argues, not bothering to deny my first allegation. My stare intensifies, and she balks.
Are you serious right now? This is my home too, isn't it?
She whirls around and starts off toward the hallway. I reach out to capture her wrist, but think better, curling my fingers in a tight fist. If I touch her like this, I don't trust myself to stop touching her. Bria, fucking stop. She turns, flashing eyes on me, her breaths coming hard.
I'm getting married. If I'm old enough to be bartered off like cattle, expected to breed sons for my clan, then I think I'm old enough to drink and traipse wherever and however the fuck I want.
Pretty features creased in a mix of anger and resentment. She turns up the bottle. She chokes back a bad swallow, sending a red rivulet of wine down her chin. A curse exits on a furious exhale, and I seize the bottle easily from her hand. Coughing, she clears her airway, her watery eyes catching the soft glow of the chandeliers. I'm caught there, in that beautiful, angelic sheen, my chest tight, my heart battering my rib cage, and without thought, I reach out and sweep my thumb over her chin, clearing away the spilled wine. Her body stills, and fucking hell, as our gazes clash, those deep, soulful eyes filled with tears do something hazardous to my feeble restraint. Her skin is soft and fragile under the rough pad of my thumb, and the desire to keep touching her, to sink my fingers in her hair and draw her mouth to mine, is a primal demand lashing at my skull. Forcefully dropping my hand, I take a step back, as if the meager distance can sever this infuriating need. Even with a whole ocean between us, I couldn't stop the maddening, obsessive thoughts of her. I grip the neck strap of my tie and yank it free of my collar, desperate to ease the ache in my throat. You've obviously already had enough tonight. Go to bed, Bria.
God, after years of me not existing, all of a sudden you're acting like an overbearing brother.
She shakes her head, drunkenly tipping off balance. Her words are molten in my veins. She has no idea the sacrifices I've made these past 2 years to keep charge over her, and in one night, she's testing every fraught measure of my control.
No. You know what?
She stubbornly crosses her arms.
I think I've taken enough orders from the men in my life for one day. Thanks.
At that, she shoves past me, knocking into my arm. I turn and watch the sexy sway of her hips as she stalks to another table and snatches an open wine bottle. Then she proceeds to stumble into the corridor leading to the wine cellar. A deep groan works free of my constricted throat. This is a side of Bria I've never witnessed before, and it lights my already too short fuse when it comes to her, stoking the flaring embers into a roaring fire. My dark thoughts goad me to chase after her, to bend her over a table and yank off those pink panties and put an end to my suffering and the marriage contract. I grip the back of my neck and tamp down that demanding urge to ruin her. I took an oath to protect her, and that means even from me. No matter how badly the monster wants to violate her, that would be like desecrating something holy. She's the angel to my devil. She's above me. My Angioletta. I have to find another way to stop the wedding from taking place, with or without Lucian's help. And in the meantime, I need to get Bria into a pair of fucking pants before she drives me right out of my damn mind. With a resigned sigh, I leave the wine bottle on a table and follow after her, intent on keeping a close watch until I can either convince her to return to her room, or I'm forced to haul her over my shoulder and take her there myself. You're not allowed down there, I call after her. Bria hovers near the top of the stairwell, gaze cast down into the dark wine cellar. Typically, a guard is stationed at the entrance to prevent uninvited guests from entering. But as the masquerade drew to an end, so did the taboo playtime for Eleanor's VIP guests. After she takes a liberal sip of wine, Bria places the bare metatarsal of her foot to the first step, glancing back at me with a defiant gleam in her eyes.
I've always been curious about what's down here. No one has to know. It could be our secret, Nick.
A mischievous smile tips her full lips before she looks down the stairwell and starts to descend. Christ. My cock twitches in response to her seductive words. I swear to the saints, she's testing me on purpose, and I'm running dangerously low on restraint. With a low growl, I toss my bald bow tie to the floor and stalk after her. Chapter 7. Take this kiss upon the brow. Dominic. One look, then you're going to bed. I trail behind her, my body suddenly a furnace. The soft pad of her bare feet on the steps makes me realize what she could step on or into down there, and I mutter a curse under my breath. Not giving her the opportunity to argue, I grab her wrist and draw her arm around my neck, scooping her lithe body into my arms. For a heartbeat, her tiny frame goes rigid against my chest before she kicks her feet.
What the hell?
Trust me, I say, taking 2 steps at a time to get us to the cellar faster. You don't want to touch that floor. Holding her against me feels too damn right. She's a perfect fit, her body made for mine. Of their own accord, my fingers splay over her bare thigh, the warm and soft feel of her skin wreaking havoc on my nervous system. As I hit the pitch black of the cellar, a shiver rolls through her. I locate the switch along the wall and flip it on, illuminating the room with a gauzy glow of flickering LED candles. Bria brings the bottle dangling in her hand to her mouth and takes a sloppy drink to bolster her nerves.
I've heard the rumors about this place.
Everyone's heard the rumors. I walk us a little farther into the room so she can take in the full view. If I ever catch you coming down here during the masquerade ball...
What?
She demands, turning an incensed expression on me.
I honestly don't think you or anyone else can make threats anymore. My future has been stripped away. What could you possibly do to me that could be any worse?
I hold her stare with a tense breath fisted in my lungs. Trust me, there is always something worse that can be done to you. Her strained swallow moves along the slim curve of her throat before she forces her gaze away. I stop ahead of a row of cages, deciding this is as far as I'm taking her. Glancing around the cellar, I locate a discarded tux jacket and drop it to the concrete floor, then place Bria's feet to the silk inseam.
Thanks,
she says distractedly as her gaze wanders over the iron bars. Ropes drip from a silver ring suspended in the middle of one cage. Chains thread the bars of another. Leather floggers and whips and other various instruments meant to deliver pain and derive pleasure scatter the partitions of the softly glowing room. In her own defiant way, Eleanor took what my father used to instill fear and converted his torture dungeon into an entirely different type of dungeon, doling out a variety of punishments and pleasure, a figurative slap to her dead husband's face. As Bria further absorbs the shocking sights, I study her pliant features, gauging the subtle shift of her expression. I have Bria in a sex dungeon, alone, with only the thin barrier of a nightshirt between my skin and hers. And no one knows. Evil has a taste, like the bitter bite of venom mixed with the coppery flavor of blood, and it fills my mouth as I sink my teeth into my lip, jaw clenched to the point of pain. This is a very bad mistake. My phone buzzes, and the interruption to my rioting thoughts trickles through my overheated body like a cool stream. Expelling a tense breath, I pull the device from my back pocket to see a message from Luca displayed on the screen. He sends an update every half hour. The perimeter of the mansion remains clear and safe. A small measure of relief loosens my taut muscles as I push the phone into my pocket. Only that short reprieve is shattered when I glance up to see Bria standing in front of the nearest cage, her hand bunching the hem of her nightshirt, her naked thighs a sinful dare as she lifts onto her toes to inspect a rope. Fuck. The temptation to see those sexy thighs spread before me is a wicked tease, sending a blistering shot of arousal coursing through my bloodstream. Just a taste, the monster prods. Bria flicks wide eyes in my direction, as if she can hear the vile thoughts torturing my mind.
So this is what happens down here?
I swipe a hand over my mouth and jaw, watching her with equal parts frustration and fascination. Among other things, I tell her truthfully, her features sober for a brief moment.
Is this what my husband will do to me?
Rage cords my muscles tight enough to snap my bones at the mere thought of Salvatore daring to touch her in such a way that he could force himself on her, tie her down and break her. Red pulses around my vision. The primal urge to pin Bria to that cage and bury myself deep inside her before he can lay any claim thrashes at my weak control. God, fuck. I drag a hand over my face. I'm not the one to answer these questions for you. Come on, tour's over. You've seen enough. She sways a little on her feet, the wine slipping from her grasp. I lunge in time to catch the bottle before it hits the concrete. In the same breath, Bria's hand lands on my shoulder, her fingers digging into the fabric of my shirt to steady her. My gaze roves up to lock with hers, and in this position, where I'm nearly knelt before her, I'm swallowed by an unrelenting storm.
Please, Nick.
Her throaty plea, delivered on a broken exhale, calms the furious tide crashing inside my chest.
I'm never allowed to be alone, always being watched and judged, told what to do, where to go. Just give me a while longer.
It's the way she holds me in her shimmering gaze, the sensual yet vulnerable appeal in her words that renders me helpless.
Besides,
she adds, shakily drawing herself upright,
you're here with me. I'm safe.
The monster within snarls. He's been rattling the cage since I first placed her feet to the floor. Hell, since I first laid eyes on her in that sinful red dress tonight. I'm the furthest thing from safe for this girl. Christ, if she only knew the debased thoughts tormenting me right now, and how many different, degrading ways I want to corrupt her, she'd flee up those stairs. There's only one thing preventing me from tearing into her like a fiend, and even that is dangerously close to being broken. I made a vow to keep her protected, but I can't honor anything if my fucking sanity cracks. Unable to voice a response, I move far enough away to escape her seductive scent and lean my shoulder against the cool wall. If I was smart, I'd grab a set of handcuffs and shackle my damn hands up tight. And yet, as I hungrily track her bare skin up to the shapely curve of her ass, I know that wouldn't stop me. I'd chew through the metal for just a taste of her.
It's fitting,
she says, around a hiccup. I can't help the small smile that tugs at my lips. I wipe my hand over my mouth, then tunnel my fingers through my hair. What's that?
La petite mort.
Her clear, polished fingernails trace the grooves of the jute rope, examining the rough thread.
It means the little death.
Bria settles her back against the cage to balance herself, and I'm held captive at the beautifully wicked sight of her, at the soft cadence of her voice, her elusive words that fill me with a foreign ache. I wasn't privileged to attend a private school like some, I say, enforcing an edge in my tone. Please, enlighten me. But really, I just don't want her to stop talking. This is as close to her as I've allowed myself to be ever since the night I stood over her, knife gripped in my hand, caging a sinister beast that I'd battle for the next 2 years. And it's goddamn agony now. This tiny measure of distance between us that I could devour in 1 second and have her in my arms. Bria smiles, her amber eyes heavy with wine.
I mean, if the rumors are true about this cellar,
she says, as her fingers gingerly caress the rope.
Then it's fitting that a sex dungeon would be among the dead.
The rumors she's referring to are of my father burying his enemies alive down here. I refrain from confirming it, letting the bones sealed in these walls continue to keep their silence. She grasps the rope and circles her hand, winding the coarse length around her wrist. My breath shallows, and my chest caves under the pressure as I strain to control whatever emotion is trying to tear past my lungs. I'm damn near panting like a wild animal at the sight of her bound by rope.
One experiences the little death after an orgasm.
She further explains, then captures the corner of her full lip with her teeth. I want to move closer, so I can see the blush I know is sweeping through her.
It's said that, in the moments after sexual ecstasy, you experience such an intense euphoria, it's like the moment right before death. So tranquil. A peaceful bliss.
She shrugs a shoulder.
Or so I've read.
My jaw is clenched so tight, my temples pulse with the frantic beat of my heart. My erection strains painfully against the confines of my pants, twitching at the sight of her nipples pebbling beneath her thin shirt. Katso. I'm a doomed man. Bria glances up at the rope spooled around her slender wrist, and I'm breathless as I watch her thighs press together. God fucking damn it. I can almost taste her arousal. She licks her lips and says,
We're surrounded by death and sex. Maybe it's morbid, but I think it's seductive, forbidden. The little death so erotic. Just imagine taking your last breath during an intense climax. The rush it'd be.
She tilts her head and stretches her other hand up to grab the bar of the cage, displaying her body to me like an offering.
What do you think that would feel like, Nick?
She asks, her voice breathy. The last tether keeping my control leashed is one frayed thread away from snapping. An ache burns at the back of my throat. A hunger like I've never felt stirs in my veins, and I'm terrified to move even 1 inch closer, for fear I'll devour her in a fit of gluttony to satiate my need, and still desire more. At my tense silence, Bria finds my eyes.
Nick?
What I think is that you're drunk. Something akin to hurt flickers across her soft features.
Right. I forgot. I'm just a silly little girl to you,
She says, the accusation as unsteady as her balance.
Just like how.
As she trails off, I take a bold step forward, desperate for her to finish that sentence. How what? Her swallow drags along the slim column of her throat.
Just like how you saw me in that moment, a little girl in trouble, in need of saving.
We've never spoken openly of that fateful event. All this time, trading knowing glances and letting the silence build with the charged static of what we leave unsaid. But it's there, like an incessant raven's knock on our door, threatening us with our truth. My thumb coasts across my lower lip as I move another defiant inch closer to her, just to absorb the trembling exhalations that slip past her parted mouth. You were a girl, I say, my statement matter of fact.
Yes, were.
She spits the word, the ire in her tone filling the empty space.
I was a girl then. But what about now?
Something hesitant and wary passes over her features. But there's another emotion cresting there, too. Longing. Desperation. Desire.
How do you see me now, Nick?
I inhale a lungful of cellar air, laced with her torturously arousing scent, my head dizzy with her. Now you're my family by marriage, Cassatto's daughter, promised to a Don and belong to the Cosa Nostra. I lean in, close to her ear, the soft wisps of her hair teasing my cheek, and whisper, forbiddingly off limits to every man. A hard shiver prickles her flesh, and I pull back enough to catch sight of her eyes closing half-mast.
You're wrong about one thing.
Yeah, what's that? Make it quick, because it's time for good little tipsy girls to go to bed. Her gaze solders to mine as she grips the rope tighter.
I belong to no one.
The blaze banked behind those startling orbs of amber could burn me to ash. I almost plead for her to do so and put me out of my fucking misery.
Maybe I was a weak girl back then, but I've changed. And I've questioned for a while what it was that changed me, and why I can't simply accept this fate forced on me now.
The flicker of candles vibrates the air around us, isolating us in the shadows, hidden from the world above and our secret alcove of death and fear and fiery lust. What changed you? My voice comes out a guttural rasp. The temptation to knot that rope around her wrists and trap her body against mine tears at my reason. She stares up at me through the thick fringe of her lashes.
When I saw you kill them, to end a life in a single moment, all because you deem it. How you took control and did exactly what you wanted, what you needed. That's a power I've never come close to experiencing.
I grab hold of the bar beside her head, clutching the cold iron to douse the flames licking my flesh. You don't know what you're talking about.
I know more than you think.
I make an amused sound as the dare to toy with the flame curls over my skin with a seductive caress. And what would you do with that kind of power? She lays her free hand to my chest. Her palm eases up my shirt, coasting over the droplets of rusty blood. Her trim fingers deftly part the fabric, and her silky fingertips slip beneath to make contact with my skin.
I honestly have no idea, but I want so badly to find out.
I'm a fucking dead man where I stand. And yet, if the devil himself threatened to incinerate my soul, I couldn't pry myself away from her in this moment. She clings to my shirt, preventing me from breaking away.
Do you fuck the way you kill Nick? Do you take what you want, when and how you want it?
Fucking Christ. A hot pulse rushes to my groin. My hips move of their own accord, my aching cock seeking friction, straining to fight free and reach her slick heat. The fierce temptation to collar my hand around her throat and pin her to this cage grips me. I could reach under her nightshirt right now and plunge my fingers into her pussy. I could drop to my knees and shred those flimsy pink panties with my teeth and lap like a depraved demon at her cunt. Fuck. I could take Bria right here, right now, and ruin her. Not only would one brutal act kill the marriage contract with Salvatore, it would prevent any other man from laying claim to her. It would also sign my death warrant. Harnessing the last shred of my willpower, I clasp her wrist and remove her hand from my chest. My thumb searches out the pulse point beneath her skin. What are you trying to do, Bria? As she blinks up at me, panic flares behind her glassy eyes, and some of her alcohol-fueled bravado fades beneath a torrent of her emotion.
I can't do it. God, I can't be with him. I can't lose my virginity to some disgusting man I don't even know.
Anger is a living, visceral force inside my bones. The images I've been holding back crash through my mind with a deafening roar, decimating this sliver of sanity I've clung to. Salvatore taking Bria on her wedding night. Her tears, her cries, her blood, all belonging to him. Savage fury pours into my blood, fueling the inferno wreaking havoc beneath my flesh. The crazed urge to rage fuck her up against these bars and claim her as mine is a fire that demands to be fed. Teeth grit against the frenzy thrashing my skull. I leash the destructive craving. You're not thinking straight, I manage to say, a necessary reminder to myself that she's inebriated. My grip tightens on her wrist as I draw to my full towering height above her. With strained effort, I release her and begin to unwind the rope from around her bound wrist. The deviant sight of her abraded skin sends a throbbing current of heat to my groin. I'm taking you to bed. Now, let's go.
It's because you don't think I'm pretty,
she says, rubbing the chafed skin of her wrist.
No one does, apparently. Shit.
She staggers and catches hold of my forearm, seeking strength to keep herself upright. I roll my shoulders back, jaw tense. You're just drunk.
I'm not drunk,
she whines, nails spearing my skin.
I know that's the reason my father is bartering me off to him. No one else wants me. No other man will talk to me or even look at me. God, I can't stomach the thought of Salvatore being the first man to touch me.
I curl my hands into fists to prevent myself from giving in to her demand and touching her everywhere, all at once. It's my doing as to why no man will go near her. I've threatened just about every penis in the clan, making it clear I'd ribbon the skin from their dicks. But fuck. If she looks up at me with those large mascara-streaked eyes and begs me to touch her, I won't be able to deny her. She'll annihilate any self-restraint I have left. I'd sheathe my cock inside her sweet virgin pussy and split her wide open, and I'd revel in every debasing second of it, as long as it's my name she screams. As the silence stretches between us, she musters up the nerve to cast her shimmering gaze up to me.
Do you think I'm pretty, Nick?
No, I don't. I answer on impulse. She blinks rapidly to hold back any escaping emotion. Like the fiend I am, I crave the pain, and I lift my hand to touch her face, my chest set ablaze as I attempt to assuage hers. I swipe my thumb across the dusting of freckles along her high cheekbone, as my gaze ravenously absorbs her thick eyebrows and eyelashes, the slight tip of her nose, those bright, soulful amber eyes that drill down to my marrow. You're not pretty, I say, the words unleashed from my damned soul. The fact that you're so goddamn beautiful strangles the fucking air from my lungs, Bria. She releases a trembling breath. Her eyes flick over my face, searching. Before every fiber of my finely threaded control snaps, I lower my hand. Let's get you back to your room.
Okay.
She nods, allowing me to lead her away from the cage.
Then maybe I can convince one of my guards to fuck me before my wedding night.
The demon within licks my spine with a malice-tipped tongue, and a riot of blinding fury covers my vision in a haze of red. Rational thought bleeds from my mind as I capture her jaw between calloused fingers. I have her back pressed against the cage within the same furious beat of my heart. The muscle bangs violently against my chest, my blood scorching my veins with blistering heat as it rushes through my system, a brush fire torching my control. If any man lays a fucking hand on you, there will be no end to the blood I will spill. Her chest heaves against my forearm, and the tantalizing brush of her nipple along my skin sets me ablaze. Her eyes glisten under the flickering candlelight.
Because I'm your sister?
She says. Only her statement is more questioning. My forearm drags the front of her shirt down, just enough to expose the top of the silky white scar. The sight of it, the reminder of her pain, and my desire to never see her hurt, crashes through me, dragging me from the bowels of the darkest chasm. I'm not some heroic mafia prince. Whatever you've painted me out to be in your head, I'm not that man, Bria. She wets her lips, and I'm captivated by the action, tempted to close the distance between us and trap her tongue between my teeth.
Then give me a reason,
she says, her demand whispered on a breathy exhale.
Why do you care at all?
Surrounded by the bones encased in these stone walls, the scent of violence and sex heady in the dank air, I'm all too tempted to bury myself inside her and accept my death. Because, I say, allowing my mouth to coast near enough to her lips to taste her fragile breath. You're so goddamn perfect, Angeletta. The thought of any one of those undeserving pieces of filth touching you is a torment I can't bear. I could blame my weakness on the liquor, but I burned the bourbon from my bloodstream the moment I laid eyes on Bria bent over that table. A frightened realization flashes behind her shiny, jeweled eyes, and she shakily nods against my hand.
All right. Take me to bed, Nick.
The fear behind her wide gaze sparks my blood with an intoxicating rush of adrenaline, and I have to summon every ounce of control to restrain the beast. With forced effort, I release her and push away from the cage. As she sways on her feet, the alcohol and her drained emotions having taken the last of her fight, I sweep her into my arms and carry her up the stairs and through the mansion. Head resting on my chest, she's nearly asleep by the time I reach her bedroom door. Her bodyguard, Dante, makes a move to reach into the inseam of his blazer until he realizes who I am. My glare stops his hand from gaining another inch and promises that my reprimand at letting Bria sneak out of her room will be a painful one. I send Vito a similar warning. Step aside, I order him. I should rip his spine out for not keeping a close enough watch over her. But the terrible truth is, I just want to kill him so there's no chance in hell Bria can make good on her threat to fuck her guards. As I shut the door behind us, Bria clings to my unbuttoned shirt.
I don't want to be alone.
I move toward her fluffy bed and toss back the goose-down comforter before I settle her on the mattress. I drag the cool sheet up over her waist, removing the temptation of her half-naked body from my sight. Then turn to leave. Her hand catches mine.
What if I asked you to kiss me?
I grip her hand, unable to soften my reaction. Brothers don't kiss their sisters. Her scoff is a light puff of breath in the darkened room.
Please, that's a lame excuse. We've never been that to each other. Please, Nick. At the very least, I don't want my wedding kiss to be my first.
My thoughts turn a shade so dark, the devil himself would quiver. The deranged thoughts tearing through my head would make Bria run. I could seal my hand over her mouth right now and pin her against the bed. I could wrench her shirt up, rip her panties down her thighs. I could be inside of her and tearing through the tender flesh that maintains her virtue in less than 3 seconds. My cock coated in her blood. My erection hardens painfully at the deviant thought, and the apodravia piercing that tips my cock rubs abrasively against my boxer briefs, the arousing friction sending me careening too close to the edge. Releasing her hand, I turn toward the bed and grasp the headboard to keep from touching her. My breathing ratchets as fire blazes through my adrenals and pumps an intoxicating mix of desire and her seductive scent of gardenias and vanilla through my bloodstream. In one hand, I cup her cheek and rest my thumb to her chin. She brings her knees forward beneath the bedsheet, and the reckless urge to part her thighs and touch her barrels through me with such force, the hand gripped to the headboard damn near cracks the wood. With her scent scorching my throat, I lean down and place a light kiss to her forehead. Take this kiss upon the brow, I whisper to her, reciting a line of a poem she won't recall come morning. And in parting from you now, that's all I have to offer you, angel. The monster within me roars, furious over my weakness. Her eyes flutter closed, the alcohol finally claiming her for sleep. I release the headboard and back away. I don't stop taking backward steps until I'm outside of her room, the thick slab of oak and her guards between us. It may have only been a soft peck to the forehead, and not what Bria will consider her first kiss, but it's absolutely mine. The kiss that tears my world in two and seals my fate. She is my surf-tormented shore. She is my golden sand. This wedding will not happen. I will paint the world red with the blood of every last Carpella and Cassatto if that's what it takes to keep her. And if that means I have to become the devil himself, so fucking be it.
Chapter 8. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore. Brianna. The wedding planner my father hired holds a swatch of material up and cants her head, waiting for my approval. I love it, I say, smiling through the agony of this whole appointment. Sabine, who happens to be my mother's niece and my cousin, sets the swatch aside in the approved pile and selects another. This one, an off-white linen. For the napkins? I curl my fingers toward my palm, digging my nails into the soft flesh as I hold the smile. The sharp pain is more bearable than looking at hundreds of samples for dresses and table linens. It's perfect. I brighten my smile. She releases a terse breath in disapproval, but places the swatch on the pile. I check the time on my phone, not sure how much longer I can tolerate this charade. All through the wedding planning brunch, I was in a daze. It's impossible to concentrate on flower arrangements and cake samples when my thoughts are so thoroughly consumed by last night. There were moments where the lines blurred, and I wasn't sure what was real, whether I was merely playing a role and pretending to be inebriated to lower Nick's defenses, or if I'd actually somehow had too much wine. I touch my temple as a dizzying sensation sweeps over me. Unsteadily, I reach for the glass of water and take a sip, trying to clear my head that wants to keep dissecting the details. The way Nick's touch felt when he gripped my jaw, the fiercely violent need banked behind his darkened gaze, the charged current of sexual tension snapping between us. None of it felt orchestrated. Despite my convictions, there's an achy pocket of guilt beneath my ribcage. While I was thinking about the stashed knife under my mattress, he was reciting poetic verse and placing a tender kiss on my forehead. My skin still burns where his lips touched. I briefly squeeze my eyes shut to gather my bearings, mentally overriding last night with the threat I heard him make against me to Luca. I replace all his heated looks with the cold, callous stares I'm accustomed to from Nick. When the time comes, he'll probably recite the same beautiful lines to me while he's strangling the life from my body. There, perspective. I need to get focused and strengthen my defenses, and that means not allowing him to access that part of me that still desires him. While his seemingly jealous rage felt genuine, the truth is, claiming ownership over a woman is more about a made man and their egotism than their feelings toward the actual woman. It's bred into every man of the Cosa Nostra. And Nick has far more experience in everything. I'm not going to seduce him like some hard-up, drunken frat boy. He has a much higher tolerance for alcohol and women in general. He's too stringent and determined than to drink himself sloppy. I've never seen him lose control. Ever. Which means, if I can't succeed in getting his guard lowered with alcohol, then I need him mindless with that proud and covetous made-man nature. A clatter sounds from the hallway to rattle my overstressed nerves, and I mutter a curse beneath my breath. The ballroom cleanup from last night's masquerade has commenced, and the whole mansion is teeming with people. I have yet to see Nick. Situating my position on the chaise, I brush my fingers over my forehead, suddenly hit with his scent of warm aquatic air and the metallic trace of fired gunpowder. I can still smell him on me, an unwanted invasion to my senses, just like the man himself. Sabine clears her throat to gain my attention. Miss Cassatto, I need your input on this. I blink and lower my hand to my lap as she holds up a lace and chenille swatch. I'm to wear my mother's wedding gown, the gown she married my father in, with a few updated customizations and size alterations. It's fine. My response comes out curt, with the forced effort to hold my smile. And you know you can call me Bria, Sabine. Her thin mouth puckers into an annoyed purse, but she drops the swatch in the accepted pile and moves on. I'm most likely in denial about my future, but I refuse to accept that this wedding will actually take place, not until I've failed absolutely. Even as I wavered last night, I still felt how close I was. There was an instant where Nick yielded to me, where I could have reached between the mattress and drawn my knife. I've been replaying the scene in my head over and over, sharpening my resolve for when I get the chance again, because there will be another chance. However, I'll need to make sure Dante and Vito aren't around. Having them as a witness to Nick carrying my unconscious body to my room wouldn't have been the greatest alibi if I had actually implemented my plan. Well, I'm sure not many would doubt the daughter of the boss had I claimed I was attacked by the crazed Dominic Arasto and had to defend myself. Still, there would have been too many questions raised around our particular situation last night, and all it would have taken was one loud noise to have my guards charging the room before I'd carried out my mission, ending my chance at independence in a likely bloodbath. No. For this to work, I have to either ensure Nick is properly subdued, or he has to be taken by surprise. Once I get as far as pressing the blade to his throat, I can't falter. I have to see it through. Otherwise, he'll turn my own weapon around on me, and he won't hesitate to show me the real monster, whereas I was only given a glimpse last night. I shiver as I recall the molten blaze in Nick's eyes when I threatened to give myself to one of my guards. The way he held me pinned against the cold bars, the abrasive feel of his rough hands on my skin, the way his features contorted in a mix of fury and pain, his expression tortured, as if he was torn between punishing me or giving in to me. A dark desire stirs in my belly, and the erratic pulse of my heartbeat drops between my thighs. I cross my legs and shift my position again to offset the empty ache, trying to ignore the heat pooling in the seam of my panties. I focus on the satin sash Sabine holds up. "It's lovely," I tell her, noticing the breathy hitch in my voice. With a disgruntled sigh, she begins packing away her samples. "We only have 2 weeks, Bria." I arch an eyebrow. "Yes, and I was only just told of my engagement 2 days ago. Everything has already been decided. They really don't need our input." Her pointed features draw together at my dismissive tone. She knows her place, and how of little value her opinion is to the men of the Cassatto clan. Still, she has to have a reason to wake every day, some purpose, and maybe I should be more considerate of her. However, I've been raised alongside Sabine and women like her, and I know she wouldn't hesitate to hand me over to the clan if it meant earning her approval from the family. I rise from the chaise and smooth my hands over my black skirt. "I trust whatever selections you make will be perfect, Sabine. Thank you," I say, effectively ending the wedding planning. Having a purpose or not, the clan is life. We're born into our role, and there is only one way out. Shards of midday sunlight filter through the clear-story windows as I cross into the atrium. Vito follows behind, always my shadow. He's said nothing about how I was carried into my room last night by my stepbrother, which is wise for him. He would be punished more severely than me if my father discovered he allowed me to sneak out. The pool room is off to the right, where Nick likes to conduct business when he's in his home. I can hear the echo of his deep baritone against the marble of the hallway. Before I can think the hasty idea through, I turn in the direction of the pool room and head inside. The masculine voices drift off as I walk toward the dressing stalls lined along granite and stone rock formations. The sharp clack of my heels is the only sound other than the soothing splash of waterfalls from the spa into the Caribbean blue pool. I feel the heavy press of their prowling eyes, but I don't acknowledge the 2 men seated at the glass table. As I grab hold of the stall door, Nick's voice momentarily halts me.
"Brianna?
His dark tone is a biting reprimand.
What are you doing here?"
It's not a question, at least not one he expects an answer to. He wants me to recognize the dangerous warning in his words and follow his indirect command to leave. Inhaling a fortifying breath, I turn his way and smile, and I'm met with the intensity of his coal eyes. His stare drifts over me with a lethal undercurrent, as if he could flay my clothes from my body with just that sinister gaze. "I'm going for a swim." I motion to the pool. I mean, that is usually what one comes to the pool room to do, Nick. The 2 men dressed in black suits chuckle at my sass, and Nick sends them each a deadly scowl to silence them. Then his sharp gaze is back on me, holding me in his depths before his eyes drop lower, and I can feel the heat of his stare like a brand on my mouth. I'm breathless as I wonder if he's thinking about the kiss that almost happened, whether he regrets nearly giving in to my drunken pleas in the dark.
"I'm conducting business right now."
His stern tone leaves no room for argument, an order dismissing me from the room. I shrug a shoulder, playing my part. It's not like I'm going to understand anything you talk about. I'm just a girl. I arch an eyebrow in challenge, letting him know I remember everything about our conversation last night. A darkly amused smile flits across his mouth before he begins methodically rolling up the cuff of his dress shirt to reveal the sleeve of tattoos covering his defined forearm. The sculpted edge of his jaw tightens, and a muscle ticks like a warning. To escape the brewing tension, I disappear into the dressing room and hear their conversation resume. I clasp my trembling hands together and breathe through the hitch in my lungs. In need of reassurance, I pull out my phone and text Elena. Me. Tell me I can do this. I leave out the details, waiting for any hit of comfort she can offer. Elena. You were born to do this. Damn, that's actually a good response. Inhaling a deep breath, laced with the flavors of chlorine and Nick's ocean current, I reply, that's exactly what I needed to hear. I hurriedly delete the texts and change into one of my swimsuits I keep in this stall, selecting the one I bought last year with Nick in mind, but never had the courage to wear. Then I bolster my nerves by reminding myself I have nothing to fear. If I fail, there is always the option to vanish. My Aunt Margot has made 5 women from the Calabrian Cassatto clans disappear, and she can do the same for me. I'm not so naive to think the life I'd disappear into wouldn't be a hard one. Living in fear of discovery under an assumed identity means constant precautionary measures. I'd always be on alert, never at ease. That's why I first have to try to defeat my enemy on my turf. I touch my clavicle, lightly trace the smooth scar with my fingertips, then wrap my hair up in a loose bun and secure it with a hair tie. Lifting my chin, I exit the changing room. An immediate hush falls over the suited men and hums with a charged awareness. The swimsuit I chose is not one of a little girl. The white two-piece is barely 2 pieces of fabric at all. The top just covers my chest, leaving the curved swell of my underbreasts exposed. The bottoms descend into a low sliver that conceals less of my ass than it displays. I know exactly what I'm doing as I pad in front of the table of men toward the zero-entry side of the swimming pool. Mafia men, whether they're romantically involved or not, own their women. They don't have to want us in order to want no other man to have us. It's a toxic head fuck. Nick is, for all intents and purposes, family. He's an enforcer of the Cassatto clan. Therefore, he's a man over me, in charge of me, and it doesn't matter that he plans to take my life to ascend to his throne. His pride won't allow for any other man to covet me like their possession. He made that real damn clear last night. In order to shift his perspective of me, I have to force him to see me in a new, enticing light, as more than just a girl to protect for his own selfish gain. I have to rattle the cage of his dominant alpha beast, which means I have to threaten him. An animal consumed with bloodlust relinquishes its control. If you're going to seduce a made man, it's not just about the physical temptation, the carnal desire. No, for a man like Dominic, who can have that anytime, anywhere, it's about the seduction of the mind, the submission of will, his tightly reined control. That is necessary for the complete conquest. With confidence I barely feel, I wade into the shallow walk-in. The heated water laps comfortably against my skin. I stop when the water reaches mid-thigh and scoop pool water into the cups of my hands, then trickle the water over my belly, letting it cascade all the way down my body, as if I'm getting accustomed to the temperature before I wade farther. I caress my hands along my upper thighs and bend over to spoon another handful, sensing the weighty press of eyes on my body.
Leave.
I look up at Nick's guttural command. The men at the table glance over at him, stunned.
Vaffanculo!
This time they don't hesitate. Chairs scrape back against the marble, and one of the guys nods to me in departure. I offer a cute smile in response, my features falling when Nick's heated glare pulls my attention back to him. That was rude, I say, then proceed to pan chlorinated water over my shoulders and breasts. His silence thickens the air between us, his stare intently focused on me. Then,
What are you doing, Bria?
Dribbling water onto my arm, I say. I told you, taking a swim. He leans forward and props his elbows on his knees, covering his mouth with fisted hands. Those shadowed eyes bore into me until I'm forced to submerge myself under the water to escape the heat of his glare. As I resurface, I wipe the water from my face and catch sight of Nick stalking toward the edge of the pool. I swim over and prop my arms on the stone coping, where I stare up at him, blinking water from my eyelashes. You should take a dip, I tell him, licking beads of water from my lips. Work out all the alcohol from your pores. He sends Vito a brief glance before he lowers to his haunches. Placing his face mere inches from mine, he says,
You want to see blood, Bria? Is that what you want?
A chill coasts my spine, pebbling my skin beneath the tepid water. I don't understand.
You want to make me gut those two men right here? Bleed them all over the tiles? Or maybe you want to watch me carve your bodyguard's eyes from his skull for looking at your ass while you traipsed right in front of him?
He hooks a finger under my chin and firmly tilts my face upward.
Because that's exactly what I will do if you don't get your ass out of this pool and cover it with some clothes.
At his callous words, the memory surfaces of him slitting a man's throat right above me, dark red blood drenching my shredded nightshirt. His threat should scare me enough to stop this game, but I have the sudden, defiant urge to test him by popping his finger into my mouth and biting it just to see his reaction. Instead, I deliberately lick my lips and push up a little higher on the coping. A warm caress of his breath fans my wet skin, stirring an arousing current low in my belly. I don't see how I can make you do anything, I say, looking up at him through my lashes and arching my back. His gaze lazily drifts down to my breasts, and my nipples tighten under his obvious scrutiny. How can a little girl make a grown man do anything he doesn't want to do? He makes a thoughtful sound and runs his thumb across his lower lip.
So, this is how you're going to play it for the next couple of weeks. By being a brat and getting every man in your life brutally murdered.
A knot of rage forms in my stomach. That I'm responsible for men and their choices is an infuriating notion to any woman born in this underworld dominated and ruled by men. You kill men every day. I'd just be another excuse. I raise my chin defiantly before I push off the coping. Treading water, I swim in a backward motion. Your whole world is a man's war. I merely exist within it to be fucked by them. So if I can have any say at all over when and by whom, I toss a purposeful glance toward my bodyguard. Then I'm going to have that say. To emphasize my point, I reach overhead and clasp the string of my bikini top at the back of my neck. I hear Nick's sharp inhale as his nostrils flare in warning.
Bria.
But I've already pulled the string. The top comes down and I boldly reach between my shoulder blades and tug the second string. Breasts submerged beneath the water, I smirk up at him and hold the white bikini top out, then toss it into the deeper end of the pool. His beautiful features harden into a lethal expression, those coal eyes darkening to pitch black and sending a chilled ripple through the water to lap at my skin.
Get the fuck out.
Nick directs the command at my bodyguard, but his dark eyes never leave my face. Vito hesitates at the entrance to the pool room, unsure of leaving me alone with my stepbrother who, at the current moment, appears to be more than his usual unhinged.
If you don't get the fuck out right now.
Nick turns the full force of his malice on Vito.
I will tear your goddamn eyes out of your skull.
With one last questioning look my way, Vito waits for my jerky nod of agreement before he says,
If you need anything, Miss Cassatto, I'll be right outside with Dante.
This last part he states with a narrowed glare at Nick, issuing his own form of warning. Then he exits the room. His demeanor almost indifferent now, Nick displays no indication that he fears the two men hovering outside. He rises to his feet slowly, then proceeds to remove the sheathed knife from the waistband of his slacks. Trepidation skitters down my spine in icy rivulets. I tread water in the deep end, pushing out farther, desperate to reach the shallow side where I can gain my footing. Without removing his intense gaze from me, Nick sets the knife and its casing on the table. He then takes 3 abrupt steps forward while tearing the placket of his dress shirt open, efficiently removing the garment before he reaches the ledge. My heart crashes against the wall of my chest as Nick dives into the pool. Oh, shit. I spin and reach overhead, kicking my feet as I swim off. Every stroke feels leaden, my arms trembling, my feet not flipping fast enough. He didn't even bother to remove his shoes, and yet he's a missile slicing through the pool as he homes in on me. As he breaks the surface close by, panic seizes my limbs. I yelp and drop below, swallowing a mouthful of chlorinated water. Still clutching his dress shirt, he brackets his strong arm around my waist and hauls me to the surface. Pinning my back to his chest, he holds me above the water as he tows me toward the shallow end. His forearm is locked around my ribcage, and the salacious feel of my breasts pressed against his arm steals all rational thought from my mind, my fight delayed. Then I start to kick my feet and try to wriggle loose.
Hold still,
he demands, the gravel in his command a deep rumble against my back. I inhale a shaky breath to fill my burning lungs and sputter. I can't touch the bottom.
Stop squirming, Bria. God damn it.
A low growl threads his gritted words, his muscles strained. He unleashes a furious groan and wrenches his other arm across my midsection. He's able to wrap his soaked shirt around my chest in the process, effectively covering my breasts like a halter, before he ties the sleeves together at my back. I don't know if it's the pressure of the tightly bound shirt or my fear, but suddenly breathing becomes too difficult, and I lose my struggle and relax into his arms. His heavy breaths fan the crown of my head, his heart wild and thrashing against my back. I should be terrified, and I am, but I'm more frightened of what I'll feel once he finally releases me.
Are you done literally showing your ass?
I swallow past the tangled ache in my throat. It's my body to do what I want. He chuckles, and the rough tenor of it flips inside my belly.
Dare to take your clothes off around any man again, and I will leave handprints on both your ass cheeks.
His threat is delivered with the slightest press of his hips against my backside. A thrill lights my blood. I feel his warning all the way down to the heavy pulse in my core, and my inner walls clench around the empty ache in response. He pushes off the pool floor and wades us over to the coping, where I'm able to latch on for leverage. I cough as I anchor an elbow on the stone lip, feeling reckless when I chance a peek at him. You say that like it's a threat. Now standing, Nick wipes his hands down his face. The surface of the water laps at his toned stomach, the ink darkened by the water. My gaze inadvertently travels over the tattoos that wrap his chest and arms. And God, the wet sheen of his leanly cut body does something unholy to me. I suddenly feel in over my head, and not just in the pool. Physically, I don't stand a chance against this man, at least not in a fair fight. Stalking through the water to tower over me, he braces his hands on either side of the coping to trap me between his powerful arms. His dark eyes search my features, and I swear a spark of hunger ignites in their depths.
You want to feel the devil's flames, Angioletta?
He says, pushing in closer.
Keep playing with fire.
I sense not only the threat in his words, but the challenge. His gaze drifts lower, settling on the crude scar that slices my collarbone, and I'm desperate to know what thoughts strain his features into a pained expression. My breathing ramps, my chest aching against the binding of his shirt as I say, "Even the devil is burned by his own flame." A dark blaze licks the center of his eyes, a menacing promise banked there. His tongue travels in a deliberate path over his bottom lip before his mouth tips into a crooked smile. My whole body quakes under the beauty of it, my breath caught in a remote pocket of my chest. He makes an appreciative sound, as thoughtful as it is threatening. Then he raises a hand toward my face and sweeps a wet strand of hair behind my ear.
Maybe he even feels the pain of it more acutely.
His touch disappears, leaving a shiver in its wake, before he dips down and presses his mouth close to my ear.
Have my shirt washed before you return it,
he says, the husk of his voice tightening my stomach.
It's the devil's favorite.
He pushes away from the ledge, keeping me ensnared in his heated gaze until he finally turns to wade out of the pool, where I'm given the full, striking view of his back. Heart clenched, I take in the long scars that slash the artwork tattooing his skin. The marks are deep and severe, one crossing over the other as if he was whipped. And a sickening realization chills my blood. I know exactly who administered this punishment. I know because my father has an affinity for punishing his enemies in the old ways. Shit. I lower myself below the heated water, needing the warmth. It's like I've been thrust too far into the deep end, and the water is closing in overhead. It took the strength of 2 women in my life to essentially deprogram me, to help me see how Dominic was not my guardian angel, that he was never hovering over me as a protector. I remind myself of this truth as a vortex of conflicting emotions swirl around me, like a maelstrom in the deep end where he left me. I don't just want to end my stepbrother, to eliminate him as a threat. I need him to know the reason why when I do it. I have to see the devil in his eyes before I stab his heart, if for no other reason than these torturously confusing feelings he's forced on me. And if stoking the fire is what summons the devil, then I'm going to make that fire roar.
Chapter 9. His vesture was dabbled in blood. Dominic. In the grim tale of the Mask of the Red Death, a selfish prince tries to escape a plague sweeping his kingdom by fleeing with his knights and ladies to his eccentric palace, where he bars the doors, locking all inside and the fear of death out. Within this palace of his peculiar taste, the prince revels in drink and celebration by hosting a masquerade ball. He has escaped the Red Death, until, that is, the plague himself shows up to the party adorned in a grotesquely realistic mask and slaughters them all. He came like a thief in the night, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. As a child, it was one of my father's favorite bedtime stories to read. I suppose I should be grateful he took the time at all to do such a parental thing. But as I grew older, I realized it was done more so out of his paranoia than an act of fatherly love. At the end of the story, my father would close the large volume of Poe, set it aside, and look me in the eyes. He never blinked. "They can never fool us, amato figlio," he'd say. "We must be like the thief in the night." His paranoia had already started to erode many of his dealings and negotiations by then. Even in the underworld, you have to extend trust. It's how all operations are established. Our world is built on this trust, and it's the reason why we hold grudges and exact revenge when the trust is broken. Freedom is at stake. Our loved ones are at stake. The dark, briny water of the bay laps at the docking port in front of a gray warehouse. Dingy and faded multicolored storage units line the pier. This is where Lucian likes to conduct his business. As the sky darkens with the onset of night, lampposts flicker on. The low buzz of the fluorescent light above wears on my already strained patience. One beautiful angel with wings as dark as a raven is all but breaking me. To say my meeting earlier with the Laurel brothers didn't go as planned is an understatement. I need an alliance, and that comes with a business contract. For the Laurel brothers to risk taking their wares away from Cassatto and bringing them to me instead, they have to trust me to distribute through my small channel. In order for that to happen, I have to prove I'm in control. And having an uncontrollable stepsister literally show her ass in front of these men didn't serve to establish any confidence in my ability. And hell, had one of them disrespected her, laid a hand on her, I absolutely would have gutted him. I'm lucky I got the brothers to leave before Bria removed her top, because otherwise, the carnage I would have committed would have made the slaughter in my father's favorite bedtime horror story look like a fucking fairy tale. The fallout from such a reckless act would have been my end. I bite down on the rage still simmering in my blood and try not to think about how perfect her half-naked body felt in my arms, her sweet ass pressed up against my cock. Fuck. I rake a hand through my hair. A whisper of unease coats my flesh as I recall Bria's heavy silence as I turn my back to her. The only reason I could keep walking away and not look back. I didn't want to see the pity in her eyes at the marks her father placed there. I was out of my goddamn mind when I dove into the pool. Part possessive rage to cover her up, part overwhelming desire to take her right there in the water. My fury won out, though my balls still ache from the rock-hard erection I sported all afternoon with no release. It took a Herculean effort to walk away from her instead of throwing her over my shoulder and carting her defiant ass right up to her room, where I'd give her what she's begging for, and more. That deviant thought thrills me. The monster licks his lips in anticipation. My cock tints my slacks, and I reach down and adjust myself with a harsh curse. If she keeps this game up, I'm not sure I'm strong enough to keep denying her. Headlights flash along the side of the rusted building, and I look up to see Lucian's Bentley pulling up to the lot. He's alone. As he exits the vehicle and approaches, I nod once. "I heard the Laurel brothers had an entertaining afternoon at your place," he says in way of greeting. Anger singes my frayed nerves, and I fist my hands in my pockets. "Is there anything that happens in this city that you don't hear about?" "Very little," he says with a shrug, unaffected by my gruff tone as he stalks closer. "Salvatore has agreed to postpone the wedding," he adds. "By a week." Another flare of fury tenses my muscles. That's not even close to the outcome I wanted. I figured Violet had a little more sway over her father. His eyes flash at the mention of his wife, his defenses raised. "Cassatto is sick," he says, squaring his shoulders. "He's dying." I nod slowly. This information isn't as shocking as it should be. For a while now, I've noticed how frail Bria's father has become. It also explains his impatience to marry his daughter off. "Cassatto wants his affairs settled quickly," Lucian continues. "He has no sons to place in charge. From what I can gather, he's arranged for Salvatore to take temporary leadership over his clan until Brianna produces a male heir. And promptly. That's their arrangement." A toxic mix of disgust and crazed fury lashes at my insides. I have the violent and reckless urge to track down the Laurel brothers and take out my rage on them anyway. Bria's being forced to breed an heir. If she's been made aware of this arrangement, it would explain her anger and rash behavior, and why she's desperately clawing at any escape. Jaw set hard, I glance up at a moth fluttering around the light, my thoughts just as manic as the flap of its dusty wings. And Salvatore can't be swayed to break the marriage contract? "You know that's not how it works," Lucian says, then cocks his head inquisitively. "Why don't you just ask for Brianna's hand, Nick? Make your own offer to Cassatto." I shake my head, dropping my gaze to the gravel. Cassatto would never agree. His grudge held against my father carries over to me. The only reason I'm still breathing is the fealty I swore to him. I look up at Lucian, a twisted smile carved into my face. The idea of dominating and tormenting the poet's son was more appealing to him than simply killing me off. Though now, with his days numbered, I'm sure mine are as well. Awareness creases the planes of Lucian's face. "You're under my syndicate's protection," he says, offering his reassurance. "That means you and Eleanor are protected within the Cosa Nostra, an alliance that precedes Cassatto's marriage contract with Salvatore. Cassatto would be a fool to—" "He's all but dead," I say, cutting my friend off. "He won't be around to suffer any consequence." No, he's leaving all that to fall on his daughter's head. Besides, we both know how easy it is to make my death look like an accident. Our gazes stay locked in tense understanding. It would be darkly poetic if I should suffer the same fate as my father. Lucian adjusts his stance. "There's still time, Nick. Don't do anything crazy." He's the only one who can say that to me and not receive a bullet in the head. As his madman moniker suggests, Lucian Cross is certifiable. Once upon a time, his whole family was slaughtered, driving him right over the edge into a maddening mission of retribution. A title he once loathed, yet he now carries with honor, as he was able to destroy his demons and take his revenge. Unfortunately, I don't have the same hope of escaping my father's legacy of ruin. My demon is already in the ground. Mine is a solitary fight, a war waged with myself. My phone buzzes with a notification, and I remove the device from my inseam and light the screen. A message from one of Cassatto's lackeys displays, alerting me to go directly to his estate. Looks like I'm being summoned by the big boss now. As I step forward, I clasp Lucian on the shoulder. "Thank you for doing what you could," I tell him, then start toward my car. "Give Violet my blessing, and congratulations again." "Dominic." His wary tone stalls my steps. I turn toward him. "I promise. I won't leave you a mess to clean up, my friend." I smile as I unlock my car door and slip behind the wheel. His features draw together in suspicion, and a trace of worry gathers in the furrow of his brow. But I'm giving him the truth. There will be no mess. Whereas my reputation is known for bodies and blood, this time I will leave no evidence. I will be like a thief in the night. Yet I don't need a masquerade to dole out my revenge. I've been wearing a mask for too long already. The day of Bria's wedding, the mask will come off. History always repeats itself. Only this time, the beautiful, imploring eyes of an angel won't stop my blade. Chapter 10. What sweet rest there must be in the grave. Dominic. The Cassatto estate is vast. As one of the largest and most heavily guarded compounds in the city, its fortress walls have never been breached. The interior of the main mansion is opulent and stylish, my mother having had a hand in updating the late Mrs. Cassatto's eclectic taste to a more refined finish, whereas her own home is still haunted by my father's gothic and disturbing old-world charm. As Eleanor spends most of her time here with her husband, I took over the running of our home. I saw no reason to update the Arasto mansion. It's the only thing left of mine still standing in the underworld that continues to drive a molecule of fear into the hearts of opposing syndicates. These thoughts swarm my mind as I stand central in Cassatto's study. With his senior clan members to my back, Cassatto hovers over his giant oak desk, hands braced on the surface for support. "Where are your men?" he asks me directly. I lift my chin. "At the mansion, keeping watch. I had a meeting with Lucian Cross at the docks." I tell him honestly. I have no doubt my movements are always being monitored. He hums in acknowledgement, not looking surprised by this information. "Cross is dipping his toes into wares," he says, before choking back a cough. "That the reason the Laurel brothers were seen leaving my mansion today?" I grit back the reflex to correct him. Technically, he does own my estate and everything tied to the Arasto name, That's what my mother gave up in trade for the Drangheta protection and wiping my father's debt clean to the other organizations. I lock my wrists behind my back, pulling my spine straight. That's right. Another channel to move wares is needed to convince Cross to sign on. I'm negotiating it. Not a complete lie, but not the entire truth. Always layer in a certain amount of veracity. It's easier to manipulate. Building my own connection was part of the essential plan, but Lucian's update has killed that option dead. Cassatto isn't concerned with small-time weapon distribution, however. I've been called here for another reason. That reason is made known when two of his soldiers wrangle in a thrashing and groaning man. A sack covers his head, and his wrists are bound with plastic cable ties. His suit jacket is torn, and fresh blood stains the tan shirt beneath. They seat him in the chair before the desk and remove the threadbare bag from his head. Despite the gag obscuring the lower half of his face and the dark bruises swelling his features, I recognize him. Without thought, I take a step forward, and Cassatto pins me with a severe glare. I stop when I hear the men behind me creep forward. "He's one of yours, yeah?" Cassatto demands to know. Gino groans against the cloth gag as he attempts to turn his head. "I was taking care of it," I say, hands clenched into aching fists behind my back. "I had him. I know where you were hiding him, Dominic." Cassatto makes sure to stress his point, making it clear he's aware of the whole situation with the defunct wares. "That's not how we handle a traitor." Cassatto snaps his fingers and points to an armoire along the wall. One of his guys hustles to do his command, which I know will result in either of us, or possibly both, suffering a painful punishment. Cassatto moves from behind his desk, now utilizing a cane openly in the privacy of his own home. He stops short to stand and stare at me, Gino between us. "Back in Calabria, there was only one way to deal with a traitor who cheats and lies." He holds out a hand, his other bearing his weight on the cane, and a glass bottle filled with a clear substance is placed in his open palm. "A traitor's filthy, lying mouth has to be cleaned, just like cleaning a filthy toilet." "Ha! The toilets where I grew up were vile, Dominic. We had to use a strong acid to clean the shit stains off." My gaze darts to the bottle in Cassatto's hand as he holds it outstretched to me. "Deal with your traitor." He issues the order with a dark gleam behind his weathered eyes. Defiance rears within me, hot and vicious, to stand my ground and refuse his order. But it's not for Gino's sake. As I accept the acid, Gino moans and tries to escape the chair, but the two giant men anchor meaty hands to his shoulders to pin him down. One of them tears the gag away, allowing Gino to spit out a single syllable of his feeble plea before his mouth is being wrenched open. I hear the unmistakable pop of his jaw, and as I walk around to stand over him, this time, his pleas for mercy are real. Tears streak his dirty face, sweat beads across patches of his pallid skin that's not marked with a bruise. Glancing once at Cassatto, I set the bottle down on the edge of the desk so I can remove my suit jacket. I lay it across the desk, then roll my shirt sleeves up my forearms before I uncap the bottle and dig my free hand into Gino's hair, holding his head in place as I shove the threaded bottle ring into his mouth. As the acid funnels across his tongue and down his throat, the chemical stench of burning flesh rises up my nostrils. I turn my head to the side to avoid the fumes. Gino gurgles through the pain, blood and saliva coating his chin. The splashback from a struggle sends a spray of acid to the backs of my hands. The torture doesn't last long. It's not supposed to. When forcing a person to suffer an excruciating death, it's done more for the observers, showing every single one of them their own gruesome fate should they defy the clan. And this display right here, this is all for me. A not-so-subtle warning not to step out of line. Cassatto nods his head, and one of his men takes the bottle from my hand. "Now," Cassatto muses aloud, "that's how you deal with a traitor." Moving farther away from the fumes, I remove my ruined dress shirt and use it to wipe the saliva, blood, and acid from my hands. "It's a shame," Cassatto continues, using his cane to maneuver back around his desk where he takes a seat.
when a perfectly good connection suddenly loses their mind and does something so fucking stupid. He tisks, those beady, glazed-over eyes drilling into mine. Such a useless waste. I toss my shirt into the wastebasket near the desk, then grab my suit jacket and shove my stinging hands into the sleeves, hardening my features to show no pain. Are we done here? His smile is forced. My daughter has grown into a beautiful woman, has she not? He comments offhandedly. He eyes me with a stern but curious glare, expecting my reply. I run my tongue over the ridge of my teeth to conceal a furious smirk. She has, I say, simply agreeing. You've always been loyal to me, Dominic. In fact, you've been one of my most devoted soldiers. His lackey, he means. I've carried out the lowest, most demeaning undertakings. The enforcer. The fist and bullet of Ernesto Cassatto, his stepson minion. I hope I can trust Brianna in your care for the next few weeks, he says, shifting in his seat for comfort. For whatever reason, my daughter has chosen to remain at the mansion, and for the wedding to take place there. I know why Bria wants to spend this time at my home, so she can come and go without detection, using the secret corridor from her room to sneak out. A dark thought strikes me that that's exactly what she's planning. To run away. The wedding date only being pushed back a week won't do anything but make her feel even more trapped. Suddenly, the urgency to return to her thunders through my bones. She's been having a difficult time adjusting to the engagement. Cassatto narrows his gaze on me. But she seems to fare better when her brother is around. She's looked up to you these past years. Convince her this is the right course for her, to show gratitude on her wedding day. And there could be a promotion for you soon after the alliance is sealed. He wants me to obey and grovel, to claw at the scraps from his table with a smile and gratitude. The furious impulse to unsheathe my knife and drive the blade up through his skull pulls at my stripped composure. But for Bria, I throttle my rage. When this wedding goes down, I won't be wearing my blazer draped over my shoulders in clan display to denote my moving up the ranks. I'll be wearing my death suit on my way 6 feet under. And I'll be taking Cassatto and Salvatore and any others who dare to stand in my way with me. Maybe out of respect for him, to show Cassatto just how much I appreciate his mentoring over the years. I'll use acid. I can do that, I say, with a sincere nod. Thank you, sir. I'd be honored to continue to prove my loyalty. His tapered gaze loses an edge of suspicion, having given him no reason to question my sincerity. A lie mixed with the truth. I always envision Bria's beautiful face when dealing with her father. Good boy, he says, dismissing me. Now, help dispose of this filthy piece of shit before he reeks up my office. I nod respectfully before I obey the command. The whole drive to the docks, I'm anxious to get to Bria.
Chapter 11. Star-Crossed Enemies. Brianna. My mother used to say, "A woman who rebels causes fear." I was young when she first told me this, whispered in her soft cadence. I didn't quite understand or fully comprehend her meaning at the time. I just remember expecting the second half, as if there was another part to this saying that she was holding back, waiting for the right moment to impart it on me. I regret never asking her before she died. Although, with the help of my aunt's wisdom, I've been able to grasp what my mother might have been trying to convey. I understand now that a woman amid the clan who rebels against her place is seen as uncontrollable, disobedient, and an embarrassment to her husband and the male members of her family, making the men appear weak in their inability to dominate her. But more so, this deep-rooted fear stems from her very defiance. If a woman thinks and acts for herself, if she stands up to the clan and the archaic rules and structure, then the whole system starts to dismantle from the inside. Because it's the women who make up the foundation of the structure where these men have free rein to profit. As it's our role to help and support the men, everything we do must be in the interest of the organization. We are the nurturers, and we make sure our men are cared for and tended to, placing money on our sons' and husbands' jail commissaries while they're serving their sentences, moving money between organizations unnoticed through our small hobby businesses so it's undetected by authorities, even running drugs in our own vehicles with our children in the back seats. I've heard claim to all and more. And how does the clan repay our loyalty? Our servitude? I once heard my father say,
"The bitch that can no longer look you in the eye must be killed, and killed quickly, or else she'll bite you."
You are either loyal to the Drangheta, or you are dead to them. My thoughts heavy, I circle my finger over the cool marble of the kitchen island, remembering that first conversation with my aunt where she revealed her secret operation. She's risking her life to liberate women who want out of the Drangheta. Should my father ever learn of the women in his family involved in a betrayal of this magnitude, he would punish his own sister in the most debasing and public way to make an example of her, to remind us of our fear. And this is why, when Nick storms through the front doors of his home, covered in blood and pain and eyes blazing, I'm torn. Torn between the nurturing side instilled in me and the fearful but fierce inward voice intoning that I should run and leave him to suffer. I push away from the island as he stalks through the arched doorway. His gaze roves over me in heated pursuit, and I'm unsure whether he's taking stock of my person or deciding where to strike first. Nick, what's wrong? I hate the way my voice trembles. His intense, consuming presence absorbs the air in the room, leaving me near breathless.
"You're here,"
he says, then groans, catching the edge of the island to steady himself. Where else would I be? I ask, my confusion forgotten as his suit jacket parts to reveal his bare chest. I bite the corner of my lip, averting my gaze from the taut muscle definition of his abs and the well-defined V dipping beneath his slacks. When I catch sight of his hand braced on the marble counter, I mutter a curse. Jesus, Nick, what happened to your hand?
"Nothing."
He could be missing a limb right now and still maintain nothing was wrong. Against my better judgment, the nurturer within me wins out. I whisper hushed admonishments beneath my breath as I search the drawers and cabinets for antiseptic and bandages. One thing about a mob house, there are always first aid supplies at the ready. Of course, let me tend to my enemy's wounds and nurse him to full health before I put a blade in his heart. Completely logical. Are you going to tell me what happened? Where were you all night? How long have you been hurt? He directs his attention to Vito, as if he's wary of speaking in front of my bodyguard. Vito is always with me, has been since I was a child, except for the months I spent with my Calabrian family, and I often forget he's even in the room. I turn toward my guard. I need you to leave the room. He crosses his thick arms and gives Nick a murderous look that states he still has words about their last encounter at the swimming pool.
"I don't think that's wise, Miss Cassatto."
I'm not asking, I say, stepping in front of Nick before he can make a move to end the matter himself. At my insistence, Vito concedes with a heavy, relenting breath.
"I'll be right around the corner,"
he assures me, keeping his narrowed gaze aimed on Nick as he exits the kitchen. I grab the bottle of antiseptic and a clean towel. Remove your jacket, I instruct Nick. He hesitates a beat before cocking an eyebrow at my stern tone and commencing to shuffle the black blazer off one shoulder. He bites back a wince as the coarse material glides over his hand. A flush warms my cheeks as he stands before me shirtless. his heavily tattooed chest impossibly close. His body heat presses against me with his proximity, his skin radiating heat like a furnace. This feels more dangerous than when we were in the pool, more intimate. There, I at least had the water as a barrier between our skin. All the fibers have been extinguished from the air, leaving us in a charged, empty space with a powerful current drawing us together. To escape his intensity, I faced the supplies on the island.
You don't have to do this.
He places one of his injured hands on the counter, even as he says this. I know. I inspect the inflamed marks splotched along his wrist and hand. Burns? I ask before I begin to treat the injury.
Chemical. Acid.
Immediately, I know what transpired. With an ill feeling coating my stomach, I recap the bottle of antiseptic and set it aside, pointing Nick toward the island sink instead. He rests his hands inside the basin, and I look up at him. This will sting. He huffs a derisive breath.
More?
Don't be a baby. I lay the towel under his forearms and proceed to run the tap. After I dispense a couple pumps of hand soap into my palm, I take a fortifying breath and begin washing his hands. He expels a hiss between gritted teeth, but otherwise doesn't flinch. I gently massage the liquid soap over the backs of his hands, working it into a slippery lather, careful of the burns. He made you do it? I ask as our palms slip together. I wash dried blood away and watch it swirl around the porcelain sink, realizing my words probably hurt his pride more than the acid to his skin. Nick watches my hands cleansing his with an absorbed fascination. The pain apparently subsided. The feel of his rough palms, calloused and strong, is abrasive against my silken skin, like flint striking smooth steel. The unwanted thought of what his hands would feel like on my body invades my mind. And when Nick catches one of my hands in his large grip, my heart stutters in my chest. He turns my hand over, reverently inspecting my fingers and palm like a foreign object. His gaze narrows on my ring, and I suppress the instinct to jerk out of his grasp.
Your hands are so tiny,
he says, instead of answering my question. His thumb glides over the healed-over blisters on my palm, the ones I earned from months of training to wield a can.
How does a mafia princess have calluses?
I'm not sure if it's a simple observation or an insult, but the flurry of sensations his touch incites is too much, and I push our hands under the cool water to rinse them. Let's get you bandaged, I say with an even deflection. Nick watches me pat the towel along his hands and wrists with a guarded look crossing his expression. Once I've finished bandaging his right hand, I nod to his left, and he moves it before me on the counter. The silence stretches, dense and weighted, before I set the towel aside to inspect the surface-level burns. Absently, I trace a nail over the design along his forearm, lost in thought. I've never touched Nick so openly before, and I'm unable to resist the temptation to touch the tattoos I've all but memorized from afar, wondering whether his skin was soft or rough, whether he was warm or cool to the touch, if the ink was raised or smooth.
Who tended to your wounds that night?
His unexpected question makes me glance up, and I find his darkened gaze settled on the deep scar slashed along my clavicle. I swallow the sudden ache. Your mother. This seems to surprise him, his eyebrows drawn together over those coal eyes, but he nods once in acceptance. He says nothing else as he backs away, finally releasing me from his tense hold. Eleanor's actually done a number of motherly things for me over the years, one being to sneak me to a doctor so I could get a birth control shot to help with cramps, a subject I would never be able to discuss with my papa. With a deep inhale, I drag in his comforting scent to fill the empty space in my lungs and begin folding the towel. Nick's newly bandaged hand circles my wrist to halt my movements. Before the jolt of awareness has time to travel to my heart, he shoves the sleeve of my shirt up my forearm. A shadow falls over his face, and fury ignites dark flames behind his eyes. His thumb delicately travels over the black and blue skin of my wrist, tracing the outline of the bruise. His grip tightens behind the tender purple blotch as he moves in close to tower over me, his jaw clenched.
What happened here?
His demanding tone is as coarse as his fingers pressing into my skin. I shake my head, any rational reply momentarily startled from my mind. I'm usually more cautious while practicing with my can, not to leave behind any evidence. But after the incident at the pool left me flustered, I was careless. He brings my arm up between us, his gaze molten as he stares down at me.
Who did this to you?
It was an accident, is all I'm able to get out before he drops my arm and rushes from the room. Shit. I yank my sleeve down and follow after him, his determined steps booming in the corridor ahead of me. Nick finds Vito stationed outside the kitchen and has him backed against the wall in a matter of seconds. Hands gripped to my bodyguard's collar, Nick drills him for answers, the two men struggling against each other. Wild panic flares in my veins, and I frantically look around for Dante. Where is he? Hands trembling, I bring out my phone and call Dante for help. The sound of flesh smacking flesh sounds over my rioting heartbeat, and I give up on the phone and decide to grab the can from my room, to show Nick how the injury happened, how I was stupid enough to strike my wrist while doing something as senseless as trying to learn how to defend myself on my wedding night. Any excuse to make him stop his attack on Vito. Vito hasn't done anything to me, Nick. The words rush out as I run toward him, trying to find a way between the two tussling men. Nick drives another punch into Vito's battered face, and blood mists the air. I claw at my hair. Stop! I can prove it! Dante enters the room and barrels toward the scuffle to intervene. One breath where relief claims my rampaging heart. Then I glimpse the shiny flash of steel. The air stalls in my lungs. All sound is muted beneath the furious tempo of my heartbeat as I watch Nick send the blade into the back of Vito's neck. In one expert move, Nick twists the knife, severing Vito's spinal cord before he yanks the blade free. A broken cry strangles my throat. My vision goes hazy around the edges as my bodyguard slumps to the floor, leaving a trail of red on the wall. His arms dangle uselessly, his eyes unseeing as death quickly claims him. I've barely processed the scene before Dante has Nick in his grasp, turning him around and expertly evading the swipe of Nick's hooked knife. In the same beat, Nick has Dante's gun knocked from his hand. I watch the piece skate across the marble floor. Nick grabs Dante's throat.
Did you hurt her?
Dante latches onto Nick's arm, groaning.
What the fuck? No.
The furious blaze of Nick's gaze touches me as he looks my way.
Did he fucking touch you?
He seethes between gritted teeth. My movements jerky, I shake my head. God, no! Nick, stop this! A growl tears free of his chest, and he drives a fist into Dante's flank, then delivers another merciless punch to his face, sending Dante to the floor. He stands over him, chest heaving, muscles strained against his inked skin, bandaged hands balled into fists that are ready to beat the life from his body. I only gain a step toward the gun before I'm pinned in place by the fiery wrath in Nick's eyes. Please, I swear, no one hurt me. As his mind seems to clear of the murderous haze, he returns his attention to my bodyguard.
I don't care if it was you who laid a hand on her or not. You failed to protect her.
He steps across Dante and halts before Vito's lifeless body, where he digs out the weapon from his jacket. My pulse slams against my arteries as Nick pushes the barrel of the gun to Dante's forehead.
Cassatto placed me in charge of you.
Nick directs a cool glance my way before returning his focus to Dante.
So your bodyguard's services are no longer required.
As he chambers around, the sound echoes through the house with haunting finality. Wait! I chance a step closer, desperation clawing my veins. Glancing down at Vito, at the guard who has been with me my whole life, I blink my tears away and meet Nick's black gaze. Okay, I'll admit the truth. He lifts his chin, his jaw tense, nostrils flared.
Tell me how you got that bruise, Bria.
Gaze shifting to the dead body on the floor, I make a choice to lie to save Dante. It was Vito, I say, finding Nick's arctic gaze. He didn't mean to, though. It was in the pool room. Embarrassed after what happened, I tripped. I shake my head, hoping like hell my story is remotely believable. He just caught me, his grip a little too hard. Dante says nothing. His head braced by the barrel of the gun, he looks directly at Nick. He knows I'm lying, but he says nothing. His shoulders relax, the slightest measure, and the gun is lowered from Dante's forehead. The toxic mix of anguish and relief burns through my nervous system, leaving me shaking as adrenaline begins to ebb. Nick tucks the gun into the waistband of his slacks before he steps around Dante and picks up the discarded revolver.
Get out of my house,
he orders, his guttural tone low and deadly. With an unsure glance my way, the guard who vowed to sacrifice his life for mine silently inquires my direction. If I ask him not to leave, he will confront Nick, and I can't have any more death on my conscience today. I'm okay, I assure him. Climbing to his feet, Dante stands and whips out his phone. He sends me one last concerned look before he turns and heads out of the mansion, placing a call to my father. Silence suffocates the last dregs of air from the room, and I wrap my arms around my waist to guard against the chill striking my bones. My gaze falls on Vito's lifeless body, the blood. You killed him? I hear myself say.
Should have killed them both.
You're a fucking monster!
I hope you've never thought otherwise.
Indignation swallows me whole. Did my father really put you in charge of me? I demand to know.
Yes.
That one word, intoned in his steely baritone, hangs in the dark shadows between us. Not meeting my eyes, he fires off a text on his phone. I assume to order one of his guys to clean up the body, and that thought gnaws at my stomach with sharp teeth. After he pockets his phone, Nick strides toward me and ticks his chin to the staircase.
Upstairs, Bria.
I glower into his brutally beautiful face, getting as far as opening my mouth to retort, before he has my arms cinched in his ruthless grip, dragging me to the stairs. He forces me to the top landing, where he steers me toward my bedroom and plants me in front of the bookcase. Yanking free, I hold my arm, my skin aflame from his touch. My body is a trembling mess, my head even worse. Nothing feels real in this moment. I haven't fully processed that Vito is dead. And as Nick eases closer to the bookcase, a slow realization ices my blood. I fortify my resolve, standing my place. You killed a man.
I kill many men.
For no reason at all. Shirtless, all his inked skin on full, powerful display, Nick licks his lips. A devilish gleam ignites his tapered eyes.
You tell me that you're going to have your bodyguards fuck you, Bria. You tell me this, and then you strip naked in front of one, and now you're shocked when he's dead.
A sinister smirk pulls at the corner of his mouth. When I offer no response, he makes a low sound of amusement. Then he turns toward my dressing mirror.
For that alone, I should have stained my mother's precious marble floor with Dante's entrails. I let him live, and Vito's lucky he got the quick death he did, Angel.
A gruesome imagery settles over my vision in perfect clarity. Nick would have done exactly that had I not lied to stop him. And all because I made a senselessly reckless comment about finding any man to take my virginity. In true mafia fashion, Dominic Erasto laid claim to me the night he first shed blood, a claim that bound me to his blade only. No other man will touch me, Not before he takes his revenge. A man's toy is his alone to break. Despite the coil of anxiety urging me to dart for the weapon under my mattress, I fight my fear and raise my chin to match him in stubborn assertion. I've told you, it's my body.
Has anyone touched you?
He demands, cutting me off. I swallow. No. Something akin to satisfaction flares in his eyes.
It's fucking staying that way.
He snatches up the wooden footstool in front of my dressing mirror and snaps one of the legs off. He then storms to the bookcase and shoves the panel aside to reveal the hidden door.
One of my men will be outside of your room all hours of the night,
he says, his voice strained as he drives the peg into the seam of the doorframe. The wood cracks, giving beneath the brute force, effectively jamming the door closed and trapping me inside. Fiery indignation simmers in my veins, and as he faces me, I glance down at the blood speckling my white shirt. I didn't realize it at the time, but I'm wearing Vito's blood. I grip the hem and rip the shirt over my head, letting the ruined garment drop to the floor between us. A dare. A challenge. Cool air nips at my heated flesh. I'm not wearing a bra, and I stand before Nick in mirrored defiance, my naked skin a summons to his feral beast. Touch me. I dare you. He threatened to leave handprints on my ass if I removed my clothes in front of any man again, so here I am, challenging him to make good on his threat. His throat works with a hard swallow. A tense muscle twitches in his jaw, the only tell that I affect him as his dark gaze drags over the exposed planes of skin and curves. My shallow breaths sticking to the ache in my lungs, I grasp the button of my pants and, before I'm able to wrench the snap open, Nick eats the distance between us and has his large bandaged hand anchored to mine.
If you drop those pants and are wearing nothing beneath...
He trails off, the vibration of his rasped words sending a pleasurable shiver down my spine.
Don't.
He drops that last word in a hard command. His grip on my hand tightens, whether to stop me or himself, I'm not sure. But the rough feel of his palm lights a wick of desire, the hot ache settling between my thighs in needy demand. My body goes as still as his. The only movement between us, the unstable pulse of his heartbeat in his neck, the exchange of air between us with each desperate breath. A war raging behind his strained features, he slowly releases me, one finger at a time. For a solitary moment, something vulnerable touches his features, allowing me a glimpse behind his hardened layers before he closes himself off, a mask descending to shut me out. Anger directing my course, I pull the snap open. The sharp sound of the closure coming undone detonates through the room. I maintain the intensity of his gaze for a fleeting second longer. Then I spin around and start toward the bathroom. I push the waistband down my hips, stepping out of each pant leg before I reach the threshold to give him a clear view of my ass. I'm taking a shower, I announce, just barely controlling the tremor in my voice. See yourself out. As I reach the counter, I suck down a breath and brace my hands on the edge for support. A few torturous seconds pass where I wait, my gaze trained on the mirror, every inch of my exposed skin aflame and aching in anticipation to see Nick appear in the doorframe and make good on his vow to punish me. Then I flinch at the sound of the door slamming shut. Sealing my eyes closed, I take another measured breath. Tonight. It has to be tonight. Daring to look at myself, I stare at my reflection and touch the scar on my chest, reverently tracing my fingers over the raised, silken skin. The longer I take, the more I lose myself and my purpose. Vito should not have had to die because I'm playing a game with my deranged stepbrother. This ends tonight.
Chapter 12. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams. Dominic.
The oscillating blades of the ceiling fan chopped the air, the dull whomp filling the otherwise dense silence of my room. Sheets strewn haphazard across my shins, bandaged hands braced behind my head. I lie on the bed and stare up at the whipping blades, my thoughts a dark and conflicted storm, my body wound too tight for sleep. The sight of Bria standing before me half-naked is seared in my mind, her goddamn perfect body daring me to touch her, her vulnerability dripping through her desperate defiance to rouse my deviant nature. I might have stopped breathing. Even now my lungs are constricted, unable to take a full breath without disturbing the knot beneath my rib cage. She showed her ass, literally, and it took all my damn willpower not to chase her down, bend her over, and spank that sweet little ass until it was blistered red. Because I wouldn't have stopped there. My aching erection twitches in my boxer briefs, and I rake a hand down my face. The bandage wrapping my palm is an annoying barrier from stroking my cock. I've been rock hard since I forced myself out of her room, but I welcome the suffering. I've earned it. I drew blood in a futile attempt to sate the violence raging inside my skull that one innocent touch from Bria initiated. Granted, whether he bruised her or not, Vito had it coming. The moment she looked at him from across the pool and removed her top, he was a dead man. Sinking my blade in her bodyguard was the only way to stop me from pinning her to that kitchen island and burying my cock deep inside her. I expel a tense breath from my lungs as I envision her concerned gaze while she doctored my hands. Her delicate, slender fingers speared between mine, the feel of her soft skin slippery and wet. Christ. I shift positions, tempted to either tear the dressing away or just beat my cock off with the coarse bandage. I almost yearn for the abrasive rub to counter my craving. I can feel her down the hallway. So close. If I don't calm the fuck down, I'll climb out of this bed and toss Luca on his ass before I break her door down. Taking Bria, right the fuck now, would put an end to this misery. She'd be ruined, the marriage contract void. I'd suffer Cassatto's wrath, most likely with an acid bath, but my torment would finally end. No waiting until the wedding, no biding my time in the shadows to kill Salvatore like a plague. Because the torture of watching her with another man for the next however many years while I secretly crave her, want her, need her, to the point of sheer fucking madness, that will destroy me. Absolutely. I only have two choices, a torturously slow death or a quick one. Pick your poison. My turbulent thoughts churn into a vortex that has my head spinning, and I don't register the gentle give of the mattress until I feel a light touch on my arm. Before I even open my eyes, I have a slender throat clutched in my hand. My grip tightens, and as her speeding pulse thumps against my fingers, the pale moonlight brings Bria's soft features into focus. Something primal stirs beneath my skin, its teeth bared. A rush of heat blisters my veins at the helpless sight of her, and instead of releasing her, I squeeze tighter. Her hands go to her neck, nails scraping at the seam where my bandaged palm welds to her skin.
Nick, please.
My name, spoken on her strangled exhale, drags me from the edge. I loosen my grip just enough to offer her a breath. Then I slip my hand around her neck and clasp her nape, drawing her face close to mine. What are you doing here, Bria? Hair still wet from her shower and falling across.
Thanks for being here. This is a free audiobook made with care. While the music plays, give yourself a little kindness. You deserve it.
side of her face. She bites the corner of her lip, stalling. She's wearing a silky night thing, all black. The fabric grazes my ribs in a tantalizing caress, and the smooth feel of her breasts beneath the thin slip of material unleashes a destructive wave of havoc on my nervous system. Boldly holding my gaze, she lays a hand to my bare chest with a sultry curl to her lips.
It actually wasn't hard to get the bookcase door open. You broke the door frame when you jammed the door, so...
That's not what I asked. This close, I can make out the dusting of freckles across her nose, and the beautiful, innocent sight crushes my trachea as I force a swallow. Biting down on that fucking lip again, further testing my control, she bears down on my chest and effortlessly hooks a leg over my body. Her soft weight settles on top of me and damn near cracks my restraint. The warmth of her body atop mine tightens my stomach muscles, and the sinew around my bones constricts painfully. Jesus. I seal my eyes closed, trying my damnedest not to see Bria straddling me. But the goddamn feel of her on my cock. Non se la faccio e troppo. I grip the edge of the mattress to hold myself back, restraint nearly annihilated as she lightly drags her nail over the tip of my jugular notch. I release her neck and clasp her wrist, the one not bruised, stopping her from roaming farther down. She tilts her head, features etched in a seductive mix of want and uncertainty.
I want you to be the one, Nick.
She whispers, and the desperation leaking from her timid voice stalls the air in my lungs. With a sudden bite of clarity, I realize what's held me back all this time. Not her father or clan law, not even the fear of death. There's nothing in this fucking world that terrifies me enough to keep me from her. The truth is, I don't want to take Bria just once. Once would never be enough.
God, you killed Vito tonight, all because you thought he touched me, that he had hurt me. How can you allow Salvatore to be the first man to have me?
She blinks back the teary mist from her eyes and shakes her head.
I can't be with a man I don't know for my first time. I want to be touched, really touched, by someone who I know, someone who knows me.
A dark groan works free of my constricted throat. Fuck. You must really want to kill me. Her face pales. Even in the dim lighting, the only source coming from the sliver of moonlight spilling through the balcony doors, I can see her sudden fear.
Why would you say that?
What do you think will happen when your husband realizes you're not a virgin on your wedding night? I release her wrist so I can drive a hand through my hair. Hell, Bria. It doesn't matter who you choose to fuck. I'd be the one blamed for your ruin. Cassatto would have me killed on principle alone. Your father would make me suffer for tarnishing the clan so shamefully. You know this is true. And yet here you are, sitting on my cock, begging me to fuck you. So, you have to want me dead. Instead of a raven perched above my door, I have a wicked vixen perched on my dick. And fucking hell, if she grinds her pussy against my cock ring one more time, I'll toss out every last conviction and willingly become a dead man walking.
No one has to know.
She licks her lips, shifting on top of me so I can't help but feel the heat of her pussy. She pushes the heels of her palms up my chest, settling her mouth against my ear.
No one ever has to know it was you. I can keep a secret really, really well, and...
She brushes her lips over the shell of my ear.
I'm still not wearing any panties.
Oh, god damn. My cock throbs at her sinful confession. My hips buck in an involuntary response, and I swear she soaks my boxers with her wet heat. Fuck, I growl. Releasing my grip on the mattress, I clasp her waist. In maddening desire to bring her closer, my hands roam up her back. I tunnel my fingers into her hair and pull her down against me, my muscles strained as I maintain the smallest measure of control. Things like this never stay secret, I say to her, and my words feel like a concession, like I've already given in before the fight. The tiny lift of her lips tells me she knows I'm close to surrender. With a daring roll of her hips, she tears right through my diminishing sanity, obliterating the last of my restraint. My fingers curl into her hair, gripping to hold her in place. "Why are you torturing me, little raven?" It leaves my mouth in a desperate plea as she continues to undulate her hips in needy rolls, provocatively grinding her pussy against my hard cock. A fierce shiver travels through her, and she releases a broken breath against my mouth.
"You tortured me for 2 years,"
she says, her nails digging into my trapezius muscles between my neck and shoulder.
"The fact I affect you at all makes me so fucking wet."
Jesus fuck. The last thread of my control frays at the dirty words on her sweet mouth, and as I deliver a hard thrust up against her, I snap that thread clean in two. Her breathy moan curls inside me like a flame dancing too close to the fuse. I'm not sure who moves first, her or me, but as my heart knocks in violent percussion, there's a single heartbeat where either of us could stop this. Then, in the next, I have her mouth crushed against mine. The taste of Bria is pure, divine rapture, like finally getting a drop of water after roaming a barren desert for a lifetime. It's that goddamn satisfying. I can barely savor the moment, my hunger to consume her that feral, as I unleash 2 years' worth of yearning and tear into the kiss with a starved depravity. As her soft lips open to me, her tongue slips out, hesitant at first, then with the sweetest moan, meets mine. My low groan invades the kiss, and I lead her with ferocious guidance, my need for her too strong to be gentle. We clash in fiery pursuit to chase each other over the edge, setting fire to the line we're forbidden to cross. Desperate to touch her and feel her everywhere, I rip the bandages off my hands, then grip the hem of her nightgown. I draw it up her backside so my fingers can trail the smooth skin of her ass. Christ, she wasn't lying. There's absolutely no barrier to prevent me from touching her, and I seek her hot center like a heat-seeking missile. I drag my fingers over the delicate contour of her ass until I reach the warmth between her thighs, and as soon as I feel how wet her pussy is, a curse rumbles through my frantic kiss. As I trace the slippery softness of her lips, I sink my other hand into the tangle of her damp hair and wrench her harder against me. I am a fucking liar. When I claimed either one of us could stop this, I never would have been able to stop. Even if she changes her mind and begs me right now, her tears will only fuel me on. I'd wipe those tears away just to gather them and stroke my cock before I fucked her raw. We're well past the point of no return. I stole life tonight. I drew blood, and that act did nothing to sate the monster's bloodlust. Now that it's tasted Bria, there is nothing in this world that will satisfy the need. Not when the blood it craves is right here between her sweet, beckoning thighs. The beast within goes feral in response, salivating for a taste of her. I let her rock on top of me a few moments longer as I trace the seam of her pussy, feeling her get wetter, before I flip her onto her back and cage my body over hers. Taking control, I spread her legs wide as I seat my hips between her thighs. She watches me with carnal lust filling her gaze as I draw the thin strap of her slip down around her shoulder to expose one beautiful breast. It's taking every bit of my willpower to go slow, to be gentle, as the desire to brutally ravish her rips through me with vicious need. But I've been patient for so long. I can give her this. I can bring her pleasure first to ease the pain. My Angioletta deserves that. Not a wedding night with a man who could never appreciate what's been gifted to him. Her first time will be with a man who worships her. For her, I'll leash every feral instinct. I'll hold myself back, even though it goes against my very nature as hellfire chars my blood and the monster roars inside my head, demanding I swallow her screams and lap her tears. I can trace the curves of her body and locate each weakness that lies beneath her silken flesh. I know what tendon will inflict the most pain, what zone will crest the height of pleasure, what bone to snap to incapacitate her, and all this gnaws inside my twisted mind while I restrain the deviant urge to shatter my beautiful doll. What she's giving me is something angelic something pure. But she's taking something in return also. She's stealing the anguish to gift me that moment of peace I only ever find when lost in her eyes. That's where I am now, as I gaze into her, my fingers exploring her sensitive folds, learning what makes her breath break and her eyes close half-masked in bliss. I need to taste you. I lower myself between her legs and hook an arm around her thigh, locking her to me as I breathe over her glistening pussy, loving the way she shivers. Her breathing comes faster in anticipation, and I take my first taste in a long and slow lick up her seam, coming fucking undone. I groan against her cunt, ravenous. My tongue delves deeper, sliding between her lips and curling upward to flick over her clit. I lack the ability to describe how goddamn delectable she tastes. The only word running through my head is mine.
Oh, God. Nick.
Bria's hands go to my hair as her hips roll in little urgent bucks. She's sin and sanctity and pure, unbridled passion. It kills me that she's only giving herself to me because she doesn't want to give herself to him. But right in this moment, I'm a selfish fiend. I'm a heathen. And I'm going to fuck her so goddamn right I'll ruin her for any other man. Look at me. My guttural demand tears free of my chest. Her gaze captures mine on command. I want your eyes on me while I devour your sweet pussy, Angel. Her thighs clench against me in response, and then she shoves her fingers into my hair. Her chest heaves and her limbs are racked with tremors as I plunge inside her with my tongue. My thumb pins her clit, and I rub over the bundle of nerves to send a shockwave coursing through her body. I push a finger inside the slick warmth of her pussy. A low growl climbs free of my throat at the feel of her tight flesh gripped around my finger. The irritating sting on the back of my damaged hand is a welcome distraction, grounding enough to keep me from tearing into her, unrestrained. I want her worked loose enough to take me, because once I'm inside her, I'm not sure I'll be able to hold back. I force another finger inside her tight cunt, losing my goddamn mind at her sexy, breathy moans as she undulates beneath me. Chest aching, I groan against her thigh and nip at her tender skin. God damn, you're so fucking tight, Bria. This perfect pussy is going to be what destroys me. I'm like some deprived juvenile as I hump the bed while I lap at her swollen clit and finger fuck her cunt, so eager to be inside her that my cock threatens to blow inside the confines of my boxers. Her fingers grip at my hair, nails deliciously scraping over my scalp.
Fuck me, please. Right now. Don't hold back. I want to feel all of you.
Christ, Bria, don't say things like that to me. I glance up to see the pained expression straining her beautiful features. And God, she stirs the embers beneath my skin into a roaring inferno. The monster within claws at my flesh from the inside, demanding to take her rough and fast. A lovely sheen of sweat coats her forehead as she holds my gaze.
I lied, Nick.
My body tenses. The bars of my ribcage contract around the muscle locked within as I wait for her next words.
I lied down there in the wine cellar.
She continues, around a sudden intake of air.
When I said I wanted just any man to fuck me, you're the only one I want. You're the only one I've ever wanted.
A rough growl resounds from the cavity of my chest as I remove my fingers from her and push them into my mouth to taste her arousal. I'm all fleshy, carnal need as a primal hunger strokes a maddening flame over my skin. Then I'm tunneling under the bloodlust. I lift up and prowl over her like a caged beast, finally set free. Do you want this, Bria? I push the head of my cock against her pussy, letting her feel the steel ring. I need her consent one more time, because before this night is over, I am going to ruin this girl in the most debasing, vile way. She licks her lips, eyes glistening with lust and yearning. And fuck, I'm dying at the feel of her wetness as it soaks through the material of my boxers.
Yes, I want this. I want your cock. I want you, Nick.
God damn. I'm fucking lost to her. My angel is wet and needy as she watches me lower my boxers with a lust-filled haze sheening her whiskey eyes, and I'm drunk on her in their depths. My cock unrestrained, I grab myself into base and stroke slowly toward the crown. I nudge the cock ring, and a hiss escapes my gritted teeth at the sight of her wriggling beneath me in need. I seat myself between the summit of her thighs and notch the head of my cock at her soaked entrance. Her nails scrape my back in anticipation, her chest rising and falling beneath me as I dip down to take her perfect nipple into my mouth. Her breath clips short when her fingers skim over the smooth scars on my back. She halts, and it's only a moment of hesitation, 1 second stretched out for eternity, but I hold my breath until her movements resume. Releasing her nipple, I rise up and capture her gaze. Muscles flexed, I push the crown of my cock against her smooth pussy lips, goddamn shaking as I restrain myself from entering her too fast, and I feel a pinch in my shoulder blade. The slight pain is sharp and centered. A strained nerve, maybe, but the piercing sensation biting into my flesh is distracting enough to stop my progression, and I halt before entering her fully. Within seconds, the pain travels to my head. Pressure builds, and a sense of dizziness tilts me off kilter. Blood rams my arteries with a rush of adrenaline. My pulse quickens in my veins. My vision blurs as an unsteady sensation loosens my muscles. I give my head a quick shake, blinking back the unease before I latch onto Bria's gaze, using her to ground me in the moment. She doesn't move. She doesn't breathe. She doesn't question what's wrong, and my chest tightens painfully at her oddly calm expression. Then, my senses go on high alert as Bria drops her hand over the side of the bed. I see it first, the flash of glinting steel, before I catch the blurred trail of her hand in my periphery. Thinking impaired, I barely block the attack as she drives a short blade toward my chest. The fuck? Using my forearm to knock her wrist aside, I aim for the bruise, striking her injury to make her next attempt more difficult. She grits her teeth and, with a groan of effort, brings the weapon up, the tip of the 3-inch blade aimed at my carotid. Not a wild, sloppy slash at my neck, no. She's precise. She aims for her target as if she knows the amount of force needed to crack cartilage and puncture the artery. It's one of the most lethal places to strike to take out your enemy. She knows what she's doing, but even in a confused state of mind, so do I. The knife nicks my forearm as I rear back on my knees and drive my arm upward, sending her strike wide. My hand collars her throat. I anticipate the clink of the blade striking the marble floor, only to feel steel tear into my flesh. As seconds pass, my gaze lowers to where Bria's hand grasps the hilt of the knife, the blade sunk into my stomach. She fucking stabbed me. A numbness slithers beneath my skin. The wound isn't lethal, but my fury is, and as I look down at her beneath me, so beautiful, so sacred, I want to destroy all that sacred beauty. The bitter taste of betrayal burns at the back of my throat. Hand sealed around her neck, I feel her pulse flare against the web of my palm. Her gaze flits in manic motion from my eyes to the knife jutting from my lower quadrant. I touch the injury briefly, my fingers coming away with a stain of red, before I use my free hand to trap her wrist and remove her grip from the hilt. I leave the knife in place. The real wound tears through my sternum, ripping through muscle to reach my proverbial heart, causing more damage and pain than any physical wound she could inflict. And the monster wants to wound back. With a dark growl, I pin her wrist above her head and thrust inside her in one ruthless stab of my cock, tearing through the sliver of flesh. Her cry cracks the air and ripples over me in euphoric waves as I bury myself deep inside her, fueled by rage and retribution and the goddamn perfect feel of her sheathed around me. I'm a damned demon, but I can't stop, unhinged and feral. Through the haze swathing my head, I tighten my hold around her throat. Blood from my fingers smears her skin as I savagely fuck her. She fights against me, her body bucking and squirming, her scream choked off by my collared hand. Those wide amber eyes ensnare me, and it's like steel striking flint. The fire sparks and roars in an instant to consume. The desire to ravish her violently and completely is my only course. I drive into her again, harder, ruining her and damning my soul. I bear down heavy on top of her, spreading her thighs with my hips, spearing her with my cock, and sinfully basking in every salacious, depraved jolt of pleasure that comes from her fight. Jaw clenched, I peer down into her pained face, that beautiful, angelic face I've worshipped, and breathe in the intoxicating mix of her arousal and fear, reveling in the unholy things I'm about to do to her. Fuck, I want her tears. Through the carnal bloodlust, I say, Cassatto sent his own flesh and blood. My accusation seethes from the pit of my black soul. Admittedly, it was a smart move on his part. Bria was able to get closer to me than anyone else. For that, I'll send his daughter back to him ruined. For her betrayal, I'll break her, body and mind. I thrust into her again and again, my hips ruthlessly slamming against her and stealing her fight. I choke her as I fuck her, recklessly, hell-bent on destroying her. Though even in my drug-induced stupor, I know she's the one who's destroyed me beyond repair. There's no coming back from this. The blade is still sheathed in my stomach, and I'm sheathed inside her, some brutal form of poetry unfolding between us, my fallen angel dragging my debased soul right down to hell. Arousal and blood coats my cock, wickedly urging each thrust deeper, the insatiable need to fill her, tearing a wild, destructive path through my sanity. I'm so damn lost. Her pussy clenches around my cock, the steel ring stroking her hot flesh, and I mutter a string of foul profanities as she surrenders a strangled moan, the vibration of the desperate sound dropping right to my cock and forcing my next thrust so deep, heat builds at the base of my spine. Ah, fuck. God damn, you feel too fucking good. I groan as I pull out, the head of my cock still nestled inside her sweet pussy. For one brief moment, clarity cracks through my crazed fever, and I find her eyes, those beautiful eyes sheened with unshed tears. I loosen my grip on her neck, allowing her to pull in a ragged breath. Beg me to stop, I tell her, my tone gravel as I slowly push inside her. Bathed in moonlight, my angel parts her lips, but says nothing as she lifts her hips, the urgent move and acceptance of her punishment. Her inner walls pulse around me, turning me into a fucking madman, craving more of her fight. Christ, fuck! My teeth grit against her tight, wet heat gripping me, and I relinquish a growl as I sink so deep inside her, my soul is flayed from my body. The pain in my side carves a path of sadistic pleasure all the way to my groin, and it takes the will of the saints to leash me before I tear right through her. I squeeze her throat, and real fear sparks her eyes. Her body thrashes against me. Past the bloodlust, a distant whisper of her gentle voice breaks through the madness. Little death. And for a fleeting moment, I crave to see that serene beauty painted on her face. With a furious groan, I fight the monster back into the cage. I pull out of her and hold myself above her struggling body, my chest heaving, muscles trembling. Bria becomes motionless beneath me, and I watch the trickle of tears leak down the side of her temples. She looks like a ruined angel in the darkened shadow of the bed. With a heated curse, I fumble off the edge of the mattress, hands braced around the hilt of the knife. Then I yank the blade from my stomach. I take labored breaths to collect my bearings, whatever drug she injected into me, potent enough to disorient me, but not knock me out. I hear the bed creak, and my gaze darts to Bria. Her black, silky nightgown is torn and hangs off one shoulder. A thin rivulet of blood trails down her inner thigh. She's disheveled and broken, and still so achingly beautiful, my heart clenches. Keeping her gaze locked on me, she lowers herself to the floor and retrieves the weapon. Blood drips from my stomach wound. Her blood coats my cock, and the sinew threading flesh to my bones cords tight. Just beneath, a feral demon is trying to tear through my muscle. She holds the knife outstretched, and the monster within snarls, scenting the blood and craving more. I clench my teeth and grit out one word. Run.
Chapter 13. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart. Brianna.
Run.
I drop the knife, knowing when he catches me it won't stop him. I run. Fear is a living force propelling me through the balcony doors. My bare feet slap the pavers as I head for the winding stairs that lead to the garden. A surge of adrenaline numbs my body, mercifully dulling some of the fresh pain from my virginity being violently torn away. As I hit the lush grounds darkened by night, I dart toward the grove of Italian cypress trees. I had one chance, one single vital moment where my aim couldn't be off, and I was way off. The intensity of Nick's touch, the overwhelming feel of his rough hands I've witnessed brutally kill, caressing me and tenderly touching. He kissed me. Even now, as I'm racing across the spongy grass, my bare feet picking up the dew, panic tearing through my chest with each blistering intake of air, I can feel his mouth on mine. My lips burn from that kiss. I wanted him. I wanted him inside me. I wanted to pretend there was no marriage contract and no dying fathers and no power-hungry men who will descend on me the moment I lay him to rest, 6 feet under. But most of all, I wanted to pretend that Dominic wasn't one of those men. For one delusional second, when he was above me, his powerful and beautiful body covering mine, so close to entering me, I thought giving myself to him would change the outcome, that he could love me. But the truth is, in our dark underworld, love doesn't win. It doesn't transform the beast into a prince, especially when the beast is dominated by greed and the lust for power. My aim was off, and now I'm running toward the grove like an animal being chased by a wild predator, half naked and without a phone. When he catches me, because he will catch me, he will kill me. He got rid of my protection from him, and I let him do it. I let him order Dante away from the mansion. My only chance now is to find one of the guards and pray like hell my desperate state convinces them to help. As I round a tall cypress, I enter the garden. Pebbles dig into the soles of my feet. A sharp pain tears at my side, but I don't stop. I hear his heavy footfalls beating the earth not far behind. A wall of manicured shrubbery rises up to block me in. Stumbling to a stop, I curse and turn right. My new destination, the dark shadows of the dense cypress trees. The garden becomes a maze, and panic claws at my mind. If I could just find a weapon, a limb or a pole or anything strong enough to wield, maybe I could fend him off, at least long enough for me to escape. Shit, why isn't the sedative slowing him down? The wound I inflicted only enraged him. It's not fatal. To a man like Nick, who has been sliced and stabbed and shot, it was my biggest mistake. I squeezed my eyes closed, just long enough to clear the sting of sweat blurring my vision. In retrospect, I should have let the drug take full effect before I made a move. But planning the event and actually living it, being in the moment with him, are two very different things. As he kissed me, I knew right then, if I went through with having sex with him, if I gave him all of me, I wouldn't be able to take his life. I had no choice but to fight him. Fire winds up my calves. A burn deep in my belly flares. My lungs plead for air past the constriction of my throat. I push harder, despite the fact he's so close. 1 second could be the difference between Nick crushing my throat and the sedative weakening him enough for me to escape. His fierce growl sounds above the crunch of rocks, and I hate the way my body responds. Desperation leaks into my muscles as adrenaline pours into my bloodstream. I'm running when every cell in my body wants to fall to the dewy earth and let him take me all over again. I strive for the shadow up ahead, the tree line just within reach on the other side of the garden, only to have the fading hope snatched away as I'm banded in Nick's ruthless embrace. He takes us down to the earth. His arms bracket my body as he pulls my back to his chest. My silk nightie rides up around my waist as I uselessly kick open air. Chest heaving, Nick tightens his hold, draining the fight from my aching muscles. His heated breath coasts across the back of my neck, and I can hear the hard clench of his jaw as he says,
"You didn't run fast enough."
Dread kicks my rib cage as my heart pounds a furious tempo. He groans and places me on my back. Arms pinned to the sodden earth, the pungent scent of grass mingling with the intoxicating scent of his cologne. I stare into his shadowed face. It was pointless anyway. My words are clipped short between gasps for air. I strive to conceal all traces of fear from my features. The raging coal of his eyes burns through me, the blackest tar set aflame. He says nothing as he removes one hand from my wrists. He waits for me to wrestle, to try to strike out on impulse. The searing vengeance behind those dark orbs craves a fight. I'm weaponless, and he's at an advantage. I have no choice but to wait for him to either kill me or provide an opening. His hand clamps around my throat, and tears prick my eyes. Emotion wells where I desperately wish he would carve it out of me with his knife. Because even as he ravished me, tearing into me with punishing thrusts, my body consented. To him, to the pain, to the pleasure that was just on the other side of his rage. I betrayed him, and that anguish was there on the hardened planes of his face, a seam torn wide as he tore right through my innocence. Do it, I say in challenge, the dark note of my tone dripping with disdain. His tongue travels over his bottom lip, a snake scenting its prey.
"It's not going to be that quick for you, Angel."
His eyes lower to my chest, then farther down.
"How badly do you hurt?"
His question knits my brows together in confusion. I swallow the ache, knotting my throat. Why, what's your plan? To fuck me to death?
"Don't tempt me."
A devious smile slants his mouth, and an intrusive flare of desire licks my insides. He grunts as he bears down on me, his hips spreading my thighs wide. I gasp at the salacious feel of his cock pressed against my sensitive clit, and my heartbeat throbs with a tender ache in my core. He's naked and hard and enraged, and blood from his injury pools wet and hot between our skin.
"You should have killed me, Bria,"
he says, gaze roving over my features.
"You should have went for the heart."
I suck in a breath, the weight of him crushing my lungs. My aim was off. He makes a low sound of amusement, and a solemn expression steals the fire from his glare.
"In some regard, your aim was true."
He moves his mouth next to my ear. His voice rumbles over me to elicit a spark of shivers across my skin as he says,
"What did you inject into me?"
Midazolam.
Jesus, your father should have known better than to give you something so weak to use on me.
More confusion clouds my thoughts, but before I'm able to deny his allegation, lights flicker from the balcony to draw his attention. The distant sound of shouting, then a gunshot cracks the night. My body ices with dread. What's happening? I demand, my voice a weak croak. Nick's grip on my throat loosens a measure, but he doesn't free me completely. His gaze returns to my face, his expression hardened in an unreadable mask.
"Since you failed, I'd wager Cassatto was sending a legion after me."
He thinks this was a conspiracy by my father. He believes I was a pawn sent to murder him. I start to deny it, but stop. How else will I explain why I've done this? I can't confess to what I heard him say, or tell him how I trained to kill him, about the Drangheta women in Calabria. I can't endanger their lives, no matter what he does to me. As the lights turn on inside the mansion, and more shouts erupt, Nick pushes to his feet and snatches me up. He bends one arm around my waist, his other hand covers my mouth. Then he's hauling me out of the garden and towards the garage on the side of the mansion. It's not until he has the door rolled aside and he grabs a set of keys from the wall rack that I realize what's happening. I come alive with fright. I bite down on his hand and he releases my mouth. "Help! He's taking me!" With a fierce groan, Nick shoves me into the passenger seat of a Mercedes sports car. He clutches my wrist and draws my arm toward him, pressing his thumb to a pressure point near my elbow. I immediately go lax in the seat, my will to fight stolen. "That's cheating." He removes the gold ring from my finger and looks it over curiously before he pushes the crest aside to reveal the microneedle. His dark eyes meet mine with malice as he brings the ring to my wrist. "Nick, no, please. What are you doing?"
Always have a contingency plan in the event your stepsister tries to seduce and kill you.
The needle punctures my skin, and it's not long before I feel the drowsy effect take hold.
See you soon, Angioletta. Chapter 14. The Madness of a Memory Which Busies Itself Among Forbidden Things. Dominic. I should have let Bria kill me. Technically, I'm already a dead man. I was dead the moment she sank her blade into me. Her strike wasn't lethal, but it was still deadly. A slow bleed that will leave a trail for Cassatto's men to follow and finish the job. Every hour I breathe is stolen time. Cassatto won't just stop because his daughter failed. Rather, he's been given more reason to end me quickly. Point proven when he sent his men to my room to finish me off. The resounding memory of the gunshot tightens my grip on the steering wheel as rage seizes my muscles. I was the one who put Luca outside Bria's door. As he was the only man I had in the mansion, I have no doubt it was him on the receiving end of that bullet. I glance over at the sedated girl sleeping peacefully in the passenger seat. Her head rests against the tinted window, her dark hair a tangled mess. The tattered nightslip falls off one shoulder, her thighs bare, her beautiful skin covered with dirt and bruises. The sight of her guts me all over again. She might have only been a pawn used to get to me, but she's still complicit in Luca's death. One hand pressed to my hastily bandaged abdomen to staunch the blood flow, my other hand clenched around the steering wheel. I watch her chest rise and fall with even breaths. This girl I suddenly don't know at all. A sharp jolt of pain spasms around my injury. Now that the adrenaline has tapered off, I can feel just how good she got me. I've lost some blood, and I need to better assess the damage. Fortunately, as my father was always paranoid, I have a few different escape plans in place around the mansion. The Mercedes has a change of clothes, medical supplies, water, and a cell phone all in the trunk. Otherwise, I would have put Bria there. Her nearness to me now is a fucking distraction. Before my mind can start rehashing the events, I see the iron gates come into view. My father invested in the dated Gothic revival home as a safe house. The one piece of property Cassatto doesn't know about. It's not a long-term solution, but it's a place to regroup, which is what I need to do right now. As I coast up to the wrapped gravel driveway, I glance over at Bria and scrape a hand down my face. Fuck. I just kidnapped her. I leave her in the car as I scope out the house my father called the catacombs. I make it a point to come here at least once a month and update provisions. This house isn't near as massive as his mansion, but it's just as eclectic in his taste. Gothic architecture frames and infuses every room. I flip the wall switch in the entrance, muttering a curse when the lights don't come on. I meant to change out the breaker panel last time I was here. I dig out a lighter from a kitchen drawer and light candles as I clear the main rooms of the house. Then I check the security footage. Once I've secured the house, I return to the car and scoop Bria's sleeping form into my arms. I groan at the pain in my stomach
and feel the bandage soak with a fresh stream of blood. Selecting the room nearest to the entrance, I place her in a chair and bind her wrists with cable ties. My gaze is drawn to her parted legs, to the dried blood smeared on the inside of her thighs. Even the monster within realizes there should be a twinge of guilt, some morsel of regret, that I should feel some level of shame. I wasn't in my right mind, but that's no excuse. I'm never in my right mind, drugged or not, wounded or not, betrayed or not. I'm a fiend, and for her, a crazed one. The object of my affection, of my goddamn obsession, tried to kill me. And I took her because I wanted her. I caused her pain because she caused me pain, because she ripped my fucking heart from my chest. And I'll be damned if I repent for taking what I want. A monster knows its nature, and it can be nothing but. Just as Poe himself once stated, the scariest monsters are the ones that lurk within our souls. It's a sick and deviant creature that lurks in my shadows, twisted and gnarled like the roots of my family tree. My vow to protect her ended the moment she became the enemy, and the monster roared to life, a fiendish glutton to consume all of her. If not for Cassatto's men making themselves known, I would have taken her again and again. I would have split her open and fed on her until there was nothing left but 2 empty vessels, both of us used and empty. I back away from the chair and pull out the burner phone. Stepping into the hallway, I close the door and make a call to Lucian Cross. While I wait for him to pick up, I head to the bathroom and line up medical supplies. I told you not to do anything stupid. Lucian skips right over the useless pleasantries. To be fair, I say, grunting as I remove the blood-soaked bandage from around my waist. I'm not the one who struck first. That was Bria. He mutters some Irish curse through the line, then says, "So, you thought it was a good idea to kidnap her?" It's never a bad idea to have a bargaining chip. Although I have no intention of using her as such, I keep that to myself. "Eleanor called you." I state the obvious. "Yes," he confirms. "Luca is dead. I'm sorry. Cassatto didn't even bother trying to glean information from him first." I stare down into the porcelain sink and watch a ribbon of bright red race toward the drain. Like I suspected, the fired gunshot at the mansion was the sound of Luca's death. Cassatto's men were already in place and primed. Their attack had nothing to do with retaliation. By taking Bria, I've given Cassatto a better excuse to serve his purpose. He used Bria. The words are wrenched from the bowels of what soul I have left. I witnessed him use his daughter once before, so I should have known. This is my fault. The moment she crawled into my bed, I should have known why she was there. Regardless of the fact she was a pawn, there will be no forgiveness. I can't offer Bria mercy for her betrayal. Thinking back, it's obvious now. Cassatto put me in charge over watching her. He wanted me close to his daughter. Fucking hell. He moved his pawn right into place, and it was right there in my goddamn face, and all I could see was her. My cello. Blinded by my sole. "You should hand her over to Salvatore, Nick," Lucian says, breaking into my self-deprecating thoughts. "Then you need to get out of the city. Give it a cool-down period. Eleanor is good at damage control. After Bria's wedding, it will be forgotten." He offers his advice, because he and my mother have no knowledge that I'd be delivering a ruined girl to Salvatore's doorstep. His advice would be very different otherwise. "Keep watch over my mother, Lucian," I say to him. "The first sign Cassatto gives that he intends to harm her, I won't let that happen. You have my word." "But you heard what I said, right?" I stare at my reflection in the mirror. "Yeah, I heard." "Good. Violet and I will talk to Salvatore. We'll try to negotiate something. You'll likely still have to disappear from the East Coast for a while, but we'll try to put some protection in place. But Nick," his tone goes steely, "you need to give Brianna back." After I end the call, I clean and tend the wound. I inspect the best I can for any internal damage, then stitch the 2-inch laceration. I start a round of antibiotics, just in case she nicked my intestine. I want to believe she missed vital organs on purpose, but that's only further delusion on my part. Cassatto's daughter just has bad aim. I wrap a fresh bandage in place, leaving my shirt off. By the time I make it back to the room, Bria is starting to rouse. I light more cream candles, cloaking the room in soft candlelight, before I lay her ring on the marble end table with an audible clink. She looks up at me. "It's clever," I say, crossing my arms over my bare chest. "Where did you get it?" I can't help but think the custom ring with a hidden weapon is something my mother would wear. And use. She blinks slowly, still disoriented from her own sedative.
I need to use the bathroom.
I run my tongue over the smooth surface of my teeth. Bathroom privileges are given to little murderers after they answer my questions. Her wrists tug at the plastic bindings, testing the restraints.
You plan to kill me?
It's not really a question. After I torture the information I want from you, my confirmation sits like acid on my tongue. She says nothing to this. No pleading, no tears or sobs, no bribes. I can at least respect that she's not making this more difficult. Her heavy gaze settles on the clean bandage.
You need a doctor.
A humorous sound leaves my mouth. I'd think you'd rather see me keel over from sepsis. I move closer and pull up a stool across from her. I have more medical knowledge than the Dr. Cassatto keeps staffed for the clan. Some internal thought passes over her face, and I cock my head, watching her micro-expressions intently. As she starts to become fully cognizant, she inspects her torn slip. The shoulder strap hangs loosely, leaving half her breast exposed. The seam has been torn all the way to her ribs and barely covers the tops of her thighs. Her gaze lingers on the dried blood between those thighs, and my chest catches fire. The silence is charged between us. Your father had Luca killed, I say, gritting back the fury that statement provokes. She swallows hard.
I'm sorry.
My chuckle is dark and bounces against the shadowed walls of the room. So, what was the plan then? Seduce me? Drug me? Kill me and my crew? Does that about cover it? Lifting her face, she shakes the matted tangle of waves out of her eyes.
There was never any plan, Nick.
Don't use my name. I lean forward and immediately regret it when a spasm of pain grips my abdomen. I groan and sit back. No plan. Right. So your father had the clan storm my room tonight by complete coincidence?
I don't know why or what happened.
And don't lie to me. Anger pinches her mouth.
My father had nothing to do with why I was in your bed tonight. Being the one to kill you wasn't his idea. It was mine.
The fury in her tone matches mine, and for a startling moment, I almost believe her. However, despite the eye-opening realization that the girl I thought I knew has a much darker side, I don't believe she'd opt to kill a man without a reason. I've given her no reason. I've kept my distance. I've controlled my deviant urges. I've protected her against any and every threat. The depth of her betrayal lashes at my frail resolve, and my next word is forced between clenched teeth. Why? I demand. Her heated gaze holds mine a moment longer before she turns her head away.
You killed Vito. Did you think that me or my father wouldn't take you killing my personal bodyguard as a threat?
I cover my mouth with my hand and watch her, letting the details roll around my head. Cassatto doesn't give a fuck about a guard. I've killed other men in his clan for far lesser offenses than bruising his daughter. He might not give a fuck about his daughter either, but she's his blood. An offense to her is an offense to him. He'd have snapped Vito's spinal cord if I hadn't. But for Bria, for matters of the heart, it's logical. She cries to her father about her dead bodyguard, and Cassatto decides he's had enough of my crazed outbursts that reflect too much of my father, a man he never fails to remind me he still carries a grudge for. It's possible Cassatto could use her to spare for his excuse. Only as I stare at her, it's the shiny glimmer I catch in her amber eyes that burns away the oxygen in my lungs, creating a pressure I can't tolerate. You loved Vito. My accusation hangs in the dense air between us. She glares at me through her thick lashes, the silence building.
He was my family,
She finally says. Rage grips my sternum and crushes the rest of the air from my lungs. She doesn't deny it, and not even the pain I register in her eyes can subdue the monster. My only regret is that I can't kill Vito twice. I force myself to move closer to her, welcoming the physical bite of pain. I close in just inches from her face, where I can taste the lingering sweetness of her kiss. The memory of it now a bitter lie that tears a seam through my chest. There's not enough thread to stitch that wound. You're just like your father, I say, disgust curling my top lip. You deserve the same damned fate as him. She bares her little teeth, body quivering.
Then go ahead. Let's get it over with.
She challenges, and a mocking laugh tumbles past her swollen lips.
Hell, you should have let your men kill me 2 years ago. But I was just a little girl then, right? Well, I'm 18 now. Not even a virgin any longer. No reason to keep me alive for one more second.
Like fire meeting ice, our gazes clash with the impact of her statement. The room vibrates with a heated electric current, the tension crackling in anticipation for the strike. I ease back on the stool and lick my lips, savoring the delectable taste of her righteous fury. The monster rippling beneath my skin claws at my sanity with sharp talons, eager to break her defiant will. There's a story my father used to tell me, I say, dropping my tone low. It was never my favorite, and that's a bit ironic now. My smile feels hollow. Fingers curled toward her palm on the chair arm, she wriggles in the seat. I try not to think about her discomfort, the pain she must be suffering, and instead stand to move around the room as I tell the story. The fall of the House of Usher was a tragic tale about a brother and sister. They lived in a mansion that had been in their family for ages, but it was just the two of them left now. Their powerful, grand family was all but extinct. She becomes still, as her eyes track my movements around the dimly lit room, like prey trying not to make any movements to capture the notice of the predator. The house was sickly, I continue, decaying, dying, just like their family tree. See, I unfasten the buckle of my leather belt and pull it free of the loops. The brother loved his sister so much. His poor, sick, and dying sister was his entire world. When she finally gave up the ghost, he couldn't bear to look at her in a lifeless state. As I walk behind the chair, I wrap the belt around my fist. Leaning over her from behind, I drop the leather end strap over her shoulder. She flinches. Her breathing ramped as I let the belt dip over her clavicle, past the scar, then lower, slipping between the smooth valley of her breasts. So, he had his sister entombed in their family home, I say, watching the black strap slither down her chest. Her thighs clench, and my jaw tightens at the arousing sight. Then, as the days wore on, and the brother suffered in agony over her death, he began to hear these sounds, loud bangs, haunting moans. Resting my free hand on her shoulder, I catch sight of the acid burns she treated, and the pain flares to life with renewed misery. A destructive flame ignites in my veins, and I shift my focus to Bria right beneath me. The dark impulse grips me before I can question my own mind. I slip my hand down her soft chest and take hold of the belt. 1 second where I savor her shallow breaths against my forearm, then I bring the strap up and cinch it around her throat. Her body jerks against the chair, her wrists pull against the binds. Panic fires through her strained muscles, her fingers flared in fight. Her silent struggle comes as muted gasps for air. It tormented him, I say, through gritted teeth, as I choke up on the belt. He realized only too late that he'd buried his beloved sister alive. But instead of facing the awful thing he'd done, he left her there in her casket, praying the sounds would eventually stop. As I watched the tears pierce the corners of her eyes, I beat back the thrashing beast inside my chest. I lift a finger, then another, willing myself to release the end of the belt completely. The strap falls away, and Bria's head flops backward as she drags in an unobstructed breath. Chest heaving, she coughs. Her mingled moans of agony and relief dig into my bones with an unsettled itch. I palm her cheeks and stare down into her reddened face. I could kill you quickly. I trail my thumb over the tears, rubbing away smeared dirt to reveal the patch of soft freckles. A quick, painless death. But the truth is, neither one of us deserves such a gift. Lowering my mouth close to hers, I inhale each desperate breath she expels, drinking in the flavor of her terror, her pain made my own. I'm every bit as deserving of a slow, agonizing death, probably more so. My depraved obsession with this angel is why we're here, in this level of purgatory. Had I simply been able to let her go, none of this would have happened. Any punishment to her is a punishment to myself. As I gain enough composure to release her, I step away from the chair and head to the kitchen, returning with a bottled water in hand and a knife. I lay the knife on the end table and reseat myself on the stool before uncapping the bottle. Then I tip the rim to her mouth. The water dribbles down her chin until her thirst awakens and she greedily gulps. She moans into the bottle between desperate swallows, and my cock jumps at the erotic sound, growing instantly hard. I pull the bottle from her mouth and tear my gaze away from her wet, glistening lips. The urge to lower my zipper, shove my cock in her hot mouth, and thrust it to the back of her throat until she's gagging on the ring-tipped crown and spilling fresh tears, is a demon whispering in my ear. Her lashes are still shiny from her tears as she swallows painfully. Her throat raw, the red abrasions from the belt striping her neck. She's beautiful in her ruined estate. Jaw clenched, I push my diverging thoughts aside and grip the bottle. Suddenly she asks,
"How did the story end?"
A flame unfurls in my stomach at her insolence, at her absolute audacity not to break. I have to wipe a hand over my mouth to keep from smiling. She took her brother with her in death. Her chin notches a fraction higher, her nostrils flaring as her whiskey eyes blaze with renewed obstinacy.
"So what's the moral of your story, Nick?"
I stand and hover over the table, where I grab the knife. Flicking my calloused thumb across the serrated edge, I approach her slowly. The moral is, I say, stopping right before her. He was punished for loving his sister too much. I avoid her eyes as I glide the slender blade along her outer wrist and swipe, cutting away the cable tie. After I've done the same to the other, she pulls her hands onto her lap and rubs the red welts wrapping her wrists.
"Sometimes,"
she says, her voice a weak rasp.
"our love hurts."
Her words flay me. The truth of that simple statement carving my flesh from my bones in painfully slow strokes. I slip the knife into my back pocket and lower myself over her, hands anchored to the arms of the chair. My head tilts, eyes roaming over her dirt-covered face and tangled hair. Her wide amber eyes bore through me expectantly. "Oh, you think you understand." My smile is cutting. Loving someone too much is absolutely its own brand of punishment. I rest my palm on the delicate joint between her neck and shoulder. My thumb strokes her throat tenderly. With a resigned breath, I move my hand to the nape of her neck and dig my fingers into her hair. Gripping the strands, I yank her head back, then wrench her upward from the chair. Panic comes alive in her weakened body. Her hands latch on to my arm.
"Where are you taking me?"
I stalk toward the oak door and kick it open. To teach you the moral of the fucking story.
Chapter 15. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Brianna. The door cracks open beneath the force of Nick's wild kick. He tightens his grip around a thick length of my hair and hauls me into a dark bathroom. My heart careens against my chest wall in painful, frantic thumps. He keeps a tight hold on me as he reaches into the glass-encased shower and turns the nozzle. The bronze shower head sputters before water rains down to drench the dry marble. Terror grips my insides. Breath labored, my throat aflame. I close my eyes and send up a plea that this isn't how he plans to kill me. I'd rather be shot, beaten, strangled than drowned. His grip slackens, and I jerk away to cover myself with my arms and conceal my trembling.
Strip,
he commands. Then he exits the bathroom, leaving me reeling. I drive my fingers into my hair. Shit. My scalp is on fire. My muscles scream, and if I don't sit down right now, I'm going to pass out. I find a cushioned stool under the vanity and pull it out. I sit and hang my head between my knees, forcing my constricted lungs to accept 3 deep breaths, then shakily release them along with the tremors. The soothing sound of the shower raining down on the marble settles over me, and I focus on that, letting the steam chase away the chill in my bones. The only certainty I know is that you do not stab Dominic Arasto and simply walk away. I fucked up. I fucked up so badly. He doesn't just want to kill me. He wants to kill me torturously slow. And the only reason he hasn't ended my life yet is because he believes I was under my father's orders and he can glean some information from me. No, torture that information from me. Then kill me painfully. A small voice struggles to be heard over the shower and my racing thoughts, and it's saying to fight. I have nothing to lose. Before I delve too far down that terrifying fear, Nick returns carrying a lit candle from the other room. The flame flickers as he places it on the counter, bathing the steamy room in soft light.
Strip, Bria, or I'll do it for you.
I pull on a mask of bravado and rise to my feet. Why aren't you using the lights? Impatience rolls through his strong physique like a riptide, his control carried away with a violent current. He barrels toward me and grasps the tattered hem of my nightie. A harsh grunt escapes as he tears the seam the rest of the way up my torso. I stumble back as the silky material falls open and hangs weakly from one shoulder. Face flaming, I refrain from covering myself. Instead, I tamp down the unease roiling my stomach and straighten my spine. His gaze darkens as it roves over my exposed body, and I feel the heated press of it, like a starved predator seeking a weak place to strike its victim. Gingerly, he slips his little finger beneath the thin strap, then toes the ruined slip down my arm. The black nightie drops to the floor around my feet. My breasts feel heavy and tight under the intensity of his stare. Pulling his bottom lip between his teeth, Nick leans back against the vanity and folds his arms over his inked chest.
The circuit breakers are faulty,
he says. His tone is a shade lighter now that I'm standing completely naked and vulnerable before him.
I need to reset the breakers, but...
He glances down at his bandaged midsection.
There's a lot of steps.
I could go...
You can get your ass in the shower.
He cuts me off, the gruffness of his voice brooking no argument. His gaze narrows in warning. I don't wait for him to use physical force. With a tentative step forward, I move toward the fogged glass and insert my hand beneath the spray of water to test the temperature. Then I step into the shower. Pain lights up my flesh. Every scrape and abrasion burns beneath the warm stream. I hiss out of breath as I turn my back to the shower wall and slide my hands over my wet hair. Eyes closed, I allow my aching body to become accustomed to the water, trying not to think about the blood on my thighs rinsing down the drain and taking a piece of me with it. Then I startle at the shocking feel of hands on my hips. My eyes fly open to see Nick towering over me, all 6'2" of his massive and toned, lethal body. What the hell? On instinct, I place my hands to his chest and push, but it's like pushing against a steel wall. His jaw tightens as he drops his gaze to my hands. I remove them instantly, yet his stay firmly in place on me. Heart battering my chest wall, I stare at the inked designs on his neck so I'm not tempted to look elsewhere, letting my wrists gently rest along the backs of his hands. I know his skin has to be smarting from the acid burns, just as much as the injuries on my flesh. It gives me a little smug satisfaction. Your bandage will get wet. I hate the way my voice trembles. He makes an indifferent sound in the back of his throat.
I'll change it again. Hold still.
Then he proceeds to remove his hands from my waist and place them on either side of my face, where he tenderly traces his thumbs over my forehead, then temples and cheeks. A shocked breath lodges at the top of my lungs. Held there so long the ache builds until I'm forced to exhale, and I immediately draw in a sharp breath through my nose.
Relax.
What are you doing? He moves down to my neck, sliding his thumb beneath my chin to tilt my head back.
Assessing your injuries.
When he's done with my neck, his hands glide to my shoulders, onto my arms and wrists, where he inspects the ligature marks and bruises from the cable ties, all the while leaving a fevered chill over my skin in the wake of his branding touch. Nervous energy gathers in my chest, my heart fluttering wildly. You're concerned about my injuries before you kill me? I regret the words as soon as they leave my mouth, especially when his coal eyes ensnare me with a calculating look.
It's no fun torturing someone who passes out from the pain.
I swallow. So this is fun for you, then? His severe gaze drags over my body with wicked intent.
I've had less fun.
A blush sweeps over the back of my neck, but I maintain a neutral mask, unlike his telling expression, the unstable shift of which reveals his inspection of me is affecting him, and he loathes this fact. I see the conflict in his heated eyes. Regardless of his desire to punish me, to hurt me, there has to be some residual desire within him to care for me. After 2 years of looking after me like a protector, he has to be at war with some emotion, one I can exploit. And soon, because his damn hands on my body is wreaking havoc on my nervous system. As he traces the backs of his fingers up the inside of my arm, his thumb grazes the side of my breast, and my pulse riots inside my veins. My breathing shallows, and I'm suddenly thankful for the faulty breaker, for the soft glow of the candlelight that keeps my expression shrouded beneath the dim lighting. But when he drops to his haunches, putting his face right at my belly, my nerves threaten to go supernova. At the feel of his rough palms wandering over my breasts, the desperation for oxygen burns until I suck in a lungful of air. His fingers drag over my nipples, sending a weak spell to the back of my knees, and the unstable beat of my heart descends between my thighs. I clench my eyes closed as fire sears my blood, sending a roar to my ears as his assessment moves lower, so painstakingly slow, over my ribcage.
You have a couple of bruised ribs,
he says, his tone sterile.
Maybe hairline fractures, but not broken.
He traces the rough pads of his fingers across every bruise and scrape, then pushes against my pelvis. A flood of heat goes right to my core, and mortification envelops me as I feel the wet heat gather at my pussy, warmer than the water washing over us. As he massages the tender cushion of my pelvis, an empty ache pulses in my core, building until I feel a throbbing pinch deep inside. yet the light pain is almost gratifying. Then his thumb presses right over the soft mound of my pussy to nearly shatter me, and I wince.
Does that hurt?
I shake my head. No, not really. Nick, what are you?
I'm checking for internal injuries.
His gaze flicks upward, and I'm trapped by the molten blaze banked beneath those dark eyes.
Place your foot on the bench.
My eyes shudder closed at his command, and I'm tempted to fight him right now, but I'm at a disadvantage in more ways than one. I swallow down the fiery knot in my throat, and with a quiver attacking my body, lift my foot until my heel finds purchase on the ledge of the shower bench.
Part your knees, Bria. Spread your thighs.
He orders, and the guttural cadence of his voice rubs over my skin so abrasively. The anticipation to feel the friction of his hands on my thighs is pure torment. Only he doesn't start with my legs. My body jerks at the sudden intrusion of his middle finger sliding through my wet folds and spearing inside my pussy. I buck against him on impulse, and a tiny whimper escapes. Eyes seal closed, I bite down on my bottom lip to stifle any further sounds.
Relax.
He coaxes again, and I cannot relax as his finger explores with rhythmic insertions along my swollen flesh. What's more torturous is knowing he feels how wet I am, that he knows I'm turned on, that he's affecting me in this way, and I have no control over my bodily responses to him. It's like giving him a power over me. But all thoughts cease as he pushes another finger inside, and my inner walls clamp around him, throbbing with needy pulses and making my thighs tremble. I slap a hand against the shower wall to steady myself, to stop my body from its need to rock into him. He thrusts his fingers in deeper, rubbing right up against the engorged flesh, and his thumb scrapes over my clit, sending a shockwave of arousal through my bloodstream. I bite back my urge to moan, and then suddenly his fingers are gone. Warily, I open my eyes and look down to see him withdrawing his fingers and the glistening wetness coating them. His gaze is still hard on me. It never left my face.
You didn't come before.
It's not stated in a questioning tone, yet it's a statement that demands an honest response, as he says.
Answer me.
No, I say truthfully.
But you were close. Don't lie to me.
Yes. The breathy reply is torn from my mouth, my body aching with need, and the memory of him inside me. Even while he was brutally taking my virginity, the pain splitting me in two, it was the closest I've ever felt to him. He filled me completely. He tore through every barrier to dominate my body and mind equally, and I had no control over my body's response. I wanted him to destroy me in the way I know only he can. And when the pressure and pain gave way to pleasure, I was so close to falling right over the edge. Nick arrests my attention as he pushes his fingers into his mouth and tastes me, his eyes pitch black with unmistakable desire. A strangled sound escapes me at the carnal sight, and I clench deep inside my core. He slowly pops his fingers out of his mouth.
You're not the only one who deserves to be punished,
he says, and my gaze flits down lower, to where his cock is erect between his thighs. The sight of the thick silver ring makes my legs quiver, remembering the hard, unyielding feel of it inside me. I summon the strength to speak. I don't understand.
I'm the fool here,
he says, placing a hand to my thigh.
I'm the weak one who couldn't bury his sister, who couldn't let her go. So here's the moral of the story, Bria. I'm going to let your tortured moans be my punishment. I'm going to let them haunt me, to destroy me, until I don't have a shred of fucking sanity left.
His grip on my thigh tightens, fingers bruising.
Then I can't be held responsible for the damage I do.
His other hand latches onto the flare of my hip, and he pulls me forward, his mouth surrounding me in the same violent beat. My lips part with a silent plea as the feel of Nick's hot mouth touching me so intimately threatens to make me come undone. His tongue traces the seam of my pussy before he sucks on my clit, and flames engulf my body. Oh, God!
Louder.
The rumble of his guttural command sends a fierce shiver up the column of my back. My hand goes to his wet hair, my fingers sinking into the soft tresses to grip and find balance. Water rains down over the both of us as I stand amid the torrential downpour, my emotions caving my chest. I can't help the tiny whimpers that escape at the feel of his expert mouth working me into a desperate state. And he doesn't hold back. Nick tortures me with his tongue, forcing uninhibited moans from me until I'm languid and undulating my hips against his face in shamelessly needy thrusts. When he's satisfied, I'm a pliant, willing mess. He releases me and draws to his feet. The feral blaze licking the center of his eyes sends a shock of adrenaline coursing through my body. His hands are on me again, just as fast as he cups the back of my neck and spins me, pinning my chest to the shower wall. The cool marble contrasts the fire brimming beneath my skin, and I suck in a shuddering breath. Mouth pressed hard to the curve of my ear, he says,
I want to hear you scream, Angel.
The crown of his cock slips between the seam of my pussy and nudges against my swollen entrance right before he pushes inside, driving in all the way to the base. The pressure racks my muscles. I clench around him as the rough invasion coaxes out a soft cry. The pain is sharp and consuming, but so satisfying, I reflexively push back against him. His low growl traps my breath in my lungs as he holds himself there, filling me, unmoving.
Beg me to fuck you,
he demands, teeth grit around each word. Hands flattened to the marble wall, I drag in a steamy breath as my hips roll instinctively. His grip in my hair tightens, his hard chest presses against my back, and that's all it takes for my body to submit beneath the surging desire. I gasp in a breath before the words slip past my trembling lips. Fuck me, Nick. Please, fuck me. He rolls his hips and slams inside me, deep, hard. My words clipped short as my plea turns into a husky moan. The illicit sound spurs him on, urging his thrusts to come harder, his pelvis slapping against my ass with a lewd, wet, smacking noise that triggers a carnal response inside me. I claw at the marble, no longer concerned about the animalistic sounds escaping my mouth. Nick unleashes a dark groan as he rams deeper.
Your dirty cunt loves this. Even when you stuck a blade in me, your perfect pussy was begging me to fuck it. Say it.
The combination of his degrading words and praise fuels an emotional mix of humiliation and satisfaction that nearly levels me, where all I want is to make him just as needy for me. I want to see his eyes, to know he's being affected, that I'm not the only one lost to this overwhelming feeling. With his next brutal thrust, he slips a hand between my pelvis and the wall. As if he can feel what I need, his fingers seek the sensitive flesh, greedy for his touch. I arch my back as he swirls his rough fingertips, the friction hitting the right spot so perfectly, my inner walls pulsate with a fluttering sensation. His coarse groans and hot breath on the back of my neck causes a riot of stimuli, and I crave his touch everywhere, all at once, desperate for the building pressure to break. As I'm cresting, my moans bouncing off the marble over the sound of the raining shower, he pulls out, leaving me empty and aching. His fingers stall over my clit, and I shamelessly grind against him in desperate need, but he clamps his large hand over my pussy to cease my movements.
How bad does it hurt?
A deep spasm pangs inside my core in answer. I bite the corner of my lip to repress a salacious sound before I fire back. How bad do you hurt? His deep groan slinks over my sensitive skin as he frees his grip from my hair and collars my throat from behind. He rocks into me, sliding in seamless. He fits inside me so perfectly, it's torture. God, nothing should feel this good. His rhythm increases steadily as he thrusts, building, working into a fierce pace that has my chest slipping against the marble. Nick fucks me like he hates me, like every plunge inside me is meant to break me. And he nearly does. My inner walls hug him, encouraging him to keep at his punishing pace. My body's so close to pleasure, yet I bite back the moans, refusing to give him any cue to stop. His hand moves to my jaw, and he wrenches my head back, forcing me to look up into his face. He slams inside me, and I release a shaky moan that gives way to a sharp cry.
That's it, Katsu.
He urges, his rough voice grating over my flesh as he pulls out only to thrust inside me harder.
Let me hear your screams while you take my cock like a good fucking girl.
On command, my body responds, pleasure lighting my nerves ablaze, and I cry out. Nick clamps his hand hard to my jaw and places his mouth near mine. Then he spits in my mouth. The vile act is so dirty and debasing, but the feel of his tongue possessively licking over my lips drives all rational thought from my mind, and I'm falling right over the edge. There's something wild and lost and absent in his eyes, a crazed madness. Having Nick inside me, this close, so deep he's beneath my skin, even this ruthless love delivered in pain from him I can accept. His hand gathers around my throat, restricting air from my lungs and forcing the pressure in my core to peak. His other hand grasps my hip, contorting my body in the perfect position to take his enraged thrusts. I feel sexy and vulgar all at once, yet never more alive. Lust fires through my veins, and my legs shake as I spread my thighs wider, craving him deeper. My head goes light, and my back tingles with the pending release. Then too soon, he pulls out again. A cry of frustration escapes, and a sob racks my chest. He moves his hand up and pinches my nipple hard, drawing another throaty sound from me, loving every depraved moment of my torture. He does this over and over, each time more painful as he leaves my body trembling and pulsating with unsatisfied need. The only satisfaction he grants me is when I hear his groans of pain, knowing his torture session is causing him just as much agony. Whether from his own denied orgasm or his wound, I'm not sure, but I pray it's both. As the thought hits, the haze of lust encasing me starts to lift, and adrenaline spikes my blood. With the shot of clarity, I realize this might be my only chance. One moment of hesitation as he plunges inside me, ravishing my body, my mind, destroying what little control I have left. Then I listen to the small voice of reason, trying to be heard over the toxic pleasure tearing through me. When he's done with me, he'll kill me. This time, when he pulls out to deny my orgasm once again, I reach behind my back and find his bandaged abdomen. I shove my thumb into the tender wound, tearing through the strip of drenched cotton to find the stitches. His growl lashes across my shoulder as he releases his hold on my neck. Pitched backward, I stumble to my knees, hitting the shower floor hard, then scramble out of the stall. Soaking wet, I'm able to claw my way toward the broken door, so close to escape, before his hand latches onto my ankle and drags me back.
Chapter 16. And evil was the hour when she saw and loved. Dominic. Fury is a demon rampaging against my skull. The raw ache in my stomach feels like I've been stitched together with barbed wire, and yet that pain pales miserably to the ruthless need driving me to crawl after Bria, grab hold of her ankle, and drag her beneath me. Her wet body slips along mine effortlessly. I use my knee to pin her thigh to the rug as I secure her flailing arms and shove them over her head. Teeth bared, I cage her body with mine.
feeling the warm trickle of blood leaking past my bandage. I was hell-bent on making her screams serve as a prelude to her penance, but with every raw, unguarded thrust inside her, my resolve weakened until I was lost to her. My loathing became solely about fucking her so hard she wouldn't even recall her bodyguard's name. I'm that sick, that fucking twisted over this girl, that even though I'm a dead man when I leave the catacombs, she's still all that consumes my thoughts. My body and soul is tethered to her now in a way I'll never be able to sever. Her damp hair tangles around her neck as she bucks beneath me, grunting with useless struggle. Her eyes finally focus on mine, catching the flicker of the candlelight in her amber depths.
"Just kill me already,"
she says, chest heaving.
"I have nothing left for you to take."
I lick my lips, savoring the sweet taste of her still clinging to my tongue. Oh, that's not true. I support one elbow on the floor and, with a painful shift upward, roll Bria onto her stomach. Then I tuck my hand beneath her belly and prop her ass up. Keeping my forearm braced across her shoulder blades, I roam my hand down the sexy divots in the small of her back, gravitating toward the seam of her ass. This tight little hole right here, I slip my thumb between her wet cheeks, is still very much virgin. When I'm done with this hole, I slap her pussy lips before pushing the pad of my thumb against the puckered entrance of her ass. I'm going to take this one. She bites back a moan of pleasure, and it goddamn spears my balls. I'm just as desperate to fill her cunt as she is to come. I unleash a growl and sink my teeth into the soft flesh of her ass cheek, earning a breathy cry. As I smooth my palm over the bite mark, she chokes out a shaky breath, and I push back to stare at the glistening wetness coating her pussy. Fucking hell. She's breaking me. You like to draw blood, Bria, I say, as I run my fingers through her soaking folds, but not as much as I do. I'm going to fuck this tight little asshole raw. I'm going to fuck it hard and raw over and over until your blood stains my cock. I rub her juices over the puckered rim, fixated on how goddamn perfect her ass is going to feel hugging my cock, and don't realize she's wriggled her wrist free until she sends her elbow into the bridge of my nose. The bone doesn't crack, but she hits with enough force my eyes tear up to momentarily blind me, giving her the advantage. She falls to her side and drives the heel of her foot into my ribcage, right above the fucking stab wound. I grab my side and slap the floor to keep from landing on my face, while Bria scrambles to her feet and dashes into the other room. Shit! I breathe out. She kicked the hell out of me. Pushing to my feet, I tear the ruined bandage off and quickly inspect the torn stitches. I did most of the damage while fucking her up against the shower wall, and yet I couldn't stop. I was determined to fuck us both to death, if that's what it came to. By the time I collect myself and enter the room, I expect Bria to be gone. I didn't bother locking the main door. Remiss on my part, considering how well she's been able to dupe me tonight. Instead, surprisingly, I find her standing near the leather ottoman, her chest heaving and soft tits bouncing in the faint candlelight, some kind of pole held outstretched in her hands. I direct a glance at the overturned lamp in the corner, realizing the bar is from the metal lamppost. The sight of her standing there, ready to fight me, is so damn tantalizing. I chuckle. This pulls her features into an angry scowl.
"Don't underestimate me."
Oh, I won't. My cock jumps at the prospect. I grip the thick base and squeeze, stroking myself to the tip in aching anticipation. But I'm going to make this enjoyable. Her wide gaze lowers to where I'm stroking my cock, still covered in her arousal, and a savage hunger flares within me. The monster goes feral. And I lunge. Going for her midsection, I aim to take out any advantage she has with a weapon and throw her over my shoulder. Before my arms band around her waist, she grasps the post at both ends and extends it, using the bar to catch me in the throat. Taken off guard, I stumble back and touch my neck. Then I narrow my gaze as I scrutinize her posture, The way she's holding the bar, her defensive stance. "You've had training," I say, and somewhat impressed. She shakes a wet lock of hair from her face.
Can do comba, among other things. I had a lot of free time in Italy while you weren't around to hover over me.
The way her mouth twists into a sinful smile. God damn. I've never wanted to be beaten so badly. I almost let her use that rod on me. Before I initiate another attack, I catch sight of the bruise on her wrist, the very one that set me off and resulted in a knife severing Vito's brainstem. It occurs to me that Bria was telling the truth. Vito didn't hurt her. As I watch her windmill the lamppost with confidence, her movement reveals exactly how that bruise happened. My gaze coasts over her beautifully enticing naked body, and I decide that fact changes nothing. I have absolutely no regrets. With a wicked smile slanting my face, I step into her space and sweep my arm. She uses the bar to deflect my grab, striking the shit out of my forearm. I release an enraged groan, and this time, I don't hold back. I come at her with wild frenzy clawing beneath my skin to have her in my arms. She spins and expertly drops to one knee, evading me and sweeping the weapon out to catch my ankle. She then follows up with a strike to my kneecap. I growl and make a move to seize the bar, and she mercilessly takes aim on my stomach, delivering a direct blow to the injury. Pain lights up my abdomen. I take a step back and grab my side. Figlio di puttana, I curse, my blood seething as queasy pain webs my insides. The beautiful flash of pride on Bria's face almost makes me regret what I'm about to do next. Almost. You don't get to be the most lethal enforcer in the Drangheta by fighting fair. As such, I harness the fire gripping my sternum and plow forward, throwing a jab toward her face and forcing her to use the weapon to block. Then I capture her trim waist with my other hand. I band an arm around her belly and draw her back against my chest. She uses the weapon to try to attack me overhead, and I catch the post mid-strike.
Let go!
She yanks on the weapon. I fasten my arm around her tighter. Not happening. Her groan of frustration surrounds us as she sends her heel into my foot. Then her body goes slack before she slithers from my grasp, turning to face me with the bar raised and fury igniting her eyes.
You fucking deserve this, Nick.
As she charges forward, I barely catch the end of the rod before it meets its mark across my face. Infuriated shock cords my muscles tight as I keep hold of the bar. I deserve this? You fucking stabbed me and ripped my goddamn heart out, Bria. With an irritated groan, she relinquishes the weapon. Her teeth grit. She shoves her hands into her hair.
You did the same to me when you told Luca you were only waiting until the little bitch was old enough to be removed.
I blink. The floor beneath me all but vanishes. The truth hangs between us, heavy with the gravity of her confession. A myriad of memories surface and attack all at once. Countless moments I've made my stepsister into a burden. The daughter of my enemy, and therefore mine as well. I recall when I spoke those words, and the fucking hole they carved in my chest wall. And she heard them. She truly believed I would come after her, that I would kill her. But this right here between us isn't only about Bria fearing for her life. She lives a dark reality daily in our world. I stare into her soft, tawny eyes, the candlelight playing over her tense features and the hurt she's trying to keep buried beneath her seething anger. And I see the truth. I hurt her. Fuck. I wipe a hand over my mouth. I deserve another dagger to the gut. Standing before her now, I do the only thing I can to put an end to this madness. I toss the stupid lamppost to the floor and eat the distance between us. When she throws her arms up to block, I seize her wrists and stare down at her. Then I grab the back of her neck and crush my mouth to hers. She resists, her teeth gnashing against my lips. I drink in the pain tinged with coppery blood and feel the second she fades under my relentless demand. She moans into the kiss, her frantic, conflicting desires to fight and submit captured in the same urgent breath as it steals across my mouth. I cup her face, holding her still so I can unleash the storm of emotions tearing through me, desperate to sate the fiery ache burning me to ash. Lost to the sensual feel of her tongue sliding over mine, her little moans slipping over my skin in tantalizing shivers, I barely register the cool press of steel to my throat until the edge is notched above my Adam's apple. She breaks the kiss, her gaze flashing up to lock with mine as she holds the knife firmly to my neck.
You let your guard down.
From my periphery, I glimpse the marble table where I put the knife. Meeting her eyes again, I suppress a smile. I must have, I say, letting her guide me with the press of the blade toward the other side of the room.
Right here. Stop. Don't move.
She commands, when she gets me backed against the circular stairs. The order is so delectable coming from her naked and untamed. I don't even try to fight.
Sit.
She keeps the weapon trained on me, urging me toward the base of the staircase. In her other hand, she grips a bundle of cable ties she also swiped while I was kissing her madly, letting myself willingly fall victim to her. I allow her to secure my wrists to the iron spindles on either side of me. When she's satisfied I'm restrained, she finally lowers the knife. The edge of the blade is tipped in red. I don't even feel the cut as I make a show of testing the restraints and pull at the plastic ties. You plan to leave me here like this? Hair in beautiful disarray, the messy layers draped over her breasts. She drops down and straddles my thighs. Grabbing the base of my cock in a firm grip, she hooks the tip of the knife in the silver ring, her narrowed gaze holding mine with a dare. I ease out a hiss between clenched teeth at the feel of her soft hand clutching my cock. I should fear she'll rip the piercing out, but I'm more concerned she'll leave me with this raging hard-on and the worst case of blue balls.
Better yet.
She eases the blade away, and instead angles the serrated edge near the shaft of my dick. That captures my full fucking attention. My muscles thread tight, ready to rip the damn vertical stair spindles out. Bria.
I wonder if your hole is a virgin, Nick. Maybe we should use your cock to fuck your tight little hole bloody.
God. Damn. I don't know what sets my blood on fire more. The dark threats coming out of her sweet mouth, or how filthy she sounds when she says cock. I'm so fucking tempted to shred these cables and fill her dirty mouth with my cock right now. Damn, Angel. That last bit of edging has you really unhinged. My smile is knowingly smug.
Fuck you.
Oh, Angeletta. Please don't tease. With a disgusted groan, she releases me and pushes to her feet. Tossing the knife on the table, she spins around and drags a hand over her face. She's battered, scraped, bruised, hair wild and eyes even wilder. God, she's beautiful. She grabs the beige throw from the leather sofa and tosses it over my groin. My erect cock tents the blanket. She stares at the offending, rock-hard member of my body.
When will that go away?
I run my tongue over my bottom lip, my starved gaze tracing her naked body in answer. Crossing her arms over her breasts, she demands,
Where's your bedroom?
I hike an eyebrow. Top floor, second largest room. She shakes her head and takes off up the stairs. I hear doors opening and closing, then a muffled curse as she walks into something in the darkened house. When she descends the stairs, she rounds me draped in one of my white t-shirts. If she's trying to turn me off, that's a poor choice. She looks even sexier wearing my shirt and nothing else. You must not be planning to get far in that outfit. She ignores my remark as she peeks through the window shades. I'm not sure whether she's hopeful or worried that someone will find her. There's still the very pressing issue of what happened tonight to contend with. I trust now that Cassatto didn't use his daughter to get to me, that Bria acted on her own fear and hurt. But he did in fact command an attack, one where Luca lost his life. By stealing Bria, I've given Cassatto a justified reason to call for my head. But there's still the question of what happened between Gino's acid drink and the moment Bria slipped into my bed that gave him enough cause to do away with me now. She stalks to the table and picks up my burner phone.
What's your code?
Who are you calling?
What is your fucking code?
So you can call your father? Her eyes meet mine.
My cousin. I don't want her to worry.
I watch her closely, gauging the truth. It's 3 a.m. Do you normally check in with your cousin at this time? An exhausted sigh escapes her lips, and she sets the phone down.
Never mind.
Where are you going, Bria? My tone lowers to a serious decibel, and she pulls her damp, tangled hair over one shoulder as she turns my way.
I'm not going anywhere,
she says. Then a mocking laugh tumbles out.
I mean, where do I have to run to? My father? My fiancé? To a life I don't want? No. I had one chance to change all that. Now it's ruined.
Looking defeated, she presses her back to the wall and slides to the floor. She draws her legs up and links her arms around her knees, giving me the perfect provocative view between her thighs. At some point, I'm going to have to beat my cock off to make this bastard go down. Because as it is right now, every time she moves, looks at me, breathes, my cock jumps, making the blanket snag the ring to keep me stimulated. I'm going to be worked into a goddamn uncontrollable frenzy real soon.
It doesn't matter,
she mutters, mostly to herself. She rubs the back of her neck, releasing a tense breath. Her injuries are mostly superficial, but I can tell she's starting to feel the aches. And I'm ready to help her work them out. Arms outstretched and bound, I tilt my head and study her. You had one chance, huh? And that was killing me? The little seduction game she's been playing. The drunk teasing in the cellar. Testing me in the pool. Jumping into my bed. Begging me to fuck her. The dagger to my gut that she first aimed at my heart. This was her strategy. One she's been devising ever since she overheard the threat I made against her. She learned to fight. She developed skills to take me on. And looking at her now, a sexy seductress determined to entice me right into my grave, she really took offense when I called her a little girl. But what I haven't yet connected is how she thought taking my life would earn her any freedom. When she finally looks my way, she says,
Don't sound so offended, Nick. I was just using the same plan you had for me. All's fair in love and war, right?
Fuck. I want to tear free of these ties, bend her over my lap, and show her how unfair I can be. Right, I say, tone indifferent. So, you thought killing me would what? Get you out of a marriage contract? My laugh is patronizing. I refuse to let her fire wane. Her features purse in annoyance.
Yes, it would have. But now I can't go back.
I drawl out a low sound of amusement. I'm the one who can't go back. I ruined the Don's daughter. But here's the thing, Bria. You didn't have to go through all this trouble. You didn't have to pull a weapon. You'd already killed me in the most personal, treacherous way. A worry line creases the soft skin between her brows before she masks her expression and shakes her head.
Men in our world don't actually suffer, so don't pretend I hurt you.
I nod slowly. There's still time, Angel. Pick up my knife again. Only this time, don't miss. She holds my gaze in serious deliberation, looking so sweet with her dusting of freckles and my shirt hanging off one tan shoulder. So damn sweet, even when her nostrils flare. I'll let you in on a little secret, I say, groaning as I shift positions. The torn stitches inflame the wound, and now that my adrenaline is tapering off, I'm feeling some pain. Cassatto would thank you for taking my life, then marry you off for his own gain in the same damn breath.
You don't know that. You don't know anything that's going on. My father is...
Dying, I say, cutting her off. Pulling her bottom lip between her teeth, she looks away. It's obvious that Cassatto is sick, I say, keeping us talking. But you think he contracted the marriage so quickly because he's dying, that he arranged it for your safety, to assure you're taken care of. And somehow, You figured if you eliminated your biggest threat, I nod to myself, then you'd somehow prove to your father that there's no need for an alliance with the Carpellas. Do I have it right?
You're so fucking smart, Nick. You have it all figured out.
Here's the flaw with your math, Angel. This marriage contract has nothing to do with making sure you're protected after your father is gone. This may wound her even deeper, but it's time the princess see the people in her world for the devils they truly are. Your father wants an heir, Bria, a grandson. He wants an alliance with the second most powerful organization so he can form a powerhouse monopoly on drugs and wares before he retires permanently, because his pride won't let him go out sick and weak. I lift my chin. Cassatto can't allow himself to be a disgrace to the clan. Not if he wants to be a legend. She holds my gaze as my words burrow in deep. She didn't know about the heir. I can see that by the candlelight shimmering in her wide eyes. That fact makes her plan pointless. You're a woman, I continue, pouring salt into the open wound. Soon as Cassatto has what he wants and announces an heir to his bloodline, you're of no more consequence to him. That's clan law. She swallows, her slender throat working.
And Salvatore agreed to these terms?
She says, the question implied. I nod once. The marriage was contracted with the stipulation that Salvatore get you pregnant right away. She shakes her head and directs her attention to the cream candle on the table.
Why should I believe anything you say? You want me dead more than any other organization. An heir that only I can provide means you'll never have claim to your empire.
Look at me, Bria. The compelling draw of my voice forces her eyes on me. She swallows hard, her features pinched in distress, the bruises wrapping her throat apparent even in the subdued light. You know the truth. Any father that knowingly puts his daughter in danger for his own protection is a man who will do all what I've said and more. My gaze drops to her chest, to the white scar marring her collarbone. Her expression softens. She knows exactly what I'm talking about. She's too smart to have not thought about why her father put her in that room the night before his wedding. The vile reality is that her father willingly used her, unconcerned whether she lived or died. We both have scars from that night, I say, unrelenting, not letting her escape my gaze. Those scars go deeper than what we see on the surface. She touches the scar along her clavicle, her fingers probing the proof of her father's disregard with a tender touch that spears me. I lost myself, damned my soul right to hell the moment I took my men's lives for her. After which I should have just ended it all right then and sliced Cassatto's throat from ear to ear. I'm looking at the only reason in this treacherous world that stopped me from doing so.
The scars on your back,
She says, musing aloud.
My father knew your men were really there to attack him, and he punished you for it.
He's been punishing me for the past 2 years, Angel. She looks away, and I ease into a different position, my stomach starting to flame. When you heard what I said, why didn't you just go to your father? She says nothing, but she doesn't have to. I nod in understanding. Even if she didn't fully comprehend it at the time, she feared Cassatto would do nothing to protect her. A hard truth to face. His grudge against my family outweighs his love for his only daughter. She returns her focus to the candle, then slowly rises and walks to the table. Staring at the melted wax dripping down the sides, she swipes a finger through the flame.
None of that changes why we're here, Nick. The fact is, we can't exist in the same underworld together. One of us has to go.
Picking up the candle, she casts a long shadow across the marble floor. She turns and pads toward me, her steps soft. As she reaches the edge of the blanket, she stands above me, candle held close to her face where it illuminates her gentle features like the angel she is. Burning me alive in the catacombs would be an easy out for you, I say, reasoning. No mess, no cleanup, an accident that can easily be explained away. I curl my fingers toward my palm, The plastic tie strains against my tensed wrist. Despite being the reason for my throbbing gut, I hope Bria doesn't really have it in her to kill me. That puts a major damper on my future plans.
I wanted to kill you, Nick. I should for what you did to Vito. But we've both lost so much. You've lost Luca.
She looks at the small flame and tilts the cream pillar, sending the pool of melted wax over the lip. It trails the body of the candle, hardening as it cools.
If everything you've said is true, then I don't have a choice but to disappear. So now...
Her eyes capture mine.
You're going to give me what I want.
I lick my lips, anticipation thrumming in my veins. What's that?
You said you have a contingency plan. That's why you brought us here. This is your safe house, where you keep your means to escape if necessary. I want you to tell me where you keep your hidden cash. I want your car, and anything else I'll need to get the fuck out of Darkwater.
I won't let her slip away that easily. Besides, no matter how far she runs, she'll never escape the Drangheta's reach. I don't think so, Angel. You had a better chance at escaping when you planned to kill me. She arches an eyebrow.
Fine then. Have it your way.
Extending the candle, she tips the edge, sending a melted stream of wax over my chest. I hiss out a sharp breath between clenched teeth at the slight pain, which brings a beautifully devious smile to her face. Oh, this is going to be more than fun. Chapter 17. I knew that she had loved me long, and, in an evil moment, I spoke to her. Dominic. Bria sets the candle on the floor next to my parted legs and retrieves the water bottle. Taking a swig, she eyes me over the base, looking devastatingly diabolical. She then steps over my legs and seats herself on my thighs. I despise the infuriating blanket between us. Placing the rim of the bottle to my lips, she orders,
Drink. You're going to need it.
I do as commanded, letting her pour water into my mouth. As she places the bottle aside, she picks up the candle and holds it over me like a threat. You think a little wax play is going to hurt me? I smile, loving the way her features draw together with determined focus. Unfazed, she dribbles wax over my inked pectoral, and I gift her a little flinch, muscles flexing at the stinging sensation.
No. I don't think hot wax is enough torture for a monster like you, Dominic Arasto.
Even so, she continues to spill wax over my sternum, her eyes devouring the trail of smooth wax as it drips down my chest and cools.
It just feels right to cause you a little pain. Want me to stop?
I buck beneath her, forcing her to slip forward on my thighs where she can get a good feel of my erect cock. Does it feel like I want you to stop? The subtle blush that creeps over her cheeks rouses the deviant within, and I'm not sure how much longer I can hold back.
I see.
Mouth puckered angrily, she dumps the puddle of wax on my stomach. Fuck, Bria. My stomach muscles contract, straining the few stitches that remain intact to seal the wound. Satisfied with my reaction, she sets the candle on the floor and proceeds to examine my injury by the light.
You really should see a doctor,
she says, her soft fingers tracing the inflamed skin around the torn stitches. I release a dark chuckle. Usually, the tormentor isn't too concerned for their captive's well-being. When her eyes flick up to find mine, I hike my eyebrows in question. She shoves her hair away from her face.
I'm not sadistic like some, and you're not my captive.
I tug on the cable ties. My position states otherwise. I drag my gaze over her, hungrily absorbing her bare thighs. Are you done yet? Because I'm ready to bury myself in that sweet pussy and see how many times I can make you come for me. A hint of furious irritation tightens her jaw. She sits straight up on top of me.
Something is wrong with you. How can you say that?
I thrust upward against her, making her drop forward. Her hands splay over my chest and the hard wax, putting her face close to mine. Because I know something you don't, Angel. Her short breaths fan my mouth.
All I want to know is where you keep your cash. Then I'm gone. You'll never see me again.
And how are you planning to make that happen? She draws back, lowering her gaze to my chest.
I have a way.
I don't like how sure she says this, the chilling honesty I hear in her tone. My thoughts stay fixated on teasing apart that statement as she grabs the pillar candle and slides down my thighs, towing the blanket with her. She holds my eyes a second longer before she glances down at my hard cock. It twitches beneath her gaze, and she hovers the candle above my stomach.
I should feel worse about this, but you're going to tell me what I need to know.
Jesus fuck. The hot wax dribbles over my stomach on a downward descent toward my dick. This game is officially over. Muscles tensed, I groan and snap the cable ties. My large hands clamp down on the soft flare of her hips. Shock briefly registers on her face before I have the candle knocked out of her hand, sending it rolling along the marble. The meager light is doused from the room.
Shit, Nick. Wait.
I rise up and brace an arm behind the small of her back. Then I have her pinned to the blanket in the next move. Cooled wax peels away from my chest as I anchor my body on top of hers. When did your mouth get so filthy? I say, grabbing the hem of my shirt and easing it up over her hip so there is nothing between us as I bear down between the apex of her thighs. She releases a soft moan, the alluring sound vibrating all the way down to my aching cock.
I learned from my stepbrother well.
She fires back. God damn, girl. I want to punish that mouth. I nip her bottom lip, eliciting a tiny cry that sends her hands to my shoulders. She digs her nails into the fleshy juncture between my shoulder and neck.
Stop.
No.
Get off.
I plan to get you off first.
Listen to me.
I have. Now it's my turn. I cup her face and stare into the fiery amber of her eyes. You stuck a blade in me because you believed I was a threat to you. I'll forgive you that. Her breath shallows as her gaze remains unblinking and hard on me. I killed Vito. I won't apologize for that. Not when I've killed my own men for you. And I'll kill any man who so much as looks at you if I don't like what I see in his eyes. I graze my thumb over her cheek, gearing up to bare my soul. Angioletta, do you understand that I killed 2 of my most trusted men the night you were attacked? Do you understand what that means in our world? She hesitates a beat, then finally nods against my hand. Good. Because I should have been put to death for that betrayal. So you should understand that when Luca raised the allegation that I had done so solely for you, that my feelings for Cassatto's daughter were making me weak, I couldn't let him or anyone else see my true feelings for you. They would use that to punish me by hurting you. Making Luca and the crew believe I had a plan to end your life had to be done. They couldn't know that I'd fallen in love with you, that I'd sacrificed, that I had sacrificed everything to be near you, to protect you. And that if it came down to it, I would do it all over again. The confession pours from the depths of my tainted soul, a profession of pain and sickness. My unrequited, unbearable love for my enemy's daughter, who I fell to my knees for when she was forbidden twice over, flays me wide to expose her as my ultimate weakness. I search her eyes through the darkness engulfing us, desperate for one word from her to free me from this tormenting hell I've been trapped inside for the past 2 years. Her hands slip from my shoulders, her palms descending over my back and tenderly caressing the raised scars.
You made me believe you hated me,
she says, her voice breaking softly.
That I was just a silly, naive girl for how I felt about you. That you would never look at me like...
She turns her head away, and I rest my finger along her jaw, forcing her face back toward mine. Tell me the truth now, I demand, almost a plea.
Damn it.
She blinks rapidly, and her breathy sigh coasts across my lips and sparks fresh hunger.
I had to stab you. I had to because I knew if I let you inside me, I'd never be able to get you out. That I'd never want you out. I just... lose myself to you completely, Dominic Arasto.
Fire sears my chest. The bones caging my heart feel as if they're cracking under the agonizing pressure. It's a pain that's both torment and relief, and demands I touch her everywhere, consume her until I'm inside her as much as she's dug inside me. Determined, I drag the shirt up her body and tow it over her head, leaving nothing but the candid truth between us, skin to skin. I place a gentle kiss to her chin, savoring the way her breath catches. From the king I served, there came a maiden to whose beauty my whole recreant heart yielded at once, I recite, making the verse all hers, at whose footstool I bowed down without a struggle, in the most ardent, in the most abject worship of love. Her hard swallow pulses along my wrist.
What does that mean?
I ghost my lips across her jaw, brush the backs of my fingers over the rioting pulse point of her neck, and whisper near her ear. Being so near and yet so far from the object of your affection will drive a man mad. I lift up to stare into her eyes. That means, Angel, I love you with fervent devotion, with my whole goddamn soul. I will worship you, will do anything for you. All you have to do is ask. I took her mouth in a brutal kiss, swallowing her gasping moan and devouring the dregs of her lust. I rock my hips against her, sliding the shaft of my cock between her wet lips, making sure she's ready to take me, because there's no holding me back. Breaking away for a second, I ask her, have you ever made yourself come? At her hesitant expression, I add, if you tell me some guy touched you, I'll have to kill.
There's been no one,
she says quickly, though it does little to curb the urgency inside me.
I have... before.
She bites the corner of her lip. So fucking adorable, I want to bite it myself.
In bed at night, while thinking about you.
Fuck. The thought of her lying in bed just a few doors down from me, touching herself. God damn. I'm going to make her come so hard she'll see stars. I'm going to make love to her, give her a piece of myself I've never given to anyone. Then, I'm going to fuck her filthy. Good girl, I say, then capture her sweet mouth again, tasting her, reveling in the feel of her thighs pressed against my hips, the soft give of her flesh melded to my hard muscle. I thrust inside her, plunging deeply, the steel ring seeking the swollen, needy flesh inside her tight channel and earning a sexy moan from her mouth. I rock inside and out, hitting that spot over and over, my pelvis offering her clit the friction it desires as I feel her inner walls grip my cock. That's it, Angel, I whisper over her lips. Come nice and long for me. Then I kiss her throat as she arches her back, baring her neck so I can suck her salty skin between my teeth. I circle my thumb over her perfect nipple, tweaking the bud, then nip at her neck and suck, loving how she shivers in my arms as her body braces, her muscles contracting. Her breathing hitches, and I thrust inside deep and hard, pleasure building at the base of my spine as I take her closer to the edge. She clenches around my cock so damn tight. Fuck, I almost lose control. I fist the blanket and rock into her, releasing a low growl as she undulates her hips, her tight pussy pulsing around my cock with her orgasm.
Oh, God, Nick, fuck me. I need you.
Christ. My name pleaded between her desperate whimpers is all it takes. I feel her break, her walls throbbing around me as the pleasurable aftershocks arches her back, and my cock grows rock hard. I speed my thrusts, hips slapping against hers before I release. Digging my fingers into her hair, I sink my teeth into the soft flesh of her shoulder, fucking her hard, wild, drawing out the last dregs of ecstasy between us as my cock throbs inside her. Chest covering hers, I breathe heavy against her neck, savoring the little pulses from her pussy. Catching my breath, I lift up and lock eyes with her. I take in the blush of her cheeks that highlights her freckles, the beautiful shimmer in her eyes. Every part of her I've worshipped from afar. You're so fucking beautiful. I lower my mouth to her chest, where I place a delicate kiss to her scar. I thought I was ruined the night I first looked into your eyes. Nothing could ruin me more than being inside you, Angioletta. She grasps the back of my neck and brings my mouth to hers.
Same,
she whispers, before kissing me tenderly. I'm already growing hard inside her again. A groan escapes at her slightest movement. Now, bend your beautiful ass over so I can take it and give you your little death. Her eyes shine with mischief, but she's not scared. And maybe she should be. The monster within is a greedy bastard, and I've held him off for far too long. Her body sated and ready. I'm about to make her scream until she comes so hard, she'll wish she never told me that story in the wine cellar.
Are you going to hurt me?
She asks, but there's no fear banked behind her intense gaze. You trust me, I say, the question implied, but I hope I never have to ask again. Her smile is genuine.
I do. Always. Chapter 18. My sorrow I could not awaken. Brianna. The savage glint in Nick's eyes should terrify me. And it does. But not in the way I was fearful of him before tonight. Stabbing the man you love because you thought he was going to kill you is intense foreplay, I admit. Our world is just different, however. We're not made with the same fibers as others. Our darkness threads our souls in the deepest shade, where a hunger to annihilate the things we love burns with violent passion, until we're forced to consume in order to satiate our desire. Or else it will destroy us. That's why when Nick runs his hand over the length of my back and grips a handful of my hair, I'm already wet and aching for him, desperate for him to claim every inch of my body as his. He lowers his body over my back, and I feel the needy, hard press of his cock at my ass. He whispers into the shell of my ear, his guttural tone a mix of lust and cruelty.
You know I love you, Angel. Say it.
I nod against his tight hold. Yes, you love me.
Good girl,
he says, stroking his other hand over my ass cheek.
Remember that, because I'm going to fuck you like I don't.
A fierce shiver races over my skin, and I seal my eyes closed at the feel of his fingers plundering my pussy. He slips a finger between my slick folds, gathering the wet arousal there, and smears it over the puckered hole I fear is far too small to take him. Then, his thighs ease up against the backs of mine as he notches the crown of his ring-tipped cock to my entrance, giving me only a second to draw in a breath before he plunges inside. I moan out a breathy plea as he fills me fully, driving all the way to the base of his cock. My inner walls are swollen, and he pumps in and out in slow, measured thrusts, getting his dick wet as he rubs the pad of his thumb over my asshole. Oh my God. I bear our weight on my hands, trembling beneath the tantalizing feel of him working that erogenous zone in a way I never realized could feel so good. Already, I can sense his restraint waning. His cock rams harder, his grip in my hair tightens, and as he yanks me upright, my back hits the solid wall of his chest.
Push up,
he instructs, his teeth gritted around each word. I do, allowing him to remove himself from me before he cups one large hand over my pussy.
Don't hold your breath. I want to hear every scream.
That's the last warning Nick gives before he repositions the head of his cock to the tight hole, then pushes down on my pelvis, guiding me over the thick head. The muscles in my thighs lock as pressure builds in my anus until white-hot pain splinters through me. It's so consuming I forget to breathe. I'm scared to move, but his hand pushes down on my pelvis as he slowly drives inside, stretching me to take him.
Goddamn. Fuck.
He releases a thread of curses, his body trembling like mine, until he fills me completely.
I can't be gentle.
he says around a thick groan.
I'm going to destroy this sweet hole.
He rubs his fingers over the sensitive flesh of my clit. Working a moan freeze, he gives me the needed friction, and my hips buck involuntarily.
That's it. Take my cock, Angel.
He backs out just enough to thrust upward, driving even deeper to elicit the first cry from my mouth, and it's like a summons to his demon. Nick releases my hair and collars my throat.
Fuck, you're so goddamn beautiful taking my cock.
He works my clit in tight circles as he rocks into me, holding me upright against him. The abrasive rub of his cock ring does devious things inside me, and I grow wetter with the pulsing ache in my pussy. Desperate for something to cling to, I dig my nails into his thighs, anchoring myself to him as if I'm scared he'll let go. He fucks me at a steady pace, fueled by the sexy undulation of my hips as I give in to his frenzied rhythm. The pain is eased, and now something other, something carnal, consumes me as an empty ache throbs deep in my core. As if he can sense my body's desperation to fill the hollow ache, Nick pushes 2 fingers inside my pussy and hits the neediest spot. The rough heel of his hand rubs over my clit, igniting a flame that sends liquid fire coursing through my veins. Every nerve ending in my body flares, and I clamp down around him. A deep growl reverberates from his chest, and I feel the tantalizing vibration in my back. A primal rhythm takes over him, his penetrating thrusts coming wilder and spearing inside me until I'm no longer in control of my senses. I manage to scream his name before his hand seals tighter around my throat to restrict my airway. A fiery sensation webs over my skin, dragging me down with him as he rocks out, and heightening each thrust to a new level as he drives upward, bouncing me on his cock.
Jesus fuck, Bria. I'm going to tear this little hole wide open if you don't come soon.
His filthy words are grit between feral growls, becoming muffled in my ears as heat blazes from my belly to consume me from the inside. Making good on his threat, he pushes my chest down against the floor. The blanket slides beneath my palms as I try to brace for the impact. He rams against my ass, and I moan out long and throaty, my voice as much of a shaky mess as my body. As my inner walls push back against him, he tightens his hold around my throat once more, then pistons inside my ass. The slapping sounds so erotic and lewd that when he roars, his cock stiffening even harder, it's like I have no choice. My whole body contracts, the need to push becoming unbearable, but the pleasure is electric.
Oh, god damn. You're so fucking tight, Angiolita. You're going to break me. Oh, fuck.
He growls and slaps my ass cheek, then slams his pelvis against me in depraved, ruthless need. His lusty, untamed sounds coast over my flesh, a command to spread my thighs wider as he grips my throat to arch my back. God, I feel so vulgar, but it's so damn hot. The heat attacks all at once. He releases my neck and grabs hold of my shoulder as he buries himself deeply. I feel the muscles in his thighs tense. His cock grows rock hard, and then pulses inside my tight channel. As he releases inside me, he reaches around and flicks his finger over my clit, and the intensity of his vicious groan spurs my orgasm on, heightening my climax and drawing it out until I come with shameless abandon, feeling the wet splash against my thighs.
Fuck, that's it, Angel. Come all over me. Christ, you're soaking my balls.
I pant against the floor, my chest aching as aftershocks spark and pulse through my body. The intense sensations start to ebb, and as I come down, Nick settles his chest along my back and places a tender kiss to the nape of my neck. Oh my God, I say, my heart chasing the erratic rhythm of his. That was intense. His deep chuckle flips inside my belly, and when he eases out of my ass, the relief of pressure feels so good, I release a deep moan. His groan licks over my sensitive skin.
Damn, Angel, give me a minute.
Are you serious?
Deadly.
He kisses the slight ache between my shoulder blades, as if he knows I'm sore there, and says,
I will always want you every second of every day.
Nick wraps an arm around my stomach and pulls me to his chest, turning me so I'm cradled in his arms. Then he gets to his feet, carting me off like he didn't just expend all his energy. I'm a languid mess as I drape an arm around his neck. He enters a darker part of the house, where I can barely make out the Gothic furniture. The walls are painted black, absorbing any light filtering from the other rooms. Placing my feet to the cold tile, he says,
Wait here.
Before he heads back out. I try not to fear the dark. It's ridiculous, after just sleeping with the enemy, coming so close to death, at least mentally preparing for it, that I should fear something so childish as darkness. Yet we fear the unknown. That's all the dark is. A room of black walls where light is absorbed, where we can't see what comes next. This is the first time in my life I've ever faced uncertainty, not knowing what my tomorrow will be. But it's not all fear. There's another word for facing the unknown. Thrilled. Nick returns with 2 lit candles and places one on the vanity, the other on the tile near the soaking tub. He's naked, and I should be somewhat used to seeing him in this state, but I'm not sure I'll ever get accustomed to how damn beautiful his body is, how sexy. He lifts the bronze lever on the faucet, then he circles back around me where he places a kiss to the top of my head before he gathers my dark hair into his hand and twists the length into a bun, pinning it to my crown. The action is so sensual and nurturing, my sinuses flare at the rush of emotion. I blink away the mist in my eyes. God, I'm a wreck.
You're beautiful.
He says, connecting with my gaze in the mirror.
And I'm taking care of my beautiful angel.
He first checks the temperature of the water before he lifts me into his arms and places me in the tub. Then uses the hand shower to rinse my legs, cleansing away the traces of us together. He runs his palm over my thighs, unconcerned about the acid burns on the back of his hand. When he's satisfied I'm clean, he rinses down the tub and then pushes in the stopper to start filling the tub. I settle down in the shallow water and watch in reverent silence as he selects different bath oils and soaking salts, peppering the water with a concoction that gives off the relaxing aroma of lavender and eucalyptus. As he submerges a sponge beneath the water, I ask, "Aren't you coming in?" He glances down at the wound, which he now has dressed with a new bandage. The white cotton is already tinged with blood.
This is for you. You're going to be sore,
he says, but there's no hint of shame in his tone.
I'll restitch myself later.
Nick washes my back as I soak in the tub, feeling every ache and pain claim my body. The first hint of exhaustion sets in, my eyes becoming heavy with sleep as I recline against the bath pillow.
Where were you planning to go?
He rests his forearms on the edge of the tub, and I look over at him.
If I'd given you the cash and car, what was your plan, Bria?
His question does more than just drag me from the brink of sleep. It reminds me with a renewed sense of dread that there is absolutely no plan for tomorrow, that I have no idea what will happen to me, to him, or us. I shake my head against the tub. I don't know, I say honestly. Then, because at some point I have to decide to trust this man wholly, I turn my face toward his. Probably to my aunt and cousin. Before I hatched a plan to take out my stepbrother, there was a plan to run away. His gaze darkens, the shadows casting the planes of his face in conflicting emotions.
Tell me everything.
So I do. I bear the most vulnerable side of myself to Nick, about how selfish I was at first over my heartache, even though it confirms how he first saw me, as a naive girl. But then I tell him about the stories I heard in Reggio Calabria, about the women of the 'Ndrangheta, How centuries of clan law in the criminal underworld has shaped their world into an inescapable prison. Nick listens with rapt attention as I confess how, over the months where I learned to fight, it changed me. And I no longer wanted revenge, but a chance to help these women who truly couldn't escape their circumstance. And I foolishly believed, I could do that by making my stand in this city. That's why I came back here, I say, bringing my knees to my chest. Instead of running, like my aunt had arranged, I told her I needed to say goodbye to my father, to make my peace first. I wait, breath bated in my aching chest, for him to say something. Instead, he cups his hand around the back of my neck and leans forward, placing a searingly sensual kiss to my lips. As he pulls away, he says,
I'm taking you to bed.
Chapter 19. But we loved with a love that was more than love. Brianna. The incessant chime of a ringtone drags me out of a deep sleep. My eyes flip open, and it takes the length of 2 alarmed heartbeats while staring at a strange ceiling before last night comes crashing into my consciousness, with all the aches and pains and uncertainty with it. The heavy feel of Nick's arm drapes my stomach. I touch my forehead, unsure if I'm hungover or ill. The sparse morning light bleeds from the edges of the lowered shades and claws at my skull in rhythmic pulses, letting me know I'm at the very least dehydrated. I don't want to move, but I need to use the bathroom and eliminate one uncomfortable situation. The rest of my body feels like I've been rammed against a wall all night, which I guess is pretty close to accurate. I start to ease off the side of the bed, and Nick's arm tenses. His hand cups my waist.
Don't be long,
he says, then places a kiss to my shoulder. A flutter seizes my belly. You won't die, I tell him, and I love the way his chuckle sounds in his groggy state. I head to the ensuite bathroom, and after I've finished relieving myself, I investigate the smattering of bruises and scrapes marking my skin. I feel like I've been through a war, my body a battlefield, Nick and I warring against each other until we both broke. Nick's phone rings again, and this time I hear him answer. My chest constricts at the urgent sound of his voice. I'm still processing all that happened and that was revealed. I'm not sure what to do now, or how I'm going to face my father or get out of the marriage contract, and I'm tempted to just tell Nick we should run, escape our families, this city, our legacies. But that doesn't feel right. Eliminating the threat of my stepbrother wasn't the only reason I dared to take a stand, to fight. I wanted to issue change from the inside. I wanted to help women without a voice. However, I don't see how I'll do any of that knowing that I've failed. Absolutely. And the most shameful truth is, I never even had a chance. As I'm running my fingers over the bruises on my neck, a knock sounds at the door.
Bria, open up.
His solemn tone strikes my nerves like steel to flint. I know when I open the door, I'll have to face whatever harsh reality awaits me on the other side. Dread coiling my spine, I pull on Nick's shirt and touch the doorknob. Filling my lungs, I pull the door open. Nick's serious expression slices through whatever delusions I was harboring of us escaping together. Phone held at his side, he says,
It's Cassatto.
I press my lips together, then, what about my father?
He's been admitted to the hospital.
He explains, no empathy in his tone.
He's in a coma.
The world tilts, my equilibrium shifts, and I feel Nick's hand steadying me.
I need to feed you.
His voice is so certain this is the issue. A slight smile works past the ache, building to swallow me. Downstairs in the massive copper kitchen, I push down dry toast and coffee. At his urging to eat more, I say, I'm fine. What are we?
I'm waiting for a call.
I nod slowly. Another strained minute passes where I tear at a piece of toast, and Nick sits on the stool beside me and turns me to face him.
You're mine, Bria.
His gaze bores into me with so much conviction, my chest caves under the swell of emotions.
There will be no wedding. I'll face whatever punishment I have coming, but from this moment on, you're free of the marriage contract. I'll make sure of it.
I swallow hard. Nick, you didn't do anything wrong. I can handle this. A devious smile curls his lips, and my fucking heart stops.
I did plenty of wrong things last night, and I regret none of them.
He grasps the nape of my neck and pulls me closer, placing a kiss to my forehead.
But I do have to answer for them.
Before I can counter, his phone rings, and he accepts a call from Lucian Cross. He moves into the next room to talk. I overhear negotiations about contracts and wares, and even a mention of Salvatore before Nick returns.
Come on.
At my hiked eyebrows, he adds,
I'm taking you to see your father.
Weapons can't be taken into the hospital. I remind myself of this small comfort as we near the hospital emergency room where my father is being kept. 2 of his main guards are stationed out front, one intimidating mountain of muscle on either side of the shiny wood door. I spot 3 more senior members of the clan walking up the hallway. My heart knocks against my breastbone in painful percussion as my feet bring me closer to the room. The sharp antiseptic scent of the 3rd floor stings my nostrils, and I force my hands to stay at my sides instead of hugging my midsection. As Nick and I come up to the guards, I lift my chin higher. Step aside, I order them. There is an uncertain glance between the 2 men before they eye Nick with narrowed gazes and clenched jaws. The tension threading the air vibrates and winds tighter around us until the men part, allowing me to open the door. Lucian and Salvatore arranged a momentary truce on the pursuit of Nick. My father's orders to take him out and bring home his daughter momentarily postponed due to his sudden illness. I suspect Eleanor helped negotiate the reprieve also, but that is how this works. When a Don falls ill, just as with a funeral, all warring ceases in order to pay respect and wait for the outcome. On the way here, Nick stopped by a woman's clothing store and bought me slacks and a silk blouse. I didn't want to waste time going home, as I'm not sure how much time my father has left. How did he progress to this stage so quickly, and with no warning? All the questions congesting my head cease the moment my eyes land on the frail man on the hospital bed. A tube has been inserted into his trachea to intubate him. The mechanical suction sound of the machine used to breathe for him fills the overly bright room. Eleanor is seated in one of the chairs across the room, and she lowers her phone and looks up at me. I'm so sorry, Brianna. I nod automatically. What happened? She trades a look with her son, then stands and moves closer to my father's bedside. The doctors don't know anything yet. She sighs, tilting her head as she stares down at my father's near-lifeless form. She's dressed in all black, her slick, straight blonde hair resting right above her shoulders. She's dressed as if she's already in mourning. But that's not what disturbs me. It's the scarf around her neck that slips just enough to reveal dark purple bruises. The kind that look nothing like mine, that look like someone was trying to strangle her to death. Ellie? I say, calling her by the name those closest to her use. Please, you can tell me. She looks at her son again, as if asking permission. Nick nods once. Gripping the bed rail, Eleanor looks back down at my father. Her expression has lost the softness of concern. Her severe features are carved in ice, her glacier blue eyes unfeeling. A woman in our world has to be strong, she says. We're built differently. We can withstand almost anything thrown at us. We have no choice, but... She reaches down and strokes my father's gray hair. There is a limit to how much shit we'll take. When she looks up, it's Nick she centers her focus on. I would have continued to take his abuse. That was the arrangement I agreed to in our contract. For your father's sins, for the grudge Ernesto held against him, I willingly bore it all to keep you alive, Nick. However, the moment Ernesto broke that deal, all bets were off. The floor beneath me shifts, eroding under the soles of my feet. I know my father's cruelty could extend far beyond what I've witnessed. I know he's capable of the most vile atrocities. But somehow I was still very much sheltered, still believing in the mask he wore. Eleanor tugs the scarf higher around her neck as she looks at me. There is no antidote to the poison I administered to your father. For you, Brianna, I wish I could save you this suffering. But I am not sorry. I will always defend my son. The woman who's been my stepmother for the past 2 years has confessed to putting my father in a coma, one he most likely won't wake from. She's all but murdered him. If, the clan learns of this betrayal, she'll be put to death. I look away from her, unable to find the words to voice what I'm feeling. I'm not even sure yet what those feelings are. Part of me wants to storm out of this room and never look at these people again. Her, my father, any of the clan I've called family. But another part, a bigger part, knows I could never run away from Nick. I'd already proven that once. When I turn toward him to gauge his response, his neutral expression chills my blood.
All this time,
He says to her. The dark note in his tone hits the room with resounding impact. Ellie's eyes shimmer with unshed tears. Did you think I'd let him kill my son? I had to, amato filio. Her gaze flits to me, an urgent appeal banked behind teary eyes. Miss Cassatto, I willingly hand myself over. I have made my confession. I'll be judged by clan law and will suffer my consequences. My son's actions last night have consequences, I know, and I'll take those as well. Have mercy on him, and you can have my head. Trepidation rises up in me like a swelling tide, a roar filling my ears. Why are you talking to me like this? A confused glint passes over Ellie's gaze as she first looks at Nick, then says to me, You're the mistress of the Drangheta? I turn toward Nick, seeking some other explanation. What is she talking about? His silence thickens the small room as his mother walks toward him, stopping close to touch his cheek. I had promised you an empire, my son.
one of death and ruin.
Her mouth presses into a firm line. So you've made your choice, then? Nick nods once.
I have.
As the two of them share secrets and guarded looks, I turn to face my father's bed, staring down at the man who has caused so much pain and suffering, all in the name of his corrupt power. I need a moment with my father. I feel Nick's strong presence nearing.
Are you sure you want to be alone?
I inhale a fortifying breath and face Eleanor. Take your son to see a doctor. Her lined brow wings up. For any particular reason? I stabbed him. She holds my gaze a beat longer, and I glimpse the hardened soldier beneath her polished veneer. A woman, a mother, who would and has done unspeakable things for the love of a child. I'm envious of that love, never having felt even a grain of it from my father, I realize. But I'm also a bit frightened of it, as the thought crosses my mind that one day I might have to deal with my stepmother. Then her mouth tips into a sly smile. A hint of approval slips past the mask of her fierce armor. She says nothing more as she nods and then exits the room. Nick hovers by my side, I assume to make sure I'm all right. But when I step toward my father, I hear the hospital room door click closed. Standing at his bedside, I stare at my father's hand. His skin looked so different just yesterday. Now it's paper thin, as if what made him alive has already fled his body. He's still my papa. It's a brutal world we're born into, and maybe we don't even have a choice for who we become. His father before him handed down a legacy of greed and cruelty, and if Ernesto Cassatto would have had a son instead of a daughter, he would have handed down that same legacy to him. One thing I do know, my father would not want to exist in such a weakened state as this. I touch his cold hand and follow the breathing tube up to his pallid face. It's clan law, I say, my voice catching, that when a member of the family disgraces themselves, an honor killing is required to purify our blood. The gravity of my choice weighs heavily in my hand as I calmly approach the ventilator, search the controls, and switch off the machine. The finality of the click resounds around the still room as I let my father die with a small trace of dignity. There's a whir of the device winding down and the silence that follows. If there's to be a new reign, one where change can truly take place, then it has to start here, with the death of the old ways. The door opens, and as a nurse rushes in, I take a step back. I watch him check my father briefly before he fusses over the ventilator controls, but it's already too late. The machine monitoring his heartbeat shows a flat line.
What happened?
The nurse demands. I stare into his eyes and say, the men outside will provide you with enough money to put your kids or any future kids through college. Otherwise, you won't live long enough to see them go to college. The words don't feel like mine, but I own them just the same. Do we have an understanding? His fearful eyes linger on me a few seconds before he nods, his movements shaky. Good. I turn toward the door, but pause before walking through. I really hope you don't make me regret my decision to let you live. I leave the room then, a dense weight bearing down on my shoulders. The two guards on either side of the door have their heads bowed in a show of grieving respect for the late Drangheta Don. After a moment of respectful silence, they lift their heads to acknowledge me and nod. As I take off down the hallway, they follow. I have the uncomfortable urge to look behind me, but I keep my gaze ahead as I search for Nick within the curtained sections. The whole while, my mind is spinning, contemplating what measures I need to take, what needs to be put in order for Nick and I to escape the city. I finally discover him standing in a hospital room, the bed untouched. A small smile touches my lips as the nurse finishes the final stitch in his side. I can envision him stubbornly refusing to sit on the bed, making it difficult for the poor nurse. Where's Ellie?
She had some things to take care of,
he says distractedly as he lowers his shirt. The way he says this sounds suspiciously like he sent her away. Nick briefly thanks the nurse, then steps toward me.
Are you all right, Angeletta?
Although I'm not yet sure how I feel, I offer a tight nod. A lingering sense of being distanced, removed, pervades me. But as I slip my hand in his, the homesick melancholy eases. I expel a laden breath. I'm better now that you're finally properly stitched up. His smile is unguarded, beautiful. As I knew it would, it nearly levels me.
We'll see how well it holds up.
Then he gifts me a devious wink. Needing the comfort of his touch, I toy with the button of his dress shirt and meet his dark eyes. Take me home. Chapter 20. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortals ever dared to dream before. Brianna. The Arasto mansion is the only place I call home. Not because of the many opulent walls or the high stone gates that keep me sheltered, but because of the man whose eccentric nature reflects in every facet of its fibers, his resilient walls shielding me, his strength and determination protecting me. Dominic is my home. And as I stare at the matte black ceiling tiles of the office now, his powerful embrace secured around me, his enticing masculine scent invading my senses, I bite into my lip to keep from crying out.
I want to hear your breathy moans, Angel.
The demand falls from Nick's mouth on a deep groan. His arms band around my waist tighter, forcing my back to his chest, his ass hitched to the edge of the desk as he thrusts me down on his cock. When I don't relent, keeping my sounds confined behind gritted teeth, he pushes his hand between my thighs and slaps my pussy. I yelp at the stinging sensation, then release a satisfied moan at the pleasurable flutters licking over my clit. My response earns another sharp slap, and my hips wriggle against him to drive his cock deeper. His groan of approval vibrates against my back, and he thrusts up hard to fill me completely.
Cazzo così. I love your hot little sounds. Oh, fuck.
He growls as I clench around him, already so close to breaking. He circles his fingertips over my clit, and I tremble, racked with shivers as my pending climax surfaces. I reach up and link my hands around the back of his neck, bracing myself. Shit, Nick, I can't be loud. I suck in a lungful of air at the sensual feel of his coarse palm coasting over my breast, my arched position tempting him to grab my bouncing tits. Too many people out there to hear us. He releases a fierce growl and slams his pelvis against my ass. His hand seals over my mouth to muffle my cry in the same intense beat.
Then you better let me feel that sweet pussy strangle my cock, Bria.
He whispers in a dark husk near my ear.
I want you soaking me.
His filthy words, combined with his increasing thrusts, take me right to the edge, and when he pinches my clit and drives deep, letting me feel his need for me, his arousing sounds delivered with a scrape of his teeth along the shell of my ear, heat builds in my core until the ache shatters, sending an electric ripple of pleasure through my body. I bite into the web of his palm as my orgasm crests. He issues a gruff curse right before he sinks his teeth into my shoulder to stifle his own growl. His cock pulses against my inner walls as he comes, continuing to rock my pelvis with the flat of his palm as he bleeds the last dregs of pleasure out between us.
God damn, I could live inside your sweet cunt, Angel.
He kisses the smarting bite mark on my skin, the gentle touch of his tongue and lips soothing the pain away. I exhale a satisfied breath, savoring the feel of his strong arms around me, drawing me close as we come down together. When the tension mounts, we have ways to dissipate those tense moments, which usually consists of Nick demanding to taste me, his head between my thighs under the desk, or me bent over said desk. Over the past 4 days, Nick has kept me filled in on the many behind-the-scenes dealings that have taken place after my father was laid to rest. When the boss of the most powerful crime organization passes away, a dark current of activity ripples through the underworld. As it was the last contract put in place by regulation, the Cosa Nostra issued a claim over the 'Drangheta territory, yet it was only a formality, and was quickly overturned during a meeting with Lucian Cross and Salvatore Carpella. My marriage contract with Salvatore was quickly revoked. As my father was the power behind the contract pushing for an heir, and there is no male to inherit, his death means it can be voided on either side. After a brief call between Nick and Lucian, Salvatore announced the marriage contract was void. Regardless of the fact I've grown up in this world, that I understand its harsh ways, it's still difficult to digest the fact that something so dire and inescapable only a week ago was so easily dismissed in the world of men. Power is absolute until it's not. As for Eleanor, the discussion was raised between Nick and I the day we returned from the hospital about whether she should take command as the mistress over the organization, because technically, she is the rightful mistress now as my father's widow. Nick only shook his head, stating that Ellie already had her turn in the seat of power, and according to him, that won't happen again. Then he turned coal eyes on me and said,
My mother knows it's her time to step aside.
While he fastens his dress pants, making me shiver at the sight of his toned abdominal muscles, I slip on my blouse, and his eyes meet mine from across the office. I hold his penetrating gaze, the silence of what's not being said building heavy between us. Nick still has claim to the Veneta territory. With one well-planned attack on the Cassatto clan, he could rightfully seat himself on that throne of power. Nick, we still need to talk about. He devours 3 quick strides to reach me and swallows the rest of my sentence with a searing kiss. I feel the heat of it rush my veins, mixing with the very blood that prevents him from claiming what belongs to him, what was stolen from him. As he pulls back to capture my eyes, his breath whispers across my sensitive lips before he clasps my jaw. Tilting my face up toward his, he says,
The only thing we need to talk about is how I'm going to punish your defiant, sexy ass when I finally get you alone in that pool.
His deep groan settles with a hot pulse between my thighs.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about bending you over the pool steps.
Dominic Arasto. I press my mouth into a hard line, and he smooths his thumb across the furrow along my brow. You know we can't avoid this forever. Staring down into my face, he drinks me in with a devious smirk, then winks.
Come on.
As he crosses toward the door, I finish buttoning my blouse. To where?
Angel, don't make me throw you over my shoulder.
He opens the door wide, halting as he glances back at me.
You know I'll enjoy it.
With a resigned sigh, I follow him out into the hallway, a trickle of unease slipping down my spine as I watch him open the mansion door and step outside. The door clicks closed behind him, leaving me to contemplate the things he refuses to acknowledge. We can't exist together in this limbo, pretending the whole underworld isn't salivating for bloodshed. The Cassatto clan needs a leader, a boss. Without one, the other organizations will descend to claim its territory. The clan is already getting restless, outside threats scenting dissonance in the ranks. Any struggle for power always presents as a weakness. Shakily, my hand fidgets with the brass knob, unwilling to open the door. What lies on the other side of these safe walls could very well be my end. I seal my eyes closed. It's time to make a choice. The choice to trust Nick wholly, completely. I have to not only trust him with my life, but my heart. I can't enter any life with a hidden pocket within myself that's fearful of whether he could one day kill me to reclaim his legacy. If I choose to move forward with him, then I choose to believe he will never harm me. There is no life together otherwise. I have loved Dominic Arasto since the first moment he tore into my sheltered world, all fury and wrath and beautiful, unhinged carnage. There was no choice when I fell for him then. I loved him unequivocally. I have no choice now. Inhaling a fortifying breath, I open my eyes and walk through the door, and my breath stalls in my lungs at the sight before the mansion. The members of the Drangheta Cassatto clan line the front of the grounds, their attention on me as I finally step out of the foyer and into the overcast afternoon. A tremble grips my bones, my skin prickling, it being the focal point of so many eyes. But it's Nick's gaze I latch on to amid the sea of faces. Standing center, he holds my stare with a confident smile. Taking measured steps, I walk right up to him. What's happening? I ask, my voice lowered. He takes my hand in his, compelling me to look up into his face.
Brianna Cassatto, you have a worthy cause, a purpose. It's time for change. The Cosa Nostra wants this change, as well as the Drangheta.
He caresses the back of my hand reassuringly.
And I want this change.
My heart knocks violently in my chest. I don't understand.
I will follow your command,
Nick says, his sure voice rising.
I've already pledged my life to you.
He then lowers himself to kneel before me.
I will pledge my life again, every day, while serving you, protecting you, worshiping you, loving you.
He removes his hand from mine to reach into his inseam, then produces my custom ring with the crest. As he slips the band onto my finger, he says,
This is my offer to be your consigliere, if you'll have me, mistress.
I swallow past the forming ache in my throat. You'd give up your empire for me?
Angioletta, you are my empire.
He places a tender kiss to my hand above the ring, and his gaze roams up to connect with mine, waiting for my answer. This isn't how it's done in our world. We have traditions. We're breaking the rules, and we're doing so before an entire organization to witness. Yet, we are lawless by nature. Rules are meant to be broken, and some rules have waited far too long to be rewritten. Fuck traditions. It's time for that archaic structure to fall. Instead of giving Nick a verbal answer of confirmation, I grab his collar and bring him toward me, crushing my mouth against his in a kiss to unite us. No blood will be shed today. Instead, I want nothing more than to continue breaking the damn rules with this man. Marry me, Dominic Arasto. If I'm going to bring change, I'm starting right now, with us, together.
Epilogue. A year later. Dominic. In the harsh reality of our world, true, eternal love is a fiction. No gangster lives a long, prosperous life. Made men know their days are numbered. We fight for blood. We fight for honor. We fight and kill for territory and legacy. Love is a grim fairy tale, a dark lore, whispered in haunted corners of eccentric mansions and cast out like abandoned hope into the rocky waters that batter our shores. It's the last grain of sand seeping past our bloody, calloused fingers as we desperately try to save it from the storm. Love is often fated in tragedy. That's how my story was bound to end. With my father's tainted blood coursing through my veins, his legacy of brutality bestowed on me, my tarnished soul was forged into a monster. My end was detrimental before I ever laid eyes on the angel who would be my ultimate downfall. She was my House of Usher. She was my Lenore. A madness so beautiful and inviting, an obsession so consuming. I willingly knelt before the gates of hell and welcomed my ruination. A fiery mafia princess with a tender heart. Born to this decayed domain of dark deeds and greed, she sought to fight like a villain and cloaked her virtue in the shadows of our world. But I saw her. To survive, every one of us hides a secret part of ourselves behind a mask. We have to, in order to endure the vile acts and atrocities we must commit. But she could never hide from me. I looked into the eyes of an angel that first night, and I vowed to protect her, even from the monster within that craved her sweet, innocent blood. Sometimes a devil is required to do the unspeakable, that which is necessary to protect those he loves. My father may have been the one to fashion me into a demon, hell-bent on carnage and bloodshed, but she was the saintly angel who offered me salvation, who looked into my ruin and saw how to restore the wreckage. And from the ashes of so many demolished legacies, we built a new empire. As I vowed to Bria, I took an oath and became her consultant in the Cassatto clan. With the alliances in place with both the Cosa Nostra and Irish Syndicate, any revolt to Bria taking full reign of the New York Drangheta was stifled before the clan could start warring amongst itself.
There were 2 sets that defected, the families most loyal to Ernesto. One has been taken out fully, no longer a threat. The second will soon no longer be an issue. I am Bria's right hand when she needs a devil to deliver retribution. It took over a year of working behind the scenes with Bria's family in Calabria, but a network was established for the safe retrieval of any woman who wanted to escape the most dangerous criminal organization in the modern world. Bria established safe houses, that she named the catacombs, along the seaboard and in Europe where she shelters women and children of the Drangheta. Her Aunt Margot is in charge of helping to deprogram the women and establishing new identities, and her cousin Alana finds them work in an effort to integrate them into society. That's the simplified, less complicated version of our endeavors. When going against an establishment deeply rooted in crime, money, and traditions, change can only happen if you're willing to spill blood. Just as I looked into Bria and saw the truth of her, that night she looked right back into me. She never ran. She never feared the darkness she saw haunting my soul. And that darkness is what's required to fight archaic customs steeped in bloodshed and violence. For this reason, I've been at the forefront of this silent war. For those I can't pay off, I have no hesitation in issuing the order to take their life, or doing so myself. Mafia life is its own sport, with its own rules. I understood this early on, a boy holding a toy truck, watching his father beat a man to death with a baseball bat. I thought I had no choice in the matter, that a man's destiny was decided by their blood, coded in their damned soul. I always had a choice. Bria opened my eyes to this when she made me see our world through hers. The insatiable bloodlust is a part of me, and I wield it at her command, ruthless and unapologetic to keep my oath to her. I will forever protect her. I will serve her mission. And I suffer no guilt for the merciless methods I employ to accomplish this, because a beautiful angel has given me the one thing this dark world cannot. True, eternal love. Utter acceptance for who I am, for who we are together. An unstoppable force. And as that angel enters the ballroom now, a breathtaking vision draped in blood-red crimson and unearthly beauty, she steals the fucking air right from my lungs.
She never looks less than a mafia queen.
My mother rests her palm along the lapel of my tux, and I slow our waltz to look down at her in acknowledgement before returning my gaze to Bria. She is a queen, I say. Eleanor makes a sound of agreement.
And will she be announcing a king soon?
I can't help the smile that twists my lips. Eleanor is relentless in her scheming. As Bria and I have extended our engagement in order to see our efforts realized, there are some whispered rumors about us upsetting traditions. Would that please you, Mother? She pats my chest.
I'm pleased as long as my son is happy.
Although the flash of annoyance in her features reveals her impatience.
I admit, however, the thought of a grandchild at some point would...
I knew having you babysit for Cross would become my issue somehow. Ever since Eleanor held Lucian and Violet's baby son, my mother has increased her not-so-subtle hints for me to produce my own heir. Bria's young, I say, reminding her. Besides, I think I heard somewhere that one doesn't need to be married to have children. Eleanor lifts her chin, stoic.
I suppose I really shouldn't be surprised,
she says, stepping away as the waltz ends.
As it seems you're both intent on circumventing all our traditions.
Another smile tips my mouth. Respectfully, I lean down and kiss her cheek. Her practiced smile pulls into place as she catches sight of Lucian and Violet and sends a wave to capture their attention.
I know you have pictures of that sweet baby,
she says to the couple, then pats my chest in a loving manner once more. Her glacier blue eyes brim with concern for a fleeting second, before she raises her mask into place and accepts Lucian's arm. I nod to him in appreciation for keeping my mother entertained. If she's busy fawning over pictures of the Cross's baby, then she's too occupied to scheme much more tonight. Discussions later this week? Lucian says to me, as he escorts both women on either arm off the dance floor. I nod once. Of course, I'll be there. One of my responsibilities as the consultant to the mistress of the Cassatto clan is negotiating deals. Lucian is coming up in the wares market, and with no conflict between our organizations, we formed a strong alliance on the Eastern Front. Free of my mother, I turn to find Bria across the ballroom. A semicircle of muscle surrounds her, the vetted and trusted guards I placed as her detail while she attends events. Before her, 2 capos of the Cosa Nostra have engaged her in conversation. But, as if she senses my stare, she turns her gaze directly on me. I cut a line through the dancing couples on the floor toward her, watching her red lips stretch into a sensual smile. As she lowers the porcelain mask from her eyes, I remove the black mask from mine and place it in my tuck's inseam. A year ago, at this very masquerade, we had more than one mask we hid behind. The rise of violins accompanies my steady approach, and the older capo to my left quiets his chatter. I hold my hand out to Bria in offer, and she slips her gloved hand into my palm.
We'll continue our conversation later,
she says to the men.
at an appropriate time. For now, please enjoy the festivities of the Cask Masquerade.
Greedily, I pull her away from the throng and into my arms, leading her into a slow dance. It's damn near painful to touch her, to feel her pressed against me and inhale her sweet scent of gardenias and vanilla, and not give in to the yearning to haul her somewhere private, where I can tear the seams of her gown with my teeth until I have her skin touching mine. She wets her lips and flicks heated eyes up at me.
Oh, you are so transparent.
I release a heavy breath. Tell me again why we're wasting time here. Tilting her head, she says,
Because there are some traditions worth honoring.
The pang resonating in my chest reminds me she's the reason, the only fucking reason, my cold, dead heart beats at all. As the annual masquerade ball neared this year, I thought about bringing the event to a close. My father is long gone. Hers is in the ground. Neither of them left us much of a reason to carry on their customs. Yet somehow, my angel saw through me, knowing if I let the only honored tradition of my father's die, some of the fire that created me would be extinguished. That fire is what makes me cruel, sadistic even. But it also makes me the ruthless protector Bria needs in order to rule in our dark world. Ultimately, we agreed to utilize the masquerade in a more beneficial way, effectively transforming the wine cellar into a safe harbor. With nearly every crime lord under one roof, feuds and wars sidelined for a single evening, the masquerade is a prime occasion to foster new, beneficial connections. Essentially, with the mafia mistresses of each syndicate. The women behind the scenes of the most powerful and influential crime organizations like to donate to charity. Some simply enjoy an easy way to garner a legitimate write-off. Others have shown interest in becoming more involved with Bria's network. Over the past year, Bria has founded a select sect of women who oversee operations. They've formed their own syndicate under her command and are growing into a powerful organization. An all-woman mafia organization. Our fathers are turning over in their fucking graves. I'd be lying if I said that at first this endeavor rattled me. Not just the fact that it challenges the very foundation of our world, but the danger it presents. Men, powerful men, do not like to share their power. Eleanor has found her place amid this organization of mistresses. Strong, stubborn, and lethal, my mother knows the inner workings of the organized crime world, and she knows how to manipulate it. For now, Bria and Eleanor's secret venture is safely sheltered in charities. In the event their activities become less secret, there is a contingency in place. One where I come into play. Bria spat in the face of the world that tried to brand her the moment she kissed her stepbrother in front of her clan. She rebelled against the role she was born to fulfill. She defied not only her legacy, but the hierarchy. And there are those who aren't ready for a bold new era and are determined to stop it. Boldly, Bria slips one of her gloves off and drops it to the dance floor. Then she touches me, a sinful smile tipping her lips. The feel of her finger softly tracing the ink along my neck softens my thoughts, and I hold her tighter against me.
What are you thinking about?
She asks, centering my attention solely on her. Tactfully, I bracket a hand around her wrist and expertly slip her other glove off. Then I skim my knuckles over her delicate jaw before I tunnel my fingers into her hair, where I clasp the back of her neck and lower her into a slow dip. How I'm going to tear this infuriating gown at the seams the moment I have you alone.
Will you keep that promise?
I always keep my promises, I say, without hesitation.
Dominic Arasto, are you trying to seduce me?
Every fucking second, I declare, my tone dark and pitched into a low rumble. Her sultry smile steals what little patience I've maintained as I hold her beneath me, letting my gaze hungrily devour her before I draw her body up against mine.
You're extremely persuasive.
A tremor of needy impatience stirs my blood at the breathy cadence of her voice.
Come on, I have something for you.
I hike an eyebrow, more than curious over what my sinful angel has planned, and as I grab her hand and lead her off the dance floor, I decide there will be no more interruptions tonight. As Bria's guards start to fall in line behind her, I turn toward them long enough to issue the order to remain in the ballroom. I'm all the fight this woman is going to need soon. I let Bria guide us toward the back of the mansion. Where are we going?
Just follow me.
She pushes through the veranda doors, the long train of her red gown flowing behind her like a trail of blood, her heels echoing over the muffled orchestra from inside the mansion. Moonlight spills across the lush, manicured grounds, painting the path to the guest house in hues of pale gray. My hackles raise the closer we get to the entrance. There are no guards around. I clasp her wrist. I'll go in first. I'm not sure why she's brought us out here when our rooms inside were closer. The impatience to have her out of that gown is a demand racing in time with the slam of my pulse, and I remove the gun from my inseam holster before I open the door. Within, 2 junior clan members stand guard before a man tied to a chair. Despite the dried blood and bruises covering his face, I recognize him as the burly right-hand man and cousin of the late Ernesto Cassatto. Vince, the very bastard who put a bullet in Luca the night Bria came to my room. My finger hovers close to the trigger, my forearm tensed. Vince groans against his mouth gag, wide eyes absorbing the barrel aimed at his head. I have to forcefully lower my piece and holster it before I send a bullet between his blackened eyes.
You can leave us now.
Bria delivers the order to the men guarding Vince. They each nod in obedience before exiting the guest house. She then moves to stand closer to my side. Her sweet presence invades the dark current rippling around me, the violence stoked with the single strike of a match. My gaze narrows on the fucker bound to the chair. After Bria officially took control of the Cassatto clan, Vince disappeared. I was denied my right to deliver retribution for Luca's death. Vince has since become the head of the second set that defected and refused to bow to Bria's reign. And now, he's as good as dead. Bria gently touches my arm.
Cade found him.
I nod slowly, realizing she had to work with my crew in order to locate him, and I understand she did so for me. Had I found Vince myself, I'd have eviscerated him, turned his skin inside out, then sealed his crushed bones in the walls of my wine cellar. Jaw set hard, I ask, when will he go before the members to be judged? Her grip on my arm tightens.
You're his judge, Nick.
Stark realization turns me to face her fully. The question, I'm sure, etched in the hard-drawn features of my face.
If we're to kill the old ways, then we can't allow any of it to seep past the cracks. Men like him are to be made an example of, not treated with the respect they never earned a right to. Not from me or you.
I move in quickly, palming her face and backing her against the rough stucco wall. I tilt her face up toward me and stare down into the amber fire that sears my soul. She's beauty and virtue, death and deliverance. And when she owns the strength I've always seen inside her, I want to fall to my knees and worship her over and over, reveling in bringing her pleasure. God, Angeletta, you torture me so beautifully. My words are murmured against the silken skin of her neck as I drop my hand down to her thigh and gather the layers of her gown until I have the hem fisted. Her breathing intensifies as my other hand fastens around her throat. Her frantic pulse riots against my fingers, the pant of her breathy exhalations guiding my hand farther under her skirt. I drag my fingers up her leg until I feel the cool steel blade she keeps strapped around her thigh. As I unsheathe the dagger, I sink my teeth into the fleshy curve of her shoulder, loving her raspy moan as her body shivers in anticipation. Before I back away, I draw the knife out and lower my mouth to the raised scar below her collarbone, where I place a tender kiss. I have never once regretted taking the lives of my men to save Bria. I'm not built to regret, to suffer guilt. But I did sacrifice a part of myself in that moment, where betrayal took up residency in place of loyalty. As I've told her before, I'd do it all over again. I will always choose her. Yet she understands this need to redeem some measure of what I sacrificed that night, and as she holds my gaze while I continue to step backward, she gives me permission to unleash my monster to reclaim it. I move around to the back of the chair. Vince is weak, but his efforts to struggle against the cable ties are renewed as I touch the flat of the blade to his arm. Luca was a brother to me, I say to him, coasting the blade down the torn and rumpled material of his blazer. Because you killed my brother at the command of Cassatto, I'll give you one chance to earn my forgiveness. I push the blade beneath the tie and cut the plastic away with the flick of my hand. After I've removed the rest of the restraints confining Vince to the chair, I hover behind him, waiting, tension cording the sinew around my bones. The hilt of the dagger clenched in my fist, I breathe in, deeply. Fall to your knees and swear fealty to Brianna Cassatto. The battered man makes no move to stand. Instead, he draws his wrist into his hand to rub the abraded skin. Then, with a groan, he slowly rises to his feet, his gaze aimed on Bria standing motionless along the wall. When he takes a step forward, every muscle beneath my flesh gathers taut. He takes another unhurried step toward her, then he directs a glance at the door. He knows he only has two choices, and escape isn't one of them. As Vince inches another step closer toward Bria, he lowers his head to gaze down at her. He spits a stream of bloody saliva at her feet. I'll never bow to a filthy whore. He moves fast for a man half beaten to death. As Vince lunges at Bria, I push the chair out of my way and nail the back of his knee with my foot. I hear the bones snap before he releases a guttural cry as he falls to his hands and knees. My heart tears a wild path through my chest as I dig my fingers into his slick hair and yank his head back. My gaze flicks to Bria, where she remains silent and still, hands flattened against the wall. Vince groans in pain, his struggle subdued as I notch the blade of the dagger to his throat. I lock eyes with my angel, and the blazing hellfire I glimpse in her depths stirs the bloodlust into a frenzy until I'm trembling, the monster banging against the bars of the cage. Just as I did once before, I never take my eyes off her as I slip the sharp edge of the blade across Vince's throat. His useless fight is ceased the instant his blood splashes the porcelain tile. I hold his head back a moment longer while his life drains away. Then I let the dead weight of his body fall to the floor. Blood pools on the light porcelain, dark red and thick. I step over his body, still clutching the hilt of the knife, blood dripping from the blade. A vision of Bria bathed in crimson covers my eyes as I stalk toward her, her red gown a summons to the demon who wanted to take her that night, who wants to take her every fucking night, drawing her screams and moans into one harmoniously sweet melody. I trap her against the wall. I never take life during the masquerade, I say, gripping her neck, my thumb pressed beneath the hollow of her chin to tilt her head up. She releases a ragged breath against my lips.
And you didn't,
she says, placing her hand to my chest.
I did.
A low growl claws up from the base of my throat as I capture her mouth in a violent kiss to answer the raging bloodlust still alive and roaring for more. I roam my hand down and grip the satin neckline of her gown. Then I bring the blood-coated knife between us and slash the material from bodice to waist. And I keep my promises, Angel. I toss the dagger to the floor and have her dress torn open so I can touch her warm skin. Then I kiss a heated trail down her chest, nipping her flesh on my descent as I lower myself before her and catch the border of her panties with my teeth. Staring up at her, I take in her sealed eyelids, the lovely blush of her cheeks, her bottom lip trapped to hold back a moan. Look at me, Angeletta. She does so on command, and an ember of crazed need ignites inside me when her gaze clashes with mine. I run my finger beneath the edge of her panties, my cock damn near tearing through my pants at the feel of how wet she is. Then I rip the seam with my teeth. As she gasps in a shuddering breath, her belly trembling, I draw her thigh over my shoulder and take her in my mouth, tasting her arousal and dying at the feel of her thrusting her sweet cunt against my tongue. I once swore not to kill on the one night I honor my father, a promise to my mother, but more so, a way to defy the man who fashioned me into a savage killer. But that was before I was set free of my cage, no longer bound by a ruined bloodline, bent on destruction to no end, even at my own demise. As I bring Bria close, edging her toward her breaking point, I force myself to pull back and rein in my fierce lust. She's all sultry vixen and carnal desire as I draw myself up before her. I lower my zipper, and the need banked behind her flashing eyes as the crown of my cock pressed to her soaking pussy before she can drag in her next breath. You know how much I fucking love you, I say, pushing inside her until I'm buried so deep it's almost painful. A low growl unleashes as I try to restrain myself.
Yes,
she answers, her fingers working the buttons of my black tuck shirt. She pries the placket open, her nails raking my inked chest.
And I need to feel how much you love me, right now. Make me feel it, Nick.
I thrust inside her, all restraint lost at the feel of her inner walls hugging my cock and begging for all of me. God damn, you kill me, Angel. Her throaty moan coasts over my flesh as her thighs latch around my hips. I fuck her hard, ruthless, in depraved, maddening need to be closer and bring us both to the brink. She whispers her love to me in the hollows of every unguarded cry from her mouth, and I meet her there with every affirmation of mine, vowing to never stop. In a dark cellar with the bones of the Arasto enemies surrounding us, Bria once revealed the secret of her darkest fantasy, of how a villain once stormed her room to save her like a hero, and how she never felt more alive, craving to claim not only his love, but that power for herself. She is my sole, my cello. She is what the angels envy, and the closest this devil will ever be to heaven is when I'm bathed in her beautiful light. For that reason, my angel will never have to take a life. She is strong enough to battle those demons, absolutely. But as long as I breathe, I will be the monster to battle them for her. Thank you for listening to Devil in Ruin, written by Trisha Wolfe, narrated by Ava Lucas and Grayson Owens, produced by East House Productions, published by Lock Key Press. Copyright 2022 by Trisha Wolfe. All rights reserved.